I'm going to call the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor and Economic Opportunity to order. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Jenkins-Arno.
Here.
Representatives Robinson.
Present.
Van Workum. Pavitt.
Here.
And Martis. Madam Chair, majority of members are present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you. Representative Robinson moves to approve the minutes of the July 29th meeting. There being no objections, the minutes are approved. So this is our last meeting of the hearings today, and we're excited to hear all the projects that are out there. The one thing that we have found through doing this exercise is that there's a lot of needs out there, and it's just a matter of sorting through those and finding out which ones the state can and should be funding. So appreciate you guys being here today. We look forward to the presentations. And with that, we're going to start with Representative Cavett with Ionia Township. And yeah, if you just want to explain your project. Oh, yes. Also, we are going to stick pretty closely to the time limit. We have a timer. We'll let you hear it here. So if you hear that, we just ask that you quickly wind up your testimony, and we'll get on to questions with that. So thank you for your cooperation on that. So Rep. Pavitt, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to introduce Steve Biskey of the Black River Waterways Committee. He is here today to present a funding request to create a jetty in Lake Huron on the mouth of the Black River in Ionia County. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify. Steve, whenever you're ready.
Cam, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Are you on Zoom link or are you on the phone, Steve?
I'm sorry, I'm just on the computer, audio through the computer. Yep.
Oh, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. First of all, I'd like to thank Representative Cavett and particularly Adam and his entire team for their support in this opportunity to speak about our Black River Dual Rockwall Jetty project. For the sake of brevity and out of respect for your time, I have two documents I hope that you have in front of you. One I'll call the project brief, and the second is a letter from our Ionia County Sheriff. It's a letter of support. So I'll start with the project description. At their September 12th, 2023 meeting, the Ionia Township Board approved the formation of the Black River Waterways Committee to aid in facilitating and advancing the proposal for improvements to the navigability of the Black River at Lake Huron. The committee is tasked with working on behalf of Ionia Township with the Michigan DNR to achieve a permanent accretion abatement solution. That is, the river mouth consistently fills with sand and becomes unnavigable. History. The Michigan DNR supports this project and contracted GEI Engineering to conduct an initial study of the siltation and sediment issues at the mouth of the Black River. The study was completed and reported to the public in April of 2022. The study concluded that the construction of a dual rockwall jetty would be the best solution to reduce the impact of accretion and sedimentation buildup at the mouth of the river and along the shoreline. Since 2019, the Michigan DNR has dredged the river many times, only to have it become unnavigable again within 1 to 2 weeks. Subsequent studies have been conducted and paid for by the Michigan DNR and some by Ionia Township. This funding that I'm requesting today is being requested to enable completion of lake bottom and Black River mouth sediment sampling, bathymetry surveys, modeling of specific breakwater jetty geometries, permit reviews with regulators, and ultimately construction of the jetty. The Black River is rich in history and in past years supported logging and commercial fishing industries, both of which constructed makeshift jetties to support their operations in their time. These have long since been abandoned and submerged now under the Sand Lake bottom, but you can still see them if you look on Google Earth. The logging was in the late 1800s and commercial fishing was in the 40s and 50s, 1940s and 50s. The Black River is also within and one of the southernmost points of access to the Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary. Implementation of this initiative is valuable use of taxpayer funds because of its significant potential to restore this site to its former environmental vibrancy and capability of providing long-term, safe, reliable, unobstructed access to Lake Huron, supporting number one, life-saving water rescue capability. And I have some examples of this. Recreational boating and fishing, recreational diving in the Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and preservation of the natural fish habitat for the Black River watershed. We in the Black River have one of the only known population of coastal brook trout that spawns in our river, and we have one of the only known natural spawning grounds for coho salmon on the entire east side of the state. This project has strong community support, and the Michigan DNR leadership has received letters of support for the project from Representative Cavett and Senator Hoytenga, both of whom have personally visited the site. Congressman Bergman wrote a strong letter of support. From Ionia County, we have our sheriff, our board of commissioners, and our economic development committee who have all supported it in written letters. And from Ionia Township, our fire chief and township supervisor, as well as the entire board. Your commitment to this project will contribute to a more proactive approach to managing this vital waterway. I thank you for your attention, and we look forward to witnessing the positive impact of construction of the dual jetty solution at the mouth of the Black River. I'm not sure where I am for time, but I would like to go into the Ionia County Sheriff's Office letter of support. This is very impactful. This is from Scott Stephenson. He's writing this letter to Ron Olson, who's the DNR Park and Rec Chief. He's writing to support efforts to improve boat access to Black River and Ionia County. As you may be aware, the mouth of the river fills with sediment, renders it impossible for vessels wanting to enter or exit Lake Huron. The sediment fills in the river mouth very quickly, making dredging efforts relatively ineffective. In the event of a storm, rough water, or mechanical trouble, a vessel on Lake Huron would likely have to seek refuge in Harrisville Harbor or Alpena. The distance between these two locations could be the difference between a good ending and a fatal boating accident. With the mouth of the Black River open, vessels could seek refuge approximately halfway between Alpena and Harrisville. It's a little over 30 miles, by the way, between Alpena and Harrisville, harbor to harbor. Similarly, if a boat were experiencing an emergency on Lake Huron near Black River, my vessel would have to respond from Harrisville Harbor. Again, the amount of time it takes to respond could result in loss of life. If we were able to launch our vessel in Black River and access Lake Huron, response time could be significantly reduced. And then he gives an example. So this situation occurred last summer when it was about a 40-foot vessel ran aground and began taking on water. An elderly passenger on the boat began experiencing a medical emergency. The sheriff's vessel had to respond from Harrisville Harbor because the mouth of the river was not passable with the Lake Huron boat that they use. Ultimately, we were able to effect a rescue with the assistance of the Coast Guard. Unfortunately, the sheriff's office boat sustained damage during the response because they tried to get out of the river first. In summary, I support any efforts that improve access to the Black River. Maritime emergencies require immediate action where time is of the essence. Having the mouth of the river consistently open would improve response times on Lake Huron in this area. If I have just a few more seconds, I'll give you a couple more examples.
Actually, we're past time, and I appreciate what you said, and possibly you can say what you'd hope to say in response to some questions that we have. So, Rep. Robinson, do you have any questions this morning?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Cavett, and thank you, sir, for coming and talking with us today. I have a question because you were talking about this restores access for recreational boating, fishing, and diving into Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary. When was the last time this was, how long has it been unusable in that capacity?
I'll take that question. The DNR dredges the mouth of the river 3 to 4 times a season to keep it open currently at a cost of about $25,000. So they're just dredging and dredging, where if we put the money towards the jetty to stop the sand, they would no longer have to dredge. So it depends on when in between those dredging cycles that there is recreational or commercial access to the lake and the Thunder Bay National Sanctuary.
And I guess it'll be the first time, but we're going to ask this several times. Is there any administrative cost in this ask?
Mr. Biskey, I'll let you take that.
Administrative cost, I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I can tell you that the DNR right now has contracted GEI, an engineering company. They have scientists, they have a number of people on staff, and they're the ones that are conducting the work at the moment and working with our regulators, so the Corps of Engineers and Eagle.
Thank you.
I don't know that there's administrative cost. I mean, the cost as I see it thus far, the money that's been spent thus far has all gone toward studies and results of studies, and then conversations with Eagle and the Corps of Engineers.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just have a question. Have you sought funds from other sources?
Yes, I'm speaking with Congressman Bergman. We're working with Senator Slotkin's office. I'm trying everything we possibly can. I've had no response actually at the moment. From either one. From Congressman Bergman's office, we did not make the cut this year for projects. So yes, we are trying for funding from a number of different sources,
All right.
including the DNR.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today and appreciate your testimony. All right. Next up, we have Representative St. Germain with Macomb County Public Works Department. M. Woolley, I don't know if you're saying that right, muck 3-year field trial.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So we're here to talk about muck. Muck is yuck. And I was so kind to bring you a sample so you can look at it. So I'm here testifying, asking for $800,000 for the Army Corps of Engineers to partner with the Macomb County Public Works to finish a field study. They partnered in 2023, and they completed their initial study of this muck. What is muck? It's an algae bloom containing toxic, harmful to humans, wildlife, and fish. This muck forms along the lake beds, and it's found on the lake beds, and what happens is when we have heavy rainfalls, the muck comes to the surface and then deposits into bays of our lake. And at times, the muck is yards big and is almost 10 feet thick. The $800,000 would be used to study, remove it, and then treat it. We would use mechanical means to remove the muck and treat it with an algicide. This is a modest investment compared to the economic and ecological value at stake. This isn't a district issue. Lake St. Clair is a major waterway, so this is most definitely a state issue. This impacts our entire state's economy. In fact, Lake St. Clair was just named top 2 best fishing destinations in the entire world. We need to invest in our most precious assets, which includes tourism. In front of you, you should have a picture of a boat launch, a DNR boat launch. The state spent millions of dollars constructing this boat launch, but because of the muck, they had to reconfigure the whole boat launch. Which costs another millions of dollars in tax dollars. So if we don't address this issue, we're only throwing money out of the window. And I don't know if you can see the 2016 versus the 2024 pictures here. So why should we be concerned? This stuff is harmful. It includes toxins. It's, again, harmful to people, wildlife, and fish. It's smelly. I have constituents that live on the water that can't even open their windows because this muck is right in front of their homes. Right now, they don't even have lakefront property. I can't imagine being outside and not being able to enjoy the water. And again, you'll see another handout where there's a whole condominium complex. They can't even access their boat wells. So of course there's, it lowers the taxable value, affects businesses. Boats can't navigate through the muck. It's like quicksand. If somebody falls into this, they're gonna drown. They're gonna be a goner. If we don't take action, eventually this muck is going to take over many of the bays in Lake St. Clair. The good news, the state of Alabama, they had this issue, and they removed it and treated it with an algicide. They actually experimented with 5 different algicides and found one to be particularly effective. It was called Captain XDR. So my curiosity got the best of me, and you can get anything on Amazon. So I bought a gallon of this stuff on Amazon, and I went to the, gathered muck. I put it in 2 different bins, put lake water in there, and we figured out the mathematical equation, and we sprayed the top of my bins of muck with this algicide. Within a couple of weeks, you could see that no vegetation would grow on the treated bin. And the muck stayed at the bottom of the bin, whereas the untreated bin, it was just gross and started to grow vegetation. So there is a solution. And in closing, it's my hope that the state will help us with this. It's crucial that we invest in and protect our Great Lakes, Lake St. Clair, for generations to come. I will close with these 2 questions. Will Michigan see a return on investment, and is there a solution? The answer is absolutely. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Members, you have questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rep. St. Germain. Does any of this have to do with, because I know in our area, in Macomb County, there's some issues with the red run drain. Does this have what's causing this muck? Is it coming from Oakland County?
It's a big factor. It is definitely, they are making a bad situation worse. So what's happening is that small section of Oakland County, they're dumping so much combined sewage into our Macomb County waterways that when we have these heavy rainfalls, again, the muck rises from the bottom of the lake bed up to the top. Well, what the Army Corps of Engineers found in their study is pH levels, which is water runoff, your fertilizer agents, and bleach. So when Oakland County discharges their combined sewage, and sometimes raw sewage, to be honest with you, it's pretty gross, they bleach it. They bleach it and say, oh, well, it's fine, Well, that bleach is definitely a contributing factor, according to the Army Corps of Engineers, in that muck. Let alone the E. coli value in the muck. As you can see, it looks like little balls of wool, which I think is why the Army Corps of Engineers call it M. woli, the technical name.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett.
Rep. St. Germain, thanks for being here.
Thank
your
you.
Project. What happens if you don't get the funding?
Well, like I said, Lake St. Clair is a major waterway, and eventually this is going to take over, and it could very well affect,
Will Oakland County eventually get held accountable?
Well, we are having some wins, and that's an excellent question. So, Eagle put some recently, just within the last couple of weeks, actually, there are some conditions on their permit now. This is something that myself and my colleagues in Candace Miller's office have been fighting very hard for. One of the things that they have to do that will help with this is they have to figure out a way to then dechlorinate the water. So they're going to chlorinate it. They have to figure out a step. They have 2 years to do it, to dechlorinate that water. That will help. But we definitely need the funding, an all hands on deck approach to remove the muck initially and then treat it. So
Right. Thank you.
hopefully I answered that okay.
Yeah, so that was what the $800,000 was, to remove it.
Yeah.
So is it like a mechanical device?
Yeah, so they would dredge it, like they would have to dredge it out first. And in these bays where the muck is accumulating, there's less water flow, So if we remove it and then treat it, we should be successful.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so is that a machine that you have to buy with the 800,000, or is it something that you just?
I'm not sure. If, I assume that the Army Corps of Engineers would have those
have it.
type of machinery, but we do have contractors too. So I have some homeowners, constituents who have hired a contractor to dredge it out. But residents can't treat it themselves. So we definitely need to treat it with an algicide, and that's not uncommon. I mean, we treat our canals with, I don't, but our homeowners association, we treat our canals with a chemical that kills the weeds so that boats can navigate through the canals. So
Okay.
it's not uncommon.
And then how long would this treatment last? How long would it be before you'd have to do it again, you think?
If I had to take a guess, and I'm not a scientist, I know my experiment worked, but I would have to say a couple times, maybe after heavy rainfalls, I would think, because it definitely makes a difference when we have all that water coming from the watersheds in Oakland County.
Okay, so I'm just curious as to the 800,000, you have to come back again? Several years or?
I would think if when we get to the point of being able to treat it successfully, and then when we get to the point where Oakland County has to dechlorinate the water, it is my hope that we're at a place where we're just treating it, and that the algicide was very inexpensive.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Amazon, I think it was $100, went a long way.
That's great.
And I only, you see those bins, the amount of algicide that we sprayed on top of them was only 2 teaspoons.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be very much.
Okay.
When we get to that point. So.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, next up, we have Rep. Borton with Trout Unlimited.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here this morning in support of a $2.5 million appropriations request on behalf of the Mason Griffith chapter of Trout Unlimited. The funding received would be invested in several local conservation groups, including Anglers of the Au Sable North Branch Area Foundation, and the Upper Manistee River Association. These resources would be used to support river conservation, habitat preservation, and long-term sustainability of 2 of Michigan's iconic trout streams. These rivers are not only ecological, I knew I was going to mess that one up, treasures, but also vital to the region's outdoor recreation economy and cultural heritage. Joining me today is Steve Sendek. Steve is a private fisheries management consultant and contractor since 2012, and Steve is also a retired DNR senior fisheries biologist of 36 years. Steve will further testify on the importance of this investment and is available to answer any of the questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Committee, for this opportunity. I'm here to speak on behalf of 2 of the iconic rivers, cold water resources in Michigan, the Au Sable and Manistee rivers. They are very, very unique places in the country and in the world. Most recently, USA Today posted that the Au Sable River is the nation's top trout fishing stream in the nation. It's very significant. Even with that designation, though, these rivers are facing some serious challenges. Throughout history, the state has put a lot of management efforts into restoring these rivers. Starting with the logging era back in the late 1800s, a lot of devastation and damage was caused to these river systems by the logging practices. The government stepped in at that time during the CCC days to start improving things, putting in-stream structures in the river to restore all the damage that the log drives and logging operations had created. These activities had happened periodically since then, In the 1960s, the then Department of Conservation stepped in and did a lot of in-stream habitat work. In the 70s, the DNR started realizing that a lot of the issues on these two rivers was sand related. And this sand was caused by the previous historic logging activities, and it basically devastated the stream. It caused covering of the critical gravels on the stream bed that were what we would call the restaurant, produced all the benthic life, the bug life that supported fish in the river. And it also covered the critical spawning grounds. Trout need a good, clean gravel to spawn on. In the early 70s, there was some significant research conducted by two noted researchers, Hansen and Alexander, that identified this sand as bad, and they came up with methods to remove it. Stream bank stabilizations along with digging sediment basins that collected the sand that it could be removed in areas where it was accumulating. It was very, very effective. Shortly after that, the Department of Natural Resources at that time started with efforts to in-stream woody structure into the stream channel to mimic the old historic process where nature had trees falling into the river, creating that cover. That cover is absolutely critical, and it was estimated at that time, prior to the logging efforts, that there was a lot of wood cover in the stream. So these efforts of restoration have occurred periodically, and the most recent one was in the early 2000s, where we had some state DNR funding that came through to remove a couple of depleted dams on the system in the area of Grailing, freeing up the river system to free passage of fish, and getting rid of the ponding, which it caused warming of the stream system, and which was a very negative adverse impact on trout populations. They depend on cold water. We're in another time now where we got to invest some more money in to ensure that we maintain these as the crown jewels of the state. These river systems are facing issues that are negatively impacting the trout populations. There's been a long trend of population data that's been going on, and it's showing the trend and trout numbers are declining in the Au Sable system. We need to turn that around and bring it back again. The North Branch Au Sable especially had one of the highest trout densities in the world, and it's no longer there. We could use these monies to conduct several projects, adding wood, removing sand erosion, and a new emerging issue is an expanding beaver population that's damming and fragmenting and causing a lot of water quality issues for the system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members have any questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who's fished in the Tippy Dam, I can attest to how beautiful and unique it is up there. But my question is you talk about what you want to do. What is the dollars? What does the appropriation ask? What is it actually going to go for? Is it the labor to do this? Is there an administrative cost? And also, if you don't get the funding, do you have alternative funding? And what are your plans if you don't?
Sure. We're asking for $2.5 million, and it is solely for in-stream restoration work on the upper headwaters of the Manistee and Au Sable system. It'll be going for beaver dam removal, erosion control along the banks, sand removal, operation of the existing sand traps, adding wood to the river, restoring the channel form and function, biological, ecological restoration of those critical things. The administration of this will be covered by the conservation groups that are there, will be managed by that, and they are totally volunteer. There will be no administration fees associated with this. I am, as a past DNR employee and biologist, I am humbled by the interest of people who care about these rivers and the time and effort and treasury that they've personally put into these places. So that part will be very minimal, if any, for administration. We hope, and the other thing that is really significant is these groups have through the years contributed tremendous treasury and volunteer effort to ensure that these rivers are taken care of. One group has committed at minimum $50,000 a year through donations and fundraising as such to ensure that things happen in the river. Another group has purchased their own survey equipment and sand dredging equipment to have volunteers or their hired crew to go in and have these activities conducted in certain ways. But we need to do a lot more, and that's why we're here asking for this appropriation. There will be a very positive, we've had some significant positive results from the activities that the groups have been doing. In one instance where the DNR in 1990 partnered with Trout Unlimited to remove the Saling Dam just upstream from the city of Grayling. The conservation groups have stepped in doing sand removal, doing in-stream habitat, doing beaver dam removals, and following up with population estimates on the trout. In 2019, we did a pre-population estimate, and then we followed up last September, so that's been 6 years. We had an astounding 60% increase in brown trout numbers in that area where we had done this restoration work, and a 600% increase in brook trout numbers. That's
Thank you.
unheard of.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Cabot.
Thank you for being here, sir. I was just at the Osabo with Rep. Morton over the weekend, so it's good. I'm
It was
familiar.
a busy weekend.
It was a busy weekend. Thanks for being here. You talk about a lot of the stresses on the river, and as you're aware, the dams on the Osabo are possibly. Does Trout Unlimited support the dam removals on the Osabo River?
Yes.
Could you elaborate?
Okay, this is even a bigger project that's going to be covered by the DNR and the agencies, where there's 6 hydros on the river up for relicensing shortly that consumers energy. That's an issue that's going to be dealt with elsewhere. One of the new emergent things, though, is beaver dams, the proliferation of beaver dams on these trout tributaries. And don't take me that I'm anti-beaver. No, I'm very, they're a cool critter to be on the landscape. But they don't fit well with these unique cold trout streams. They build dams which block barriers to these trout movements that are needed. And these trout need to move up and down these streams freely, like during hot periods that we just experienced, to seek thermal refuge, to find cold water so they can survive and thrive. They also need seasonally to access trout areas or spawning areas to reproduce. So this is a new emergent thing. The crash in the fur market has stopped recreational trapping, and beaver numbers are just exploding off the chart.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So I was looking at your proposed allocation of funds chart, and it says 3 years. So for each of the 3 different things that you want to do. So is that how you're going to stretch this $2.5 million over 3 years to get the projects done? And then I was just wondering about the long-term value. How long will those, the things that you set up, setting up, stabilizing the banks and monitoring the temperatures and all of those sorts of things. How is that? How long will those things last after you've completed the project at the end of 3 years?
Sure. Some of the projects, the sediment removal, once it's done, it's done.
Okay.
And with these funds, we hope to get the majority of it done. There's a dozen or so sand traps that previously existed that need to be maintained. Some have been already decommissioned. They've solved the problem. Others need to go a little while longer. Beaver management, we hope that this will be the catalyst to find long-term funding, because beaver keep reproducing. Wisconsin has a very active program going where the state funds 25 full-time trappers to manage beaver populations across the state. We hope we find a way in Michigan somewhere down the future to capitalize on that. In-stream habitat, it lasts for a long time. We're still dealing with some of the stuff that was installed in the 30s and in the 70s. Yes, we need to go through periodically and maintain it. It's just like your house. You can't build it and walk away from it and not expect it to last. But we have commitment from the conservation groups, Anglers de Osable, Trout Unlimited, property owners and things like that, that they are committed to making sure these things carry on in between these events. And this is one of the events that we hope can happen to really reset the stage for the river and bring it into the future.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the extra time.
Yep. All right. Next, we have Rep. Preston with Upper Peninsula State Fair Authority and Livestock Facilities Repairs is their request.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate you making some time for me on this appropriation request. As you may know, UP State Fair is the longest continually operating state fair in Michigan. It continues to be the largest event in the Upper Peninsula and has beaten the previous attendance records over the last few years consecutively. Last year, the fair welcomed over 100,000 attendees. The core mission of the fair is to educate the youth and the public about livestock, agriculture, timber, and timber industries in general. To that end, the UP State Fair Authority has remained committed to offering the exhibits and educational opportunities the citizens of the state of Michigan have come to expect in a safe manner. The UP State Fair is community-driven, with a host of volunteers ensuring its success, but there is always particular emphasis on how important the event is for our young people. In 2010, the funding from the state for the UP State Fair was removed. The livestock building is approaching the century mark now. We have spent an incredible amount of resources and time shoring up that building to keep it safe for all of the beef exhibits that are within that area. As you probably know, my daughter has shown swine at the fair as well as equestrian for years. And while I'm looking forward to cheering her on again, this will be bittersweet this year because this is her last year as a 4-H participant. I personally have volunteered to help with the swine shows as well as the beef barn. I also enjoy buying animals both as a private businessman and now as a legislator. It's a great cause. The kids have a great time, and it really brings the entire UP community together. These monies from the auction are used to set aside for their future, in my daughter's case, college funds, and other important investments that are strategic to these kids as they go through life. Funding for this project will be used to improve the livestock facilities, which were originally built by the state of Michigan. Unfortunately, the facilities are currently in a state of disrepair and are definitely not structurally sound. Repairs ensuring the facility has consumed an incredible amount of annual operating expenses from the Fair Authority, whose budget comes exclusively from the ticket sales. An appropriation of $7 million would allow us to fix the animal barns and the auctioneering center. I have Vicki Michaud on the Zoom today from the State Fair Authority who can discuss this project a little bit further.
And I'm happy to do that. Good morning, Madam Chair, Representative Preston, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of facility improvement funding for the UP State Fairgrounds. And thank you all for your service to the great state of Michigan. By way of background, I was first appointed to the UP State Fair Board of Managers by Governor Engler and later reappointed by Governor Granholm. So over the years, I've witnessed firsthand the highs and the lows of this remarkable facility located in the heart of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Today, I have the privilege of serving as president of the Michigan Association of Fairs and Exhibitions and as executive director of the Delta County Chamber of Commerce, the management agency for the UP State Fair. When the state of Michigan eliminated operational funding for state fairs in 2010, it also generously transferred governance of the fairgrounds operations to the newly formed UP State Fair Authority. We began with zero funds and inherited buildings and grounds in urgent need of repair and investment. With the dedicated commitment, determination, and strong sense of UP pride, the authority and its management team developed a sustainable business model, not only to keep the fairgrounds operating year-round, but also to generate enough revenue to reinvest in continuous improvements to the facilities and infrastructure. The UP State Fair remains the fairgrounds' largest annual event, drawing over 100,000 visitors. A cornerstone of the fair is the livestock exhibition program, which culminates in the Junior Market Livestock Auction. Generous community and business leaders bid in support of youth exhibitors who dedicate countless hours preparing for this moment. The auction consistently generates around $600,000 each year, with proceeds going directly to the exhibitors, helping fund their future projects, educational aspirations, and professional goals. That's lasting and meaningful impact. Across both junior and open classes, the fair sees a total of about 4,600 entries annually. It's important to note that the fairgrounds and the livestock facilities are used far beyond Fair Week for livestock clinics, large regional events, trade shows, and as the designated emergency shelter for Delta County. These events have significant positive economic impact on our Upper Peninsula communities. Despite having invested more than $4 million in improvements to date, significant needs remain, especially in our livestock facilities. That's why we're here today to respectfully request your support to help us make the next round of critical upgrades. In closing, thank you again for your time and consideration. I invite each of you to join us during Fair Week at the UP State Fair beginning August 11th. It's a great opportunity to see the progress that's been made and the work still ahead. And on a lighter note, go Lions as they take to the field tonight for the Hall of Fame game.
There you go. That's great. All right, members, any questions? Yeah, Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Preston, for being here, and thank you for your presentation. You mentioned some of the other things that this facility would be used for besides fair business, and that is there any other uses for this facility?
Vicki, I'll let you take that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will just tell you that we just submitted our report to the authority. In the last 90 days, there have been 28 large events that have been held on the grounds. This is, as Representative Preston mentioned, he talked about timber harvesting and the importance of the facility being used for the largest trade show that's held on the grounds. This will be the Logging Congress that will be held shortly after the fair. We also work very closely with law enforcement, and it's used as a training facility for a lot of the practices and new procedures that are implemented by the state police, local law enforcement, search and rescue. Of course, it's an entertainment venue, so we've had concerts that are held outside of Fair Week. But primarily, we are known for having large livestock shows and clinics, and then of course bringing in other trade shows. We work very closely with the DNR. The Pocket Park is located on the fairgrounds. There's 144 acres on the fairgrounds, so it gets used quite a lot. But the Pocket Park is located within our facilities, and of course we do everything that we can to support them, and they in turn support our operations.
Rep. Preston?
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Preston. Rep. Cavett? Sorry about that. It's getting to be a long day.
Can the project be done in phases, or is it going to be constructed all at one time?
It can be done in phases. We're hoping that what we could do, we have 7 livestock buildings that need to be replaced and would be replaced by one multi-use, multi-species facility. And so we're hoping that we can replace all of the 7 buildings. It'll probably take us probably a year or so to get the construction completed, but we're hoping to have it completed in one phase. We could do it in phases, but we're hoping that we can start and complete the project with one phase.
That's great. You answered my second question, was how long to complete the project. So thank you very much.
The biggest thing, Rep. Cavett, is the consolidation across the species. We have several buildings that are being used right now. Some of them approaching the century mark. I commend the authority. Their maintenance on the buildings has been unbelievable, but they're hitting the point where they're
antiquated.
Exactly. And trying to integrate a multi-species facility as well as an auction site. I can assure you, with the way the authority runs, they won't be coming back.
All right. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, and then so is this just a reconstruction, total like tearing down and reconstructing, or is it basically renovating, remodeling, that sort of thing, of the buildings that are there?
Go ahead, Vicki.
We will use what we can. I'm thinking that we would start with one section which houses the beef arena, and because we have made some improvements there, obviously with the 4 million that has already been invested, we will retain what we can and design around what's there and repurpose as much as possible.
Okay. And then if, for whatever reason, if you weren't able to get the full 7 million, do you have fundraising plans or anything like that to help cover the rest of the cost?
Thank you for asking that question. And it gives me an opportunity to talk about the tremendous support that we have from across the Upper Peninsula. Our fundraising efforts have been phenomenal. We work very, very closely with the Hannaville Indian community and have applied for 2% funds through them, which has allowed us to upgrade a lot of the infrastructure, the electrical infrastructure, and a lot of the other buildings on the grounds. So yes, we continuously seek funds to continue improving the grounds. Again, we started with zero money in the bank, a lot of deteriorating buildings, and we have worked very, very hard with our fundraising efforts and seeking other grant opportunities to continuously improve what is considered to be one of the more valuable venues and facilities in the Upper Peninsula.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in today and appreciate your time.
Go Lions.
Yes, go Lions. All right. Moving on to the next, Rep. Schmaltz with the City of Jackson and the Ellis Sharp Park Trail. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. Good to see you again. Attracting visitors to our community, which increases economic growth and encouraging everyone to get outside more. This is our exciting project in Jackson County. The request is for $750,000 to continue revitalizing Ellis Sharp Park. That's 562 acres and one of our most cherished assets in Jackson County. The City of Jackson has already invested more than $1 million to enhance this park, with soccer and softball fields, a disc golf course, and reopening the miniature golf course. The historic Ellis Sharp Museum is adjacent to the park, as well as the Ellis Sharp Golf Course. Both draw people from around the area and across the state. The centerpiece of the funding we're asking for would be renovating the popular mountain bike trails, which suffered years of erosion and needs to be redesigned. There's currently 11 miles, but needs to expand to reach a regional destination of about 13 to 18 miles. A more defined route would make the trail safer because right now, bikers can get confused without a defined trail, and it can be dangerous. It used to be a horseback riding trail, so you can imagine what it looks like now. The money would also go to create, and this is exciting, a bike library. So residents and visitors who don't have a bike or helmet would be able to check out the equipment free of charge to use on the trails. And of course, there would be GPS on each bike so we could track them. So the plan is when the trail is completed from Ellis Sharp Park to Heritage Park and Adrian, that would make 20 miles of biking trails. Not only is this spurring economic growth, but also investing in healthier, more active people. And joining me today to talk about this is Ryan Tarrant, President and CEO of the Jackson County Chamber of Commerce and Experience Jackson, to talk more about the project.
Thank you, Representative Schmaltz. You're doing a wonderful job for the district and your constituents. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Before I begin, I will say I watched a little bit of yesterday's hearings, and as a native-based citizen, when Representative Beeson mentioned that he was bringing snacks, I was sad to not be here yesterday. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning about a transformative public-private partnership that will generate significant economic and community benefits for the City of Jackson. I'm here to talk about the strategic expansion of the mountain biking trail system in Ellis Sharp Park and its collaborative efforts with the privately funded Movement at Ellis Sharp Park initiative. The executive summary, which you may have all received already, of our analysis is clear. This project represents a deliberate strategy to reposition Jackson within the competitive landscape of Midwest outdoor recreation. While it may be unexpected to some, the average resident in Jackson County lives less than 2 miles from a trailhead and a little more than 3 miles from one of our many rivers or lakes. We're we're proposing transforming an underperforming 11-mile trail network into a professionally designed system of over 15 miles. This expansion is the key to unlocking the park's potential as a regional recreation destination, which will drive tourism, stimulate economic growth, and enhance the quality of life for our residents. A cornerstone of this initiative is its powerful collaborative approach. Already, Experience Jackson has fully funded the trail assessment by a nationally known trail building firm with offices both in Michigan and Bentonville, Arkansas. The City of Jackson has submitted this legislatively directed spending request of $750,000 to fund the professional design and construction of the trail system. This public investment is a catalyst for a much larger, privately funded vision known as Movement at Ellis Sharp Park. Spearheaded by a passionate group of local leaders, the Movement project is raising nearly $3 million to build an adjacent multi-activity hub featuring Michigan's first outdoor bouldering park, a 15,000 square foot skate park, and a pump track with a modern food court. This public-private partnership represents a total combined investment of nearly $4 million and significantly changes the economic modeling by creating a regional recreation hub, not just 15 miles of mountain biking trails. The estimated economic impact of this finished project is substantial. Based on a conservative forecast of 10,000 new annual visitors, we project a direct annual economic injection of nearly $3.5 million in new spending, approximately 79 new full-time equivalent jobs, which will generate more than $1.5 million in new annual wages and salaries for local households. Beyond that, the project will generate significant secondary benefits, including increased local property values and a new sustainable stream of tax revenues for the city and state. In addition to the direct financial returns, the project is designed for community cohesion and inclusivity. A cornerstone of this vision is the proposed bike library initiative, which is included as part of the funding request. This lowers the barrier of entry to the sport, creating a conversion funnel that turns curious beginners into dedicated enthusiasts. And finally, we've placed a strong emphasis on the project's ongoing sustainability, with the dollars for this project going directly toward its original intent versus toward administrative costs. A robust long-term plan for trail maintenance and management is already being established to protect the investment through a formal collaborative partnership with the City of Jackson Parks Department, local trail and advocacy groups, and the business community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Questions? Rep. Cavett? Yep, Rep. Cavett.
Thank you. Thank you for being. I just wanted to make comment. I can attest on the economic development there. Both of my sons are avid mountain bike riders, and they travel all over the state to go to different facilities. So I hope someday they can come to Jackson.
That'd be great, and it is a real community effort with business partnerships and various groups. Everybody is invested in this, and we can see that with the growth of what's been happening with Ellis Sharp Park. And Brian promises if we get the money that he will ride the bike trail every day and send you the video, right?
I will, and you're all invited, and if you're not much of a biker, we do have e-bikes at Experience Jackson that you can come to already.
All right.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay, just curious, have you sought other funds like the Natural Resources Trust Fund or for additional sources of money?
Not for this specific component of the project,
Okay.
because we have other components within the park. The city's already invested $1 million over the last 5 years. The $3 million in private funding that will be coming in through the Movement project. And then this is the sole component that's looking for state funding.
Okay. And then will the expansion of the trail require you to get easements, and will you have to use the money to buy easements or?
No easements will be needed. With the 11 miles of trails and the way they wind, it would be 3.6 miles of brand new trail, fully reconstructing 1 mile, and that's how we get to the 15 miles through the existing trail system as well, which is all housed within the park.
Oh, okay. All right. And then I was just curious about the bikes. So how much would the money would be going towards bikes, and how many would you be buying and that sort of thing?
Yeah, the anticipated is you're going to need different sizes. You know, we want children to be able to use those. We want adults to be able to use those. Representative Schmaltz and I are certainly different heights, so you need different sizes. I anticipate that probably about $100,000 of that will be going toward the bikes because you need those GPS systems, and we would like to start the bike library with between 25 and 50 bicycles.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Sorry, I don't know why it's out of order.
All right, Representative Schmaltz, you're back up again with Huron Waterloo Pathways Initiative, and you're a B2B trail development.
Yeah, it should be the one.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Chair
Oh,
and committee members. So the purpose of the Border to Border Trail is to connect people, communities, and nature. It's part of the Huron Waterloo Pathways Initiative. $3.5 million request is to expand the trail, which is in Washtenaw County, to surrounding counties like Jackson and Livingston counties. Right now, it's 42 miles, with 55 miles planned, and all are ADA accessible, wide enough for wheelchairs and other needed devices. Border to Border also helps with economic growth, as it has become a popular destination for visitors across the state of Michigan. The trail is supported by 2 millages, Washtenaw County Parks and Washtenaw County Roads. The cities of Chelsea, Ypsilanti, Dexter, and Ann Arbor have all pitched in funding to support trail connections in their communities. Individual donors and private contributions also help. Expanding the trail would mean going through some tough terrain because of water and other terrain. Bridges and boardwalks would have to be built. So some state funding would help ensure the trail's expansion so more people could have a chance to enjoy it. And joining me today is Kip Happ, the Executive Director of the Huron Waterloo Pathways Initiative.
Thank you very much, Representative Schmaltz. Thank you for your leadership and your support. Thank you, Chair Jenkins Arno, and thank you, members of the committee, for having me here to speak today. I'm Kip Hamp. I'm the Executive Director of the Huron Waterloo Pathways Initiative. We are a 501c3 nonprofit whose mission is to facilitate development and promote enjoyment of regional trails, connecting people, communities, and nature. And our primary project is the Border to Border Trail, or B2B Trail for short. And we are seeking $3.5 million to support development of the trail. The B2B Trail is a 45-mile trail in the east-west alignment. There's various connections, as Representative Schultz mentioned, throughout Washtenaw County, one border to the other border, hence the name, and then connecting in nearly all directions to other counties and other communities, east into Van Buren Township and Wayne County, a project that HWPI is funding, northwest into Jackson County and Ingham County, into Stockbridge, connecting to the Mike Levine Lakelands Trail, which runs perpendicularly to the B2B Trail, and then north up into Pinckney in Livingston County, and ongoing regional connections are planned. It lies on the Iron Bell Trail route, statewide trail project. The Governor Snyder was a big proponent of that and is a supporter of the B2B Trail as well. As Representative Schultz mentioned, there's many benefits to trails like this, like the Border to Border Trail. It supports local economies and local businesses, promotes outdoor recreation, provides access to nature, particularly for folks who live in areas that might not be able to access nature easily otherwise, brings communities together, et cetera, et cetera. Our model is unique in the sense that it is a true public-private partnership. We are the private partner in all the projects we work on, partnering with public entities. In the case of the Border to Border Trail, the Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation Commission is our main public partner, but other municipalities and agencies partner with us as well for various segments. That includes funding, that includes easement acquisition, that includes other means of support. And the funding model we have is that my organization brings in private dollars as well as seeking state dollars, and other funds include county millage dollars, and then depending on the project, the DNR, the Road Commission, various municipalities will fund as well. The need for the money we're seeking here is because of the kind of vast scale of what we're trying to do here. It's a very large project, connects throughout the whole region of Southeast Michigan and many counties, and it's just a challenging remaining miles of trail that requires bridges and boardwalks, tunnels under rail lines, et cetera, et cetera. We have had the strategy to develop the, quote, easier part of the trail first, places that don't have railroads or rivers by them, less expensive to not only get more trail out there in the community for all the benefits we talked about as quickly as possible, but also to gain momentum and show progress on the trail. Now we're at the point where kind of the hard miles are left. The number of miles aren't that many, but as you see in the budget document we passed out, the numbers are significant. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Rep. Cavett.
Thank you for being here. I think Rep. Robinson and myself are probably pretty strong trail users, more so than most people in our caucus. And I'm somewhat familiar but geographically ignorant here, so if you could help me. Is the Huron's pathway, is that part of the Huron Water Picnic Trail?
So it's not formally part of it, but it connects up to it. So it connects to that trail, to the DTE trail in that area.
Well, I always thought it was interesting because they allowed dispersed camping on the Waterloo Picnic Trail.
Mm-hmm.
Will you do that along your trail? Are there opportunities for that? Because there's not very much in southeast Michigan where somebody that say want to go stay overnight could backpack to.
So yeah, I mean, right off the trail. So the B2B trail runs through many parks, metro parks, et cetera. There's no direct campsites off of the trail. But for example, Green Lake is right off the trail on N52, just northwest of Chelsea. There's camping there, so there's accessible campsites close by, but not direct. There's no parking for camping, for example, right off the border.
And you mentioned some of your public funding. Is that done through a millage?
Yeah, so the Washtenaw County Parks millage and the Washtenaw County Road millage. 20% of the road millage is non-motorized, so that goes towards projects like this, and then part of the county parks millage goes towards parts of this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so similar to the last presentation, do you have to get easements to finish the rest of the trail?
So for the projects, we have gotten many easements over the course of the project to date. For the projects that are remaining, if you have the budget sheet in front of you, really only one requires easements that aren't acquired yet, that Lima Center to Dancer Road on Dexter Chelsea Road. So about a mile or so requires a few easements. We have traditionally done that where our organization raises funds either through individuals or in the community who care about the project, or we have a foundation. We just required easements for a project we're building right now into Dexter, and a private foundation supported funding for that. So yes, a small piece of it needs easements, and normally that's something that we cover through private funding.
Okay, and you don't foresee somebody refusing to give the easement or grant the easement, I guess.
We've had a lot of experiences with that. What we found is, especially as more of the trail has been built, people who may initially not want a trail to nowhere in front of them realize now they're connected to this great asset that connects communities to communities and to parks in a non-motorized, safe way. So we've not had an issue where we haven't been able to secure an easement. And even in that example, that project is a year or two away from construction, and conversations have been going on for a couple of years now. So definitely progress is being made. We don't anticipate that being a barrier.
Okay, and then so this 3.5 will basically complete the project if you can get those bridges and the difficult part done.
It won't complete the entire project. There's tens of millions of dollars left to get these last few miles done, but it will make a significant impact on the projects slated for 26-27, specifically for the amount that we bring in. To the question about the millage dollars, we're so lucky to have a community that values outdoor recreation and projects like this and has millage support, but that funding is fixed. So what we are trying to do as a nonprofit is bring in the extra dollars for these more expensive projects to fund them. So it'll go a very long way in helping us to finish these next few projects that otherwise would take years. It was just funded through millage dollars.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Rep. Wolford with Friends of North Ore Creek, and their request is for a water quality study and cleanup assistance.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I have with me today Shane Preston, who should be on Zoom. And Shane, you're welcome to begin. We can't hear you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Shane Preston, and I serve as a secretary of the Friends of North Oar Creek. I'm a longtime resident of Livingston County, and I'm here in my personal capacity today virtually because my wife and I welcomed a new daughter into our family last week. I'm here on behalf of our volunteer-led nonprofit to ask for your support for a $5,000 environmental enhancement grant. This funding will directly support the health, sustainability, and community stewardship of North Oar Creek, one of our county's most ecologically and historically valuable waterways. North Oar Creek is a vital tributary of the Shiawassee River watershed. It begins in the lakes of Huron Township, flows through Laird Lake, and eventually joins the Shiawassee River west of Linden. It supports local biodiversity, plays a key role in stormwater management, and connects generations of local residents with the land and water around them. Friends of North Oar Creek was formed by residents, educators, conservationists, and volunteers to preserve and improve this waterway. We are currently in phase 1 of our 2025-2030 strategic plan, which focuses on environmental monitoring, cleanup, and public engagement. This $5,000 grant will help us in 3 very specific ways. First, $3,000 towards water quality monitoring. We will conduct a science-based assessment of nutrient levels, stream health, and invasive aquatic vegetation. This will build on prior research by the U of M Flint and Heartland High School dual enrollment class. Data collection will be done in collaboration with trained citizen scientists and local students. Second, cleanup equipment, $1,500. We need gear and tools to safely remove debris, trash, and invasive plants. This will also support volunteer days like our upcoming Creek Day, where we will help involve families and young people on hands-on conservation. And third, strategic planning and outreach, $500. These funds will help grow a volunteer base, launch a digital communication platform, and enhance community education and involvement. This modest investment from the state will go a long way in helping us turn grassroots concern into real, measurable environmental action. We are committed to transparency, partnership, and results, and we welcome your involvement. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Representative Wolford, and thank you for coming and testifying for this appropriation. My question is this: if you, for this study, what are you expecting to find? What's worst case scenario? And if it is really bad, what are the follow-up costs for cleanup? Thank you.
Sure, that's a great question. So what our association has done is reached out to a college professor, Dr. Jill Slater, at U of M Flint, who teaches the dual enrollment program at Heartland High School. And our intent would be to place some monitoring equipment so we can learn what the waterway really has going on with it right now. Historically, the waterway was completely unusable. It was loaded with seaweeds, Eurasian milfoil, and a lot of logs and debris that was fallen into the water from the riverbank. And what we want to do is we want to learn what's in the water and learn the nutrient loads. And Dr. Slater has already told us that she's interested in placing some monitoring equipment in the water this fall. And so we can really get our hands around what's going on with this water.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Cavett.
I just want to say congratulations on the new baby. So that's all I had.
Thank you very much.
And I would echo that. This, I think, would have the distinct honor of being the smallest request we get from anybody that's out here. So basically, not too many questions, but the cleanup equipment, can you kind of describe what that is? Is that something you'll buy new, or are you going to look for just something that's available, or, is it going to be something that will last for years, or something that you're going to have to replace?
Sure, that's another great question. And so one of the items that we already purchased was a small winch to hook up to a boat to begin removing stumps and bigger logs out of the water. And so that winch was a smaller winch, and it was all that our small association could afford to buy this year. If we were to buy a slightly larger winch, we could pull things up off the riverbank, and so we would probably be looking for something used. It doesn't need to be top of the line. Like I said, we're a small waterway. We're not looking to remove large trees, but making the water usable for boating and for recreation and to create a fishery are all items that we have built into our strategic plan.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Rep. Wolford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say this is I'm excited about this appropriation for the sense of the community, the school, the grassroots leadership on this. And as you mentioned, it's the smallest request, but obviously very important. And I appreciated Shane and Oar Creek asking for only what they needed. And so thank you for being here today. Shane, thank you as well. God bless you. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Representative Wertz with Branch County Fair, new facility construction. Got my paperwork all confused.
It's okay.
Sorry about that. All right, we got some. All right, go ahead when you're ready.
Right. Thank you again, Chair and Committee, for hearing my request. Branch County Fairgrounds is the heart of exhibitors who compete in 4-H FFA and youth exhibits in Branch County. When other fairs seem to be losing exhibitors, we continue to grow. I would echo Rep. Preston's sentiments about the fair and how this will be a bittersweet year for me as well, because after 20 years of my kids showing livestock, this will be the last year for them competing. Since 2020, the Fair Board has received some funds to update a few buildings and infrastructure at the fair. A new bathroom facility was added at the west end of the fairgrounds, which was desperately needed. But at the east end of the fairgrounds, where most of the exhibitors camp, there's a need for more bathroom facilities. We've camped at the fair for many years, and there's always seems to be a line at the north end bathroom facilities because there simply aren't enough toilets or showers. The showers are also not ADA accessible. This request is for approximately $195,000 to build an additional bathhouse at the southeast end of the fairgrounds, which would be ADA compliant. Here on Zoom today to present in greater detail is the Branch County Fair Board Director, Al McClellan, and Fair Manager, Alyssa Blond. I hope they're on Zoom.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. And thank you, Representative Jennifer Wertz, for the opportunity today. We are requesting $194,810 in funding to construct a 4-stall shower bathhouse, including 2 ADA compliant stalls to ensure accessibility for all our guests. The facility is intended to enhance the experience for exhibitors, campers, and visitors during Fair Week and all seasonal events. The bathhouse will be built to ADA specifications, providing safe, private, and accessible amenities for individuals with disabilities as well. This reflects our longstanding commitment to equity and inclusion at the Branch County Fairgrounds. The new facility will serve 246 campsites across the fairgrounds, and it will directly support Fair Week exhibitors and families, livestock show participants, volunteers, vendors, and community visitors. While the fair is our largest event, attendance approximately 75,000 per year, the fairgrounds are active many months out of the year with camping rallies and RV expos, community events, youth group retreats, agricultural clinics, FFA, and 4-H gatherings. A modern bathhouse will improve accessibility and safety for our users and encourage continued off-season growth. In closing, this project will create a long-term value, improving guest experiences and increasing the fairground's ability to attract larger and more diverse groups. It is not just a building, it's an investment in the future of the Branch County's agricultural heritage, tourism, and community pride. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the members? Rep. Robinson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the picture. Thank you, Representative Wards, and thank you for coming to testify. What is going to be done with the old shower house or bathhouse?
So that's
the existing.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. The existing bathhouse will continue to provide 69 campsites on our hill with showers and restrooms, although they are not accessible to everyone. So the proposed shower house will be accessible to everyone and provide a place for the 246 campsites to the south.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and what you have in front of you there is a map of the fair. So if you notice on the north, it's kind of the northeast side of the fair, and there's campsites. That's the coveted hill. That's where you want to get drawn for your camper, which we never seem to get. So then you're stuck in the south end of southeast side there, and that's where there's no existing. There's bathrooms, but there's no shower house facilities. So this would add ADA, handicap accessibility, showers, and bathrooms at that end.
Would it allow for more campers to come, or is just meet the needs of the ones that are there?
Meet the needs of the ones that are there. We did some campground improvements over the years, which added some sewer and full hookup on certain ones, and that's just grown ever since then. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's great. We've got more campers coming, but we're short on facilities now.
Okay. And I was just curious if you had attempted other fundraising methods to secure the funds for this project.
This idea just came up last fall, and then after talking to Representative Wertz, this could be an opportunity. So this is where we started.
Okay. Well, very good. Appreciate that.
I will add, though, they have sought funds on some other projects and been awarded funds through the county for some of like that post-COVID money that came to the county. And so they've been able to do the other bathroom upgrade. Al, was that through funds from the county?
That's what's currently going on right now. Yep. We're working through upgrading and doing some much needed repairs on the existing facilities. But again, we can't change a whole lot without tearing down a whole building. So we're just doing improvements. But it'd be nice to add this accessible shower bath house to the south for more accessibility for campers. Yes, because if you look right next to that, the proposed shower house, there's looks like two buildings right there by it. One's a pavilion and one's a cabin, the 4-H cabin that lots of people utilize for reunions and throughout the year for graduation parties, and that having that bath stall there will also help with those guests as well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today, and thank you.
You could all come next week to the Branch County Fair if you'd like to a tour or see the facilities in person.
Thank you very much.
What are your kids showing, Rep?
Thanks for asking. They are both showing starter calves this year. So our youngest could show 1 more or 2 more years, but she says she's going to college far, far away.
All right. Next up, we have Rep. Aragona with, Global Cares, LLC, and their request is for global interpreting services.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Thank you for considering this project and allowing us to testify on it. My name is Liesel and I am from Representative Aragona's staff, and I'm honored today to introduce this project and the experts who will speak on it. This request is for a training program that will help police better interact with members of our community that are deaf and hard of hearing, as well as those who do not speak English as a first language. Representative Aragona has worked with Senator Hertel on this appropriation, and it has been a collaborative effort. I am honored to introduce Executive Vice President and COO of Global Interpreting Services, Dano Milanovic, and President and CEO of Global Interpreting Services, Dawn Flanagan, as experts today to give testimony on this project and answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, Liesel, for the introduction. Good morning, Madam Chair and esteemed committee. It's a privilege to be here and have an opportunity to speak with you this morning about global interpreting services and our array of services, and more importantly, the very robust and dynamic training that we've managed to put together to help our police officers understand how to work with these communities that Liesel mentioned. Just a little bit about Global. We are the largest agency of its type in Michigan. We're very proud of that. By the way, we'd like to thank Representative Joe Aragona for the opportunity and appreciate his support, and Senator Hertel's as well. Global's been in business for over 3 decades. We've been providing effective communication for all in a variety of ways. We provide ASL sign language and foreign language interpreters in a live format. We provide full certified translation services for documents of any type. And we also provide full virtual services, which include video and telephone interpreting on demand 24/7. We have both a for-profit and a nonprofit. Global Cares would be our nonprofit. We've had the privilege through the years of working for many esteemed clients, including the Homeland Security, the U.S. Department of Justice, the Michigan Department of Corrections, many of our different court systems, many police departments, and several medical and educational facilities. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to our President and CEO, Dawn Flanagan, who will explain the training and answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing us to speak. I'm a sign language interpreter with 4 national certifications. I've been interpreting for 35 years, and some of the people I've interpreted for are the President of the United States, Vice President of the United States, various cabinet members, and foreign dignitaries. I'm an industry expert with many clients and professionals who contact me for advice and assistance. I have mentored numerous sign and foreign language interpreters during their careers. I developed a training for public safety personnel in the early 2000s, and at that time it was a train-the-trainer program, but that was not effective, as most people went back to their departments and would forget information or just never find the time to deliver the training. During COVID, we developed an e-learning course so that all officers trained would be directly trained by us, therefore making sure that all of the information was standardized. It's a 3 40-minute module program, and this course can be stopped and started any place that the person leaves off. So if they can only do 10 minutes, they can do 10 minutes and then come back and start right where they left off. The course was designed with actionable tips, knowledge checks, and it's interactive. The goal of the training is to reduce frustration between citizens and officers. This course will mitigate damages if there's a lawsuit, but hopefully it will reduce lawsuits. Our communities are very diverse, and they're becoming more so each year. There are a lot of articles on the internet that point out issues that have happened between public safety and citizens because the officer did not consider communication was the issue. Some of these include false arrests, injuries, and even death. They've all occurred from these misunderstandings. This training will help officers think about communication issues and how to overcome them. We want to train the entire state so that there is a standard of practice amongst the officers. We want to train prosecuting attorneys who are responsible for understanding when a right has been violated and how it was violated. Michigan would be the first that we are aware of to have all officers across the state take this type of training that encompasses deaf, hard of hearing, and foreign language speakers. Thank you for allowing me to briefly tell you about our training. We spent a lot of time developing it. It comes from a place of wanting to provide effective communication, which is a right, not a privilege. It comes from our heart,
Our mission is to provide education and services, ensuring effective communication. We have approached many police departments about the training. We have received positive responses about the training, but they have all said that they do not have the budget for the training. The $1 million we're asking for would help to train the entire state of Michigan, police officers, sheriff departments, and prosecuting offices. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dano and Dawn, and thank you for representing Aragona today. My question is, on the ground level of this training, obviously if an officer goes through training, they're not going to learn a language. I know in Southeast Michigan this is a big obstacle for roadside type of situations. What kind of training do officers get? And I understand what to do, but what kind of, could you talk about specifically the training these officers get in regards to language barriers?
Yeah, so we agree. We are not a proponent of learning a certain language. There's 7,000 languages in the world. There's no way that anyone can become proficient enough when it's not used. They may come across one person speaking that language, a year maybe, or every 6 months. So what it teaches is how to recognize someone has a communication barrier. Once you recognize they have a communication barrier, how do you overcome that barrier? What services or what techniques can you use? Is it okay to use a pen and paper? Is it okay to use your phone and just write a text so that they can see what you're saying? Actionable tips like, how do you give a breathalyzer test or a test to someone who's deaf to see if they've been drinking, because they're already having issues with the equilibrium. So how do you know if it's just them or if it's actually that they are intoxicated? So it's these kinds of actionable tips that we give, and we teach like 10 signs, like stop, sit down, sign this, those kinds of things. But learning a language is not really effective.
Thank you. My follow-up question, real quick, if I may, Madam Chair, is this $1 million ask, what will those funds directly go to pay for?
It will go to pay directly for training. There's no administrative cost. It's very important to us. We feel in our heart that we really just want to train the officers to provide a better position in the state for citizens and officers altogether.
Thank you, Rep. Cavett. Okay, so I was just curious about the training. So is it online? It's an online program?
It is an e-learning course, yes.
Okay, and then, so when we purchase, we're basically purchasing the right to use the program, I would imagine, for the $1 million?
You're purchasing the training for each officer, prosecuting attorney, and sheriff in the state of Michigan. We have a learning management system that we would have them take the training on, and then they would get a certificate stating that they passed.
Okay, so it's like a one-time training. It's not an ongoing, something that you have to do every year or something like that?
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rep. Beerline with the City of Vasser, and Public Safety Building is their request. Oops. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stone Kelly. I'm the Legislative Director for Representative Matthew Beerline. I'm joined today by Ben Guile, the Vasser City Manager and Police Chief, and Vasser Fire Chief Mike Rogers. We're here to express support for a $2 million investment to help Vasser construct a new public safety building. This project addresses a critical need for updated police and fire facilities, as the current infrastructure no longer meets the operational demands of the community. A modern public safety building will enhance emergency response capabilities, better protect residents, and provide a reliable base of operations for Vasser's police and fire departments well into the future. Thank you again to the committee. I'll turn it over to Ben and Mike to speak more about the local impact behind this request.
Good morning.
I am, as he introduced, I am Ben Guile. I am the Chief of Police in the City of Vasser. I'm the current interim city manager. I've been a police officer with the city for 27 years and the chief since 2012. Prior or during the entire span of my career, our police department, which is a full-time 24/7 agency, is operated out of essentially 2 offices. As time has passed, we have taken on additional responsibilities. We now provide law enforcement protection for almost 6,000 residents, 2,500 of which are city residents, and the rest are in the neighboring township of Vassar Township. As technology changes and demands have progressed, and our mandate to provide public safety has progressed, the facilities we had just weren't adequate to get the job done. So about 3.5 years ago, we started a process of trying to find a way to finance the public safety building that we so desperately need. We were awarded a federal earmark through Congresswoman McLean for $6.5 million. That was awarded to us in the budget and is currently sitting at the USDA awaiting disbursement. We are working through that project now. So we, through the planning of said project, it's become apparent that $6.5 million is not going to be sufficient to do everything we need to do to complete the project. We've been through 2 different prototypes and have made significant cuts to the scope of our project to try to get under the current funding, but it's just becoming more and more apparent that we're not going to be able to do so. So that was the spirit that we approached Representative Bierlein, and that's why we're before you today. For a little more specifics on the fire side of our needs and our requests, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Rogers.
Thank you. Well, like Chief Guile, I've had the opportunity and the honor to serve as a volunteer firefighter for the last 27 years for the city of Vasser. For the last 3.5, I've served as chief. Our current station is on its centennial mark. We're almost 100 years old in our current fire station. And what that does is, obviously the era of firefighting was a lot different 100 years ago. I have the problem of getting modern day apparatus to fit in my building. So what that does is when we go out to bid for a vehicle, there's only a certain handful of manufacturers that are willing to make a truck that small. That increases the cost. That's the only trucks we can get in this current building because of that. The other thing is, like Chief Guile mentioned, we cover 60 square miles. I cover 3 townships and the city, responding to well over 250 calls a year. That is expanded from fires to car accidents to now helping medical emergencies because of the limited EMS in the area. Not only will that facility designed for today's fire service allow us to respond more effectively to the community we protect, but more importantly, to meet the firefighter safety. The leading cause of line of death duties now in the fire service is cancer. We have no separation of that carcinogen area in this current hall. When we sit, we're sitting inside the apparatus bay. This new building will allow us to have a hot, warm, and cold zone, just like the NFPA would ask us to have, with the proper ventilation and decontamination areas to limit our carcinogenic exposures after every run. So this project is more about replacing an old building, but about reducing the cost, protecting the firefighters, and then ensuring our public safety for the next 100 years. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you meant, first off, so this building is going to be to police and fire, correct? And so I guess my question is, Representative McLean got, what was it, $6.5 million?
Yes, sir.
What happened? Why did it become $2 million more? What was there a miscalculation in how much it was going to cost? Could you talk a little bit about that?
I think there's a combination of factors. The initial estimates were made during the application process for the earmark, and then when those were translated into reality, into actual physical numbers, cost of steel, cost of construction, that has expanded beyond the footprint of that $6.5 million that we initially requested.
And if you're not appropriated the funds, what other alternatives do you have?
Currently, we are working separate from this process to bond for the additional debt. This process is hopefully successful in that we avoid transferring that debt to our residents and taxpayers. So there is a separate funding effort taking place, but it is taking place separate from this process.
Rep. Cavett? No, okay. I was just curious if demolition is a part of the cost of this, demolition of the old building?
We have completed a demolition project using local funds from our fund balance, and we partnered with the state land bank to demolish some blighted or some properties in the city. Part of the logistics that has delayed us at this point was that demolition, coordinating with the land bank, with the county land bank, with city officials and contractors. We've got that work is 80% complete. We're using that site then, merging it with some parcels adjacent to create the site that the new public safety building will go on.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Representative DeBoer with Park Township and the Coast Guard Station conversion.
Good morning. I'm Jake Jelsma with State Representative DeBoer's office. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. This project is a $600,000 grant to Park Township in Ottawa County to support the acquisition and remodeling of a former United States Coast Guard station on Lake Macatawa. The U.S. Coast Guard had operated a life-saving station with boats at this location since 1885 until budget cuts forced its closure in the summer of 2022. That's 137 years. Recently, the former station was transferred to the federal government's Government Services Administration, the GSA, to be sold to the state or local government if they're interested, and alternatively, it would be auctioned to the public if there was no government interest. Mid-May, Park Township was able to negotiate a purchase of the station from the federal government for $1.4 million. The Park Township Fire Department's Marine Division is in the process of converting the facility to a fire station capable of water rescue operations in the area. Park Township plans to have a full-time EMS unit at this new station to be closer to the higher percentage of people and calls for service in the summer. This would reduce response times on the lake and Lake Michigan to 5 minutes or less. The station has docks which would be used for docking emergency watercraft and rescue craft. The fire department also plans to have 7 firefighters available to teach boater safety classes for every 8th grade student at the West Ottawa School District, based out of the station. Government collaborations at the site already include the Ottawa County Sheriff's Marine Division and could include the Michigan DNR's Research Division in the near future. The former Coast Guard station is located on one of the busiest recreational boating and commercial lakes in West Michigan. The station is on the north side of the lake, close to the channel to Lake Michigan. Holland State Park sits on the other side of the channel's north pier. The park has 2 large campgrounds with over 350 campsites and cabins. There is a boat launch that the state operates and also a publicly accessible north pier. To the north of the state park, Ottawa County also operates Tunnel Park, which sits on Lake Michigan. Both the parks are tourist meccas. Holland State Park is the second most popular campground in the state last year and typically sees more than 2 million visitors each year. For perspective, the Eiffel Tower in Paris operates year-round and has about 7 million visitors a year. Park Township has a population of 18,600, and Paris has over 2 million. Park Township has been forced to expend a large portion of its fund balance to acquire the station, as it would have been otherwise auctioned to the public. The $600,000 in state funds would be a one-time ask to support the project, about 30% of the total cost, with the township bearing the rest of the cost. Portions of the interior, like the radio room, kitchen, the equipment bay, and the armory, need to be remodeled or changed. On the exterior, the station needs a new 2-story deck, parking lot maintenance, seawall repair, updates to its radio tower, and possibly work on the emergency generator or the marine fueling station that's next to the docks on the seawall. Other problems may also be identified during the work as it progresses. Thank you for your consideration of this proposal to improve public safety and save lives. The township's trying to fill the need left by the withdrawal of the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple. First off, thank you for your presentation. And you're asking for a third of the price of the purchase. My first question is, why not the full ask? And secondly, what's going to happen to this place? What's going to happen to this place if you don't, or are you just going to figure it out and get it done?
The fiscal situation of the township is better than some other townships. Recently a local millage was passed, and that freed up the money. It was a public safety millage to allow the township to have surplus funds to buy the station. No one was exactly sure when the station would come up for purchase from the federal government. And also, there was a lot of uncertainty towards the beginning of the year whether, how the staffing at GSA as a federal agency was kind of in question, and we didn't know what the timelines on any of this would look like. So they actually signed the agreement at the end of May, and I think that they took possession in June. So the purchase has already actually happened. So now they have the costs, and it was a bit of a unexpected thing, but it was something where they either have to buy the station or potentially lose the station to the private sector and never get it back. The property, as you can imagine, is very desirable at that location.
Rep. Cavett? No. Okay.
Real quick.
Oh, okay.
Just curious, is it on the same side as Big Red, or is it on the other side?
It's on the other side.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I was just wondering if do you have the breakdown of the cost of the third of the cost of the facility and the remodel, kind of what that is out of the 600,000?
Yep. So the overall it would be $2 million with the acquisition at 1.4, and then the remodel at 6. And some of the costs are kind of floating because they were just able to take possession. So it was basically we're working off of estimates.
Okay. Okay.
Some of the things are obviously bad. The back deck was constructed in a very unsafe manner, and obviously needs to be ripped off. And that's kind of some of the things are more known than others, I guess I would say.
Okay. That was one of my questions. Was it going to require more money in the future? Probably won't know until you.
The township would probably assume that themselves.
Okay. Okay. And did they have plans for how to raise the money for that, or would they be coming back to the state for?
They would not plan on coming back to the state.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
you being here.
Thank you.
And we are going to take a 15-minute break and be back after a little bit. All right. Thanks, everybody. Oh, we're going at ease.
We're real.
We'll call the committee back to order. And next up will be Rep. Frisbee with the City of Albion and the City of Albion body cameras. Thanks for waiting around.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on the LDSI grant application for the City of Albion Body Camera Initiative. The request is only for $31,700, which will allow the City of Albion's Public Safety Department to acquire 20 additional body cameras, redactive software, which is a huge part of what the Chief is going to talk about, in a cloud storage system. This investment will update the current equipment while ensuring effectiveness, transparency, and accountability. With that, I'll let Aaron Phipps, the Director of Albion Public Safety, speak more to the program.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Committee, Representative Frisbee. Thank you for the time and opportunity. My name is Aaron Phipps. I'm the Chief of Albion Department of Public Safety. Our department is, when fully staffed, we have 19 members. Right now, we currently sit at 17, with one being in the academy beginning next month at Kellogg Community College. We're a 24-hour department. We share police and fire responsibilities, so our officers are cross-trained. Back in 2015, our department was the first in Calhoun County to start utilizing body cameras, one of the first departments in Southwest Michigan to start doing so. Became very crucial, very important back then, as Representative Frisbee spoke to, about transparency and accountability. Fast forward 10 years, I was recently appointed as chief in February of this year. Back when we got our body cameras in 2015, we started doing all our storage was internal, and it still is today. So I think it's best practice, and going forward, it's time to modernize it. So a lot of this money will be utilized to develop a cloud-based storage with the company, which is Provision, which we currently utilize right now. I've noticed in the past 10 years, we need new body cameras about once every 3 years. And in that time span, we swap out the batteries at least once. Our department does work 12-hour shifts, so they are very reliable. They do get us through a 12-hour shift, but when we start approaching that 3-year span, we notice that they start to begin to die about after 8 or 9 hours. Officers will have to charge them if they do come back into the station. And it is another huge thing is FOIA requests. I didn't realize that before I took this position, how many FOIA requests we get weekly, monthly. And it's not just for police reports, it's for body camera footage. A lot of that stuff is taken care of on the criminal side in the court process. However, we find ourselves, when we actually are dispatched to a call for as a peace officer in a civil matter, a lot of times people will FOIA the body camera footage because they want to utilize that evidence, if you will, on their behalf in front of the court for child custody or civil litigation complaints. So a lot of my time is spent redacting body camera footage, and that could be anywhere from 20 minutes to 3 hours. So going through that footage and making sure all that privileged information that we are privy to is redacted, faces are redacted, all that stuff is eliminated. That way we can fulfill those FOIA requests and get that body camera footage out to the appropriate people who have requested it. This redaction service, though, will benefit us greatly as far as time and money, and allow our department to work and modernize us a lot more and work more efficiently.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Rep. Cavett.
Thank you for being here today. I'd imagine you pay a huge amount of insurance. Do you have to carry personal liability as a law enforcement officer?
Through that, our insurance is generally through the city.
Okay. Do you save money does the city save money by its officers having cameras?
It certainly can help. Meadowbrook is our insurance provider. When it comes to risk management, certainly having body cameras is something that they weigh in on.
Okay, thank you.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions regarding these body cams. Could you talk a little bit about how they work? Do they go on and is there an on and off button? Are they always? And then the second question is do you use them for training as well as for FOIA situations? And then I also want to, after you finish with those, I want to ask you about the cloud storage, if I could.
Yep. So we don't use them when we train. Generally, every officer is assigned their own personal body camera, so it has their name. It's so at the top of the screen you can see which officer it belongs to. When they come and report for duty, they'll retrieve their body camera, and they are activating it when they are dispatched for calls for service or have contact with anybody who walks in our lobby, things of those nature. Some departments, with body cams, what's happened is we all need them. I can't imagine doing the job without them. Now, some companies, they will activate when you remove your taser from your holster, your gun from your holster, when your lights are activated in your patrol car. They can be activated in numerous ways. You can kind of curtail that on how you want, and depending on how much you want, the more it costs. But with ours, we activate ours. Ours will activate when our patrol lights are activated in our vehicles. Also, let's say if I'm on scene with you and you're handling a call, your camera's already activated, and I come on as a backup officer, my body camera will automatically activate because yours is on, which is great for transparency. Nope, I don't have to. But if I'm first on scene, I will have to activate it, yes. But if there's already an officer on scene, it will automatically activate.
And then my next question is that when you look at the cost of the body cameras as compared to the cost for the cloud storage, that's a substantial cost. Could you tell me how long video stays in that cloud storage? But what I'm getting at is, I know for a lot of municipalities, there's only so much storage. Right. So unless you make a note of a specific piece of body cam video and something happens, you don't have. How long does it stay in the cloud before it's eliminated?
So with the cloud storage, from what I've spoken to Provision, they will keep it as long as records mandate. So with our currently, what we do is when we get back to our station and we dock our body camera footage, we pull that, every report number that is pulled that is related to footage on our body cam, we will take that body camera footage and put it in a case file, and it will stay in that case file as long as it needs. Obviously, if it's a homicide or sexual assault, some of those things, they need to be there longer. Some civil complaints, or if it was, animal complaints, something simple like that, they don't need to be there. We don't need to keep that record as long. But with the cloud storage, it can be anywhere. When I reached out to Provision, it could be anywhere from $16,000 a year upwards, just for 20 body cameras and 7 MVRs, which is the mobile vehicle recordings. And with our patrol cars, typically you'll have a camera in the front and a camera in the back. With our patrol cars, we like to have 4, so we get a completely 360 view of what's happening on outside. And so, depending on the cost, it depends if you want to have 50 gigabytes of storage, 100 gigabytes of storage, or if you need to go up to 250 gigabytes of storage. I think looking at our previous videos and going through, I think it's very safe for us to do 100 gigabytes. I think with our calls for service and with the personal body cams and with our MVRs, that should be sufficient. But it certainly is body camera companies I think they're recognizing that this is a cost of doing business. So regardless what price they throw out, they know departments are going to spend the money because at the end of the day, we have to do it. There's no other way around it. I did some estimates like with G-Tech or Panasonic. If we were to revamp everything, we would be starting at $90,000 if we were to switch to a completely different provider, completely different company.
So the more gigs, the longer the videos stay in storage. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the more gigs, it's generally because our videos typically, if we're on scene for 30 minutes, it's a gigabyte. It's about 70,000, I believe, and then those will add up to gigabytes. But the 100 gigabytes usually that's per month for storage, and we get that every month for every officer, every MVR, and that's what they will store for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I was just curious about the 3-year life length for these cameras. So is there a plan for how to purchase them in the next 3 years?
So that becomes my responsibility, absolutely.
Okay.
So I think with this amount of money, it will help us plant our feet and really modernize right now. And after that, it certainly does become my responsibility to make sure this stays in the budget, that we have money for cloud-based storage every year, and then come 3 years from now, that we have the money to buy new body cameras again. Because after about 3 years, the wear and tear, the battery usage, it all tends to, that's just kind of just where we're seeing right now. But technology, the way it is, it continually advances. Hopefully, you know, it could last longer down the road, but that's where we're at right now.
Okay, appreciate that, because, you know, I just wondered if you would be coming back in 3 years for more,
It certainly
for more
becomes,
cameras.
it is my responsibility. after
All
that.
right, great. All right, thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, next up, we have Rep. Phil Green with Watertown Township, and they are looking for a fire truck for the fire department.
Thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed members of this committee. It is a privilege to be in front of you. You will notice I am wearing fire engine red today for Watertown Township. Watertown Township is the township that I live in Tuscola County. Its population is about 2,000 people, and it is a typical township of about 6 miles square, so 36 square miles. Looking at that, 2,000 people is not a lot of people. Thus, the responsibilities of a fire department, a volunteer fire department. We are consistently being squeezed between millages and between roads and between just the functioning of a local unit of government. So as I paint this picture for us, the NAFP recommends as strong suggestions that your primary fire engine be replaced every 10 years. And your backup engine replaced every 20 years. Currently, when I use the term our, of course it's the township I live in, currently Watertown Township's engine is 30 years old. 2 years ago, we bought a tanker that functions as our backup. With that, I want to say 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, we bought a refurbished tanker. It cost the township $340,000. Of the $340,000, we had to mortgage or take out a loan for $290,000 for 15 years. So if we're supposed to replace them every 10, we're struggling, right? The new engine, so of that $290,000, the total fire department's budget is $55,000 a year. That $290,000 loan for 15 years eats up $29,000 a year of that. So then we have $25,000 a year to function, which with our state standards of having to replace equipment the firefighter equipment every 10 years, one firefighter equipment, helmet, jacket, pants, boots, gloves, runs about $5,000. So you can see very quickly $25,000 is gone just by buying equipment. That being the case, our engine is 30 years old. We would need a new engine. The longer we wait, the more they're going to cost. If you buy a brand new one, it can cost you up near $1 million. We are looking at refurbished ones, and we're looking at the commercial series, so it's not the professional series. It's what works for the cheapest amount, for the least expensive. So it would be the base model, about $350,000, be $400,000 to $700,000, no problem by the time you outfit it. We're asking for $500,000, and we believe we can get an engine that would function inside of our 10-year window, and then possibly leave some dollars left over for radios. The current radio system was purchased in 2001, so it is about 24 years old. Can't buy parts, can't maintain it, so they need to upgrade, and that upgrade is going to run somewhere between $70,000 and $120,000 to upgrade the radios. So as you can tell and you can see, the townships across the board, and my township included in that, are really struggling to maintain the volunteer firefighter and the response times, and then to have the equipment that is required under standards to fight those fires or respond to emergencies.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? Yep, Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Green. So this $500,000 will go directly to purchase a fire truck, correct?
That if to the any leftover, so it would be for the fire truck first, foremost. Any leftover would be applied to radios if it is so written inside a boilerplate.
We've learned from other asks that there's a lot of extra expenditures that take to equip these fire trucks. That's not necessary for this truck?
So, to the best of our ability, $350,000 is the base, and then you add hoses, you add da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm talking with my fire chief. He felt that $500,000 with a refurbished unit would be very close to having everything ready to roll.
If by chance there is extra expenditures, how will that be paid for? Thank you.
Yes, so we do extensive amount of fundraisers. We have a couple individuals that will help. When we purchased the tanker, there was a couple individuals that said, what do you need for hoses? We'll just pay for the hoses. So we are putting a tremendous amount of strain on our community, but we believe that $500,000 with a refurbished unit would get us what we need to move into coming into compliance with NAFB.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Rep. Cavett.
Thank you for being here, Rep. What happens if you don't get the funding?
Well, then we're going to continue paying off our loan, and we're going to continue baler wiring and doing what we do in rural Michigan, which is doing our best to maintain and to move forward and trying to be creative and figure things out.
Okay, thank you.
And my question was just, what was the time frame for ordering the truck? Because I know that the cost does go up quickly for these things.
Obviously with around 75% of our budget already tied up into loans. When we purchased the tanker, I think from the time we ordered it to the time that it was delivered was about 9 months to a year. Just yesterday, the fire chief, before I called him, just sort of randomly was looking at pricing. And so that's where I came up with these numbers, was yesterday's pricing. So there would be a lead time from the time you order it to the time you receive it, obviously, as with everything. But once it is in the budget, the check doesn't go out on October 1. So once it's in the budget and there's basically a guarantee that the money is going to be there, they will proceed with the purchase orders.
Okay, and just to clarify for the record, the money won't be going towards paying off the loans.
No, it'll be towards the new engine.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
I tried to get that a couple years ago and
didn't work out.
So
right.
where we can support our community, I 100% believe that we should be.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rep.
Appreciate it. Next up, we have Rep. Harris with the Waterford Regional Fire Department, and they are looking for a public safety facility. Is that it? No, new fire station. Wait, where am I? Oh, yeah, I'm right. Public, wrong line. I was going to give you a new fire station. Would you rather have that?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Chelsea Elcock, and I'm the Legislative Director for State Representative Mike Harris. I'm joined by the Waterford Regional Fire Chief, Matthew Nye. I appreciate the opportunity to present on this legislative directed spending item. This request seeks $5.8 million for the construction of a new fire station that will serve the communities of Waterford, Lake Angeles, and the city of Pontiac, and provide mutual aid to the surrounding communities in Oakland County. I would like to highlight that the total cost of the project is estimated to be over $11 million, with Waterford Township providing the other half of the funding. This LDSI grant has support from not only Rep. Harris, but Rep. Brenda Carter, who represents the city of Pontiac and a portion of Waterford Township. Support for this project will improve firefighter safety and readiness and provide faster and more reliable emergency response to the community. I will now turn it over to Chief Nye, who can share additional details on this request.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Nye, and I serve as the Fire Chief for the Waterford Regional Fire Department. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of this funding request, which is essential not only for the Waterford Township, but for a much broader region that depends on services we provide. In 2012, Waterford Township and the city of Pontiac consolidated fire service into a single regional model. We were already providing full fire EMS protection to the city of Lake Angeles at that time. Today, we continue to serve all three communities, covering more than 135,000 residents, 20,000 daily commuters, and over 56 square miles. That makes us one of Michigan's largest multi-jurisdictional fire departments, serving a diverse population with a wide range of emergency needs. In 2024, we responded to nearly 16,000 calls, and we're currently on pace to exceed 17,000 in 2025. That growth reflects not only local development and increasing call complexity, but also our role in supporting neighborhood communities through automatic and mutual aid. Our most urgent need is the replacement of our station number 2, which was built in 1952. This station is outdated, undersized, and not designed to handle the volume, scale, or modern demands of emergency response. It lacks proper space for today's fire apparatus, does not include firefighter cancer risk protections like gear separation or decontamination space, and can't be expanded due to zoning restrictions. Despite those limitations, Station 2 remains one of our busiest and most strategically important facilities. It is located on the northeastern edge of Waterford Township, right at the border with several surrounding jurisdictions. It's the first due responder to Lake Angeles, provides second due coverage to much of Pontiac, and is primary station for the north and east side of Waterford Township. It's not uncommon for Station 2 to respond into Auburn Hills, Independence Township, or Springfield Township. In addition to daily call volume, this station supports a wide array of critical infrastructural and regional assets, including the Oakland County International Airport, which is Michigan's second busiest. It also supports the Oakland County Government Complex, including the courthouse, jail, dispatch center, and sheriff's office. Other key sites include 3 major hospitals with nearly 1,300 beds, the Buckeye Petroleum Pipeline, CNN Railway, the United States Postal Service Metroplex, and major employers like Amazon, United Wholesale Mortgage, and Williams International. These aren't just Waterford assets. They have a regional and statewide importance. The reach of this station touches thousands of residents, commuters, and businesses every day. We're also proud members of the Oakway Mutual Aid Consortium, working in partnership with 11 other Oakland County fire departments. We participate in the Michigan Mutual Aid Box Alarm System, and we are ready to respond wherever we're needed in Michigan. With the new station number 2, we'll finally be able to house our personnel and equipment in a facility that is modern, energy efficient, and built to NFPA standards. It'll allow for safer operations, proper gear storage, decontamination zones, and living quarters suitable for today's workforce, all while strengthening our ability to support the whole region. Waterford Township has already committed to funding more than $5.8 million of this project, but placing the entire financial burden on local taxpayers is difficult, especially given how many surrounding communities and critical state assets rely on this station's services every day. We're here today asking for your partnership because this investment benefits far more than just Waterford. It strengthens the emergency response network for a large portion of Oakland County and beyond. I thank you for your time and for your continued support of public safety in the state of Michigan. I'm here to answer any of your questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming and presenting today. What makes the current house unsafe? Could you talk specifically about why it's unsafe?
Well, I can touch on, I have those labeled and documented, but to give you a summary, there's asbestos that we've been trying to remove, and it's still covered all over the building. It's structurally unstable, and the heating and cooling is having mold issues. The drains don't properly work. We have sewer backups, and it's just so old and outdated, it's falling apart. And we're trying to figure out now whether how much money to keep putting into this small structure that's old and past its time, versus how much money are we saving to try to build a new structure that we desperately need.
Okay. All right. So will this new facility be built on the same property the old or the current building is?
That's a great question. No, it will not be. We already own the property about roughly a quarter to a half mile down the road, so it won't be going out of its response zone. The township already owns it, so there's no problem with zoning there. Matter of fact, we just got it rezoned last week, so it's ready to go. The current property where it's at, it cannot be expanded due to some county restrictions, so we would put that building up for sale and repurpose it.
Okay, so it won't be demolished. You won't have to use funds for demolition or anything. Okay, so will the money be used strictly for the building of the facility, but it won't be used for equipment or anything to?
100% will be for the construction of the facility.
Okay, And just curious if you sought other funds from other places. Have you done fundraisers or sought?
So we haven't. I just became chief a little over a year ago, and I took on this project, something that they've wanted done for over 20 years. And so we worked with an engineering design firm. We designed everything we need to and got the funds ready. We hired a grant writer recently in the spring. And through the grant writer, he was reaching out to seek other funds, and he ran into a dead end. So we asked for Rep. Harris and Rep. Carter's advice and had a meeting with them. And this was an avenue they said we should seek. So this is our first approach.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Oops. Okay, let's see. Next, we have Rep. Johnson with Berry County, and they're seeking a public safety facility.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee, working very hard on all of our appropriations requests. Really appreciate it. I have with me today County Administrator, Berry County Administrator Eric Zuzga. Did I say that right? Zuzga. And Dave Jackson, County Commission Chair of Berry County. We were requesting $10 million for a new jail, public safety facility. We've heard requests for assistance with fairs, bike trails, other tourism, which is wonderful, but we can remember that without public safety, we can't enjoy the beautiful resources and tourism we have in this state. Berry County is very frugal county, fiscally responsible and conservative. It is rare that you will see them here asking for the state help. To my knowledge, that hasn't happened in a very, very long time, but these are desperate times. Berry County's positioned between Lansing, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, affecting several other counties, and there's a collaborative effort to have mental health assistance, juvie space, flex space, and to assist these other counties. And I will turn it over right now to County Chair of the Commission, Dave Jackson.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Just to give you a brief overview, our facility was built in 1967. Since then, there's been 2 additions to it. I think if you toured our facility, you would liken it to a haunted house right now. You've got 8-foot ceilings. You've got prisoners pulling down sensors, lighting fixtures, damaging walls. I mean, the place is a wreck. Because it's a 3-addition building, you literally have no ability for direct supervision. We have prisoners in different wings. Michigan Department of Correction guidelines want you to separate minimum, medium, maximum, suicidal, combative, intoxicated, detoxing, uncooperative mental health, pretrial versus sentence inmates, males versus females. Multiply that by 2 for females, and we can do almost none of that successfully. So we're concerned about the safety of our workers in the facility. We are also concerned about the safety of the inmates in there, just because of the space and the condition of this facility. We are currently housing violent females with medium females, medium range females. So there's no way to separate them based on the space we have available in this facility. We've done 2 separate analyses of this over the 10 years I've been a commissioner. They've both come back with the same thing. This building is functionally obsolete. They've given us estimates between $7 and $10 million for repairs. To continue to have a functionally obsolete building that does not allow for direct oversight of inmates. So they continue to tell us that this is not an option. It would be a waste of money to do that. The entire facility consists of blind spots, making it dangerous. When it rains, we have a bucket brigade all around this building collecting rainwater from the roof that's leaking. That's been estimated between $650,000 and $800,000 to repair, and has been repaired several times. You can have one cell that's cooled to 55 degrees, and the one a few doors down will be at 80. The heating and cooling system doesn't work. When we have plumbing issues, we have to fabricate parts for these older buildings that sometimes we have to close wings or areas of the jail for months. So it's one of these things that fire suppression system and alarm are almost non-existent. Constant repairs, not working, making it more dangerous. We have inmates with medical issues housed with regular inmates. It's just we don't have room for stuff like that. So I don't want to just give you all the good news at once, though. So it's a facility that time has come to replace it. As my time as a commissioner for 10 years, I have been working on several plans. I've spent the last year literally trying to create something that can be different for our state, because right now, incarceration can't be the model. We have to think about rehabilitation. We look at what happened at the Walmart in Traverse City a couple days ago with mass stabbings, the mental health crisis that we continue to see going. We know state funding, federal funding is in jeopardy in some cases. More that's being pushed down locally. We need to create something that actually works to help mental health and help those mental health crises in our community. So we worked very hard bringing together stakeholders with Berry County Community Mental Health, Corrections, 911, Indigent Defense. We've brought all these parties together and said, how do we create a safer community? Because incarceration isn't the answer. Eventually these people are getting out. How can we create a safer community? How do we evaluate mental health at a deeper level so we can identify, sorry about that, which ones are a threat to our community and which ones can be treated and released into our community? And as Rep. Johnson mentioned, Berry County is central to Battle Creek, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Grand Rapids. There are 2.2 to 2.5 million people within 35 to 55 minutes of Berry County. If you can help us create this facility, we can create a hub that allows for juvenile beds, allows for some flex space. We're working with our design firm, with our architects, to not just create beds for prisoners or inmates, but to create beds that actually have flex space so we can bring in juveniles. We've had juveniles sleeping on the floor of offices because we don't have a place to put them. There's just not enough juvenile beds in this area. So when we have mental health crisis, they go to the hospital and then they take them, and they release them because they can't do anything with them. But what if we could have supervised areas for these people that are separate from the regulars? So we're creating a jail that's got flex space, that's got more opportunity to help our community and create better outcomes as we go through that. So I appreciate the opportunity to present. Like I said, when you put 20 minutes of notes together and have 5 minutes, it's tough to do.
Sorry about that.
But thank you.
But hopefully you can answer, if questions come up, maybe you can put a little more in your responses. So any questions?
Okay.
Yeah, Rep. Cavett.
I've got a couple questions. Thank you. Has there already been money allocated for this project, or is the state money the only ones?
The county's got $5.4 million in reserves that we kept from ARPA funding, and we continue to explore options in the budget annually, what we can reserve, and we've discussed with our federal legislators to see if there's any funding that's possible. Something we're looking at requesting next year.
Thank you. Also, you went into mental health for just a little bit. I had a feeling you were wanting to elaborate more on that and how it affects criminal justice, et cetera. Could you tell, and also, how does this, you're talking about a regional now approach to, I'm interested in that, the regional approach.
The regional approach is critical because at times we don't know if Grand Rapids is going to have more of the mental health crisis or juvenile crisis than Battle Creek will or Kalamazoo, but we're right in the center of these areas. Berry County can be a hub. If we build this facility correctly, we can be a hub that actually helps these other communities on a regional basis. So when they have overflow or they need space, Berry County can accept some of theirs. When we need space, we can work back and forth. Because we're so close to all these areas, it makes sense for us to actually have this facility, but think about it not just as Berry County and 62,000 residents, but as the 2.2 to 2.5 million people that are actually within that range. So funding for this would be huge to help the entire region create safer communities and handle some of those mental health crises.
Okay. So, does this facility include dispatch, 911 dispatch?
911 is a separate facility.
Separate project. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right. I was chair of the jail replacement committee down in Ionia County a long time ago, so I know it's difficult to find money for those sorts of things. So I was just curious. It looks like there's going to be several things housed in this facility. It's not just the jail. So will you be Will you be adding more jail cells with this, or is it going to stay pretty much the same? I know you said there'll be juvenile and you'll separate the women's, but are you adding additional cells, or how are you? What's your plan with that?
We're working our architect over on this because we want to create a different model. Juveniles have to be sight and sound separate from the rest of the population. So we almost need a bump out or a different type of facility, but because when sentencing guidelines changed, jail populations went down, so you don't have a lot of minimum, security risk inmates in there. However, if we can create that where I call it flex space, where we have spaces designed where we can have mental health awareness screening, maybe short term. We've even talked about transition housing because when people come out of jail and they go back into the population, if they go back to the same crappy thing that got them there in the first place, what if we can help them with community partners like Forgotten Man Ministries, and we have people that help them get jobs and do things in the community that with our community partners and our community mental health partners, I just think there's a way that we can create better outcomes with this if we think about it. So we have a jail in one part of it, but we have that flex space where we can house juveniles or house people with mental health crises and work with our regional partners as well for that. So
I want to make a comment here too. Berry County is unique in how many community partners they already have in place and are active, and are businessmen and women who are generous and fully on board to assist in this way. It's already in place, and it'll be very effective.
Okay. And so, like the other facility questions, will this be located on the same property, or will any money go towards demolition of the current facility?
no money will go towards demolition. The property that the jail sits on now is actually very valuable. So we're going to move the jail just a little bit on the outside there. We've got a couple different locations that we're looking at yet. One is owned by the city. The other one is by a private developer. But so it won't be moving far, but it'll be moving off of a prime corridor. And some of that money is where the jail sits now can be connected to the hospital. That can be used for some transition housing for people in the hospital, senior housing. There's a few different things they're looking at in that area. So
okay. And would any of this 10 million go towards the purchase of the property? No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
We have a building rehab fund, so although we have $5.5, $6 million that we've set aside for that, I think if we can get 10 million, the county will be able to match 10 million. We may have to go to the taxpayers to help some of this, but we're not going to overbuild this jail. We're going to build it where it needs to be and make it functional because of the pod system they use in jails now. You know, they stack them on top of each other so you can have direct supervision. We'll fill it as needed. So
okay.
They gave us projections through 2045, what they think we're going to need for it, but we're not starting at 2045 with our request. So.
Okay. And then administrative costs, any of the money going towards administrative costs? Okay, very good. All right, well, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys being here today.
What you guys do. Thank you.
Uh-huh. And Representative Johnson, you're up again.
Thank you.
With Ionia County, and they're looking for a central dispatch operations.
Thank you again. I have with me Mr. Lance Langdon of 911 Dispatch for Ionia County. We need upgrades for 911 dispatch, affecting, again, not only Ionia County, but the communication with 5 other counties. And there's paperwork there. I'll let Lance take it from here. Thanks.
Thank you, Gina, and thank you to the committee and, for giving me the opportunity. Ionia County is a unique place. Lots of rivers and valleys and stuff that move through the county. As a result, the coverage for our radio system is very low in some of the areas. And looking at what we've done so far, we moved the fire departments over to the MPSCS 800 system about 1.5 years ago. Funding for that, we attempted to get grants through the firefighters grants for them to get their radios. We were unsuccessful 2 years. The county did put ARPA funding up for a portion of that cost. We also at Central Dispatch had a remodeling project that was put up for ARPA funds. We redirected our remodel project to use a majority of our ARPA funds so that we get the fire departments their radios. The remainder balance that we had was about $170,000. We're using some non-surcharge monies over the next 7 years to pay off that fire radio system that we put into place. The police departments have been on the system for many, many years. Their equipment has now become antiquated. They're required now to have encryption in order to transmit lien and CJIS information over the radios so that they're not disclosing information over the airwaves about people and their criminal histories. So a portion of my request is for police radios that are able to be encrypted and to provide that encryption so that we're compliant with the state and federal guidelines. On the coverage, in the packet I gave you, the last page actually is a map showing Ionia County and the radio coverage. The green background is where the coverage is adequate and gives us the ability to talk. Where you see the beige or the white colors, that's the areas where coverage is poor. An example, I was told the Portland police chief yesterday that I was coming to speak today, and she brought up the fact that she can stand right downtown, depending on where she's at, try and talk on her radio, and she can't get a signal out. She ends up having to use her cell phone in order to get into dispatch. Because of the nature of the topography and the current tower locations we have 3 in the county. I'm looking to add 4 more, placing one in each corner of the county. As you look at the county lines there, that white area expands out into all my neighboring counties. So by placing them at the corners, it will allow us to get that coverage. It will allow all my neighbors to also use those same towers. So it's not just affecting us, but it's helping the entire area. Because we're all on the MPSCS system, we all can take advantage of the investments into that additions to the radio system. The other part that I have added in there is to simulcast the system. So right now with our 3 radios, the radio attaches to one of those radio towers and communicates back and forth to dispatch. If somebody else's radio is on the other side of the county and affiliated to a different tower, they can't scan and hear what's going on those other channels. So this allows them to be able to scan and know what is going on aside from just the one thing that they're working on, to be more aware of what other calls are happening or where they might be needed. By putting these new towers in and simulcasting them all, when you push a button, all of the towers light up so everybody gets the message and they're able to get the communications and keep it going. And keeps the awareness of what's happening and able to transmit all the way around.
Now we can take questions.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, what happens if you don't get the ask? I mean, what kind of alternative solutions do you have to, because this is a big undertaking.
It is a very big undertaking. Being able to replace this, unless we can find a grant or something else, it's not going to happen. My budget is all surcharge funds, so I have no monies that I can really attach to a radio project based on the rules for that. Even if I took my full budget, which is about $2 million a year, we're looking at almost 10 years of just my budget without being able to operate the 911 center. The county threw some of the ARPA funds that they were able to into the fire side to be able to bring them up. But still we'll look for grants, look for opportunities, try coming back another year if we have to. The police departments are, as they're able to, buying radios. They'll be non-compliant well past the deadlines because they don't have the monies to go out and buy them all. They can't be upgraded with the encryption because the radios aren't capable. So they'll be working on that. Yep. So.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett?
Thank you for being here today. I'm a big fan of 911 dispatch. Do you service any other counties besides Ionia, or do you have your own dispatch run out of your department there?
We are the central dispatch for Ionia County, so it's the entire county that we dispatch for.
Okay. Was it the term you used, simulcast? What was the bounces between the towers?
So the radio signals go through all of the towers in the system, so that transmission gets to all the users, that they're able to hear what's happening. Unfortunately, we're very limited in the number of officers that we have and firefighters that we have. So quite often, if I have a structure fire, I've got 3 or 4 agencies that are heading to that fire. The other agencies will be listening in order to figure out if they're going to need more help and kind of plan ahead as calling, because other than Ionia Public Safety, everybody else is volunteer.
That seems to be a very important feature.
It is an important feature. A lot of counties are adding this feature in. My prior county had Ingham, we did have the simulcast system there as well in order to be able to get all that stuff through. It helps get penetration into the buildings, and also helps even getting it into the lower areas because signals coming out from multiple towers.
Right. Thank you.
I was curious about the 4 new towers. They're going to benefit other counties as well. Are they contributing at all to this project?
We have not sought that. I know Berry County to the south has just added a tower in a different part of their county where they needed more coverage. Clinton County this last year, I think, added a tower over towards DeWitt. So everybody's trying to do what they can. I guess I would, if I was able to only get partial funding, we would put up a tower probably in the area of Portland, because that's where we've got issues with the biggest population. If I was able to add a second, I would be looking probably up towards Belding or maybe Hubbardston. I'd have to really sit down and figure that out, but
North side.
Up in the northeast corner. I mean, there's different ways we can tackle it as we're able to come up with funding. This is to try and fix it all at once. But if you're able to send me a portion of it, then we will be able to at least try and tackle bits and pieces as we go.
Okay, and that was leading into my second question as far as what would be the order of priority for those projects, do you think?
If I had to set a priority, getting the police officers the updated radios, and then adding the one Portland tower, and actually if we add another tower, it would probably be required that we simulcast it as well. So that would be so that all 4 of the towers would speak at the same time.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time today.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Representative Kuntz with Eagle Village, and their request is an accreditation period professional staff. Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Alex Dempsey. It is my honor to be here on behalf of Representative Tom Kuntz to support and introduce Kathy Prudhomme from Children's Advocacy Center. Kathy operates a youth advocacy center in the 100th District. Recently, the state has changed some requirements that has put a hardship on their staffing at the center. For the sake of everyone's time, I'll turn it over to Kathy.
Good morning. It is just barely still morning, and I appreciate your patience and hanging in there. You guys have had a long couple of days. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee, for allowing us to come, and for Representative Kuntz's office for their sponsorship. Children's advocacy centers are a critical part of the service network for children who have experienced abuse and neglect. And they operate, there's over 40 that operate across the state today, and over 74 counties. Unfortunately, the one in Mecosta, Osceola County in 2023 was unable to continue the service due specifically to a lack of funding. And so Eagle Village was approached, and our board agreed to open a children's advocacy center. And while we've been in business for 56 years, they were able to say, we realize there's no funding for this at this time, but we feel that it's critical that children who have experienced abuse and are reporting that have a safe place where they can express their story, they can share their experience. And children's advocacy centers are where multidisciplinary teams come together so that the child ideally only has to tell their story once. And so we hire, train, experienced forensic interviews, as well as do family advocacy work, where the family gets to understand what the process is, what are the supports. They don't have to go to other agencies and figure it out. Every interview is conducted in the presence of a police officer so that they can be admissible in court. We work very directly with the prosecutor's office as well to make sure that the legal system is well represented and that happens, as well as Child Protective Services and Mental Health and Department of Health and Human Services. So we work across the board in a multidisciplinary environment. However, there is no funding for this critical service. And so our board has taken this on for the last year and a half. Once we get accredited, then there's some federal funds that open up that can help to support that. And so our request is specifically for assistance as to help us get to that critical accreditation, which we expect to happen in 2026. And children's advocacy centers have been demonstrated to reduce the cost of long-term care as we help children tell their stories once, tell their stories quickly. It allows them to reduce their re-traumatization. It definitely, children's advocacy centers have been demonstrated to improve prosecution rates. One of the comments that we got from our local prosecutor and sheriff was that our presence and doing the interviews reduces the liability to the police and to the prosecutor because of the quality of the forensic interviewer and the training and just the evidence-based practice that they use. So far this year, we have completed 100 interviews just in the counties that we serve, which our primary counties are Mecosta and Osceola, but we also serve adjacent counties when there's requests to be a supportive partner with them. Once we receive accreditation, there would be some funding that opens up from the National Children's Alliance, as well as from Victim Services from federal funds. But in this gap of not being accredited, as we've taken on this service, we've had to bear the burden of that. And our board is now the second year that they're doing that. But we really need some help and support in order to continue this critical service and to fill the gap to get to accreditation. Children deserve to be seen. They deserve to be heard, especially when they have an experience of abuse. And the goal is that they only have to tell their story once prior to prosecution. And that's the benefit of a children's advocacy center, is that it's a safe place. It's a non-threatening environment where they don't have to go to the police station. They don't have to do it in emergency rooms. And especially they don't have to tell their story in their own home. They get to tell it in a place with professional environment, but it's a very warm and caring center that the family also receives advocacy services while the children also have a safe and experienced person who understands trauma to tell their story to. So we're asking for that gap funding right now to help us get to accreditation. And at that point, the funding sources become more sustainable.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. So what happens if unfortunately you don't receive the appropriations? What would happen?
Well, our board would have to evaluate the long-term commitment because it is a significant drain. Eagle Village has been around for 50 years and has a full range of services from residential foster care, adoption, as well as other prevention services, such as our Child Advocacy Center. And so we've approached many other donors, our local communities, and would continue to try to raise those dollars to provide this critical service. But right now it's a negative drain, and we're really struggling to try to maintain the service in the current environment.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett?
Yeah, thank you for being here. We have a child advocacy center in Alpena, and so I'm a little familiar with the work that you do, and it's tragic. You know, you mentioned you've seen over 100 cases. That's 100 children that have been abused. I think we're on day 180, so that's 1.8 a day that are coming in that have been abused, and I just want to say that's tragic, and I support your efforts, and good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just curious, how many positions are going to be filled with this funds if you were to receive the grant?
Yeah, we have 2 advocacy. We multi-train and pulling from our total organization. So we have 3 staff that are fully committed to this effort to serve that. And to date, we've served over 160, I believe, interviews so far just in our small children's advocacy center. So they've done a lot of work and a lot of interviews already. But so does that answer a question, I believe?
I think so. That's fine. And then, so once you get credentialed, then you will be able to sustain the funding for these positions going forward?
Yeah, that is the intent, and other advocacy centers have been able to do that with continued fundraising efforts as well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your consideration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next up, let's see. Next up, we have Rep. Preston with the City of Escanaba, and they're looking for a new fire truck.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate you guys sticking this out for the last few days. Continuing on, the City of Escanaba is in desperate need of replacing their 1991 ladder truck. We've had several fires in Escanaba. We had a mutual aid response for the 16-day-long Resolute fire in Menominee. They just had another restaurant, iconic restaurant in Escanaba, burned down, I believe, yesterday, Moe's Irish Pub. This truck has seen a tremendous amount of use. Being a firefighter on a department 30 miles south of Escanaba, I understand what it's like dealing with apparatuses when they reach the end of life. You don't really know when you're on scene whether or not the truck is going to be able to see through the entire scene. Beyond the limits, the city provides mutual aid to the region, including contractual services with Wells Township, the Sioux Tribe Housing, as well as public safety departments. Due to the nature of firefighting in the old buildings that are in Escanaba, the city has experienced continuous use of this apparatus. It has a audio as well as not a monitor, but a hose apparatus at the end for aerial attack. And Escanaba has several multi-level buildings where the ladder truck has been used frequently. In the last several years, as everybody knows, the price of these trucks has skyrocketed. The city had budgeted for about $1 million. The ask is only for $1 million, but the truck will cost $2 million. So the city does have $1 million to put into this. Up in the UP, we try to stay self-sufficient, but the cost overruns on these types of apparatuses have just skyrocketed outside of the city's ability to afford. For further explanation, I've got Jim McNeil, Escanaba City Manager, on Zoom to discuss further.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for your time and consideration of our request, and to Representative Preston for bringing this forward. We have an existing 1991 ladder truck, which is beyond its useful life, but we have performed pretty meticulous maintenance to get it this far. So we are looking to replace it with a 100-foot platform ladder truck, which unfortunately has risen pretty dramatically to a cost now of $2 million. We have made several attempts at the federal level we in 2025 fiscal year CDS, we actually received support in committee for 1.7 million, which of course no budget was passed. In fiscal year 2026, committee has approved 700,000. So we definitely have support at the federal level, and we're hopeful that that can continue to advance. But we do have a pretty significant risk here. That being a 1991 truck, we do have regular failures just about every time we take it out. Just recently, we finished fighting the Moe's Pub fire, and our truck failed pump testing. And we regularly face issues obtaining parts for this now, and we worry that we could arrive on scene and not be battle ready. So it is very urgent that we address this issue. We do have a pretty critical service area, Escanaba being the county seat of Delta County. We have the probably the most capable emergency response, and we provide service not only to the city, but also Sioux tribal land within our boundaries, contractually with Wells Township, and of course surrounding communities. We support a lot of vital infrastructure, both public and private, the Escanaba Billerud Paper Mill, hospital, state, county, and local government services. In many multi-story buildings, we actually do have an 18-story building in our downtown. But we are very, very busy. We actually respond to about 150 fire-related calls per year. So although we are small, we are very active, and funding has always been a challenge. We have made pretty drastic efforts to try and put ourselves on a sustainable path. We have balanced our budget with staffing cuts, reduced hours, consolidations. We have left the MERS pension system to take control and manage what it's going to look like. Our goal is to see austerity efforts through so that we're not back in front of a committee asking for money. Certainly, we want to be self-sufficient, but this issue has been rather acute with cost increase in this space. We have also attempted to seek funding through FEMA's AFG program, but we have not been successful in that regard. We have seen in just the last couple of years a couple downtown structures that have spread to multiple buildings. We've had building losses, and I believe actually in the current year we've probably had approximately 100 jobs that have either been lost or displaced as a result of fire. So big part of this too is the safety of our own firefighters. Our current truck does not meet standard, of course, being 34 years old. So we are seeking a truck that would be built to current NFPA 1900 and 1901 standards, with both safety and environmental features that would really be safe and essential for emergency response. So really what we're hoping here is a contribution from the state to leverage any potential federal funds and perhaps provide some backstop in case federal funds do not arrive. We must move forward on a purchase in our next budget. We have no choice, and depending on our outcome here, we'll have to have some difficult conversations with the community on whether this is something that we have to perform an analysis of debt and associated budget cuts to service the debt, or is it something there is enough support where we can use some cash to put in for our match.
All right. Thank you so much. Do we have questions from anyone? Okay. My question was, this is a truck that helps other municipalities in the region. Are they going to contribute at all to the cost of the truck?
So we have had some discussion with Wells Township about a contribution of the truck. Currently, they do contribute to a pumper truck that we kind of jointly own with them. But certainly there has been not a dollar number commitment yet, but an indication that they would be willing to support the acquisition.
Okay. And then will this be a new truck you're wanting to purchase, or would it be refurbished, or?
This would be a new truck.
Okay. All right. And let's see. Okay. We have a question from Rep. Cavett.
Real quick. Thanks for being here. Do you service the Hannaville reservation?
We don't provide direct service by contract with the Hannaville Indian community, but certainly if their facilities there were to catch fire, we would be there by mutual aid, and we would definitely be the first ladder truck there because they also have a 12-story facility out there.
Yeah, I was just curious about that, the size of that there.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
can
far.
elaborate a little bit on that, Representative. Menominee Delta have a MABUS agreement, mutual aid. That's how the ladder truck ended up at the Resolute fire for 16 days down in Menominee. So there's all of the different departments within the Menominee Delta area work closely together.
Well, I know they're required to distribute some of their funds to fire and safety, so I was just curious if they're a possible funding source.
Yeah, the biggest problem on that end is with the exception of Menominee, which is a paid full time, all of our departments are volunteer. Like the department that I serve on, it's a volunteer that doesn't even have a millage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, Rep. Preston, you're up again with the City of Menominee, and they are looking for a fire suppression water pressure project.
Thank you again. This just recently came to my attention. Surprise, fire. The fire suppression system in Menominee Industrial Park was designed on a city water tank that just no longer exists. It was decommissioned in 2014. The existing system in the industrial park was designed for a much higher static pressure and residual water pressure for what currently exists in the park following the decommissioning of the water tower. This water infrastructure project will allow the city to correct the issue for the industrial park without creating any deficiency of pressure to the nearby residents. The funding will also ensure the safety of the community in and around the industrial park and aligns with the state's interest in ensuring public safety. On Zoom today, I've got Brett Botbile, City Manager of Menominee, and Mike Thorson of Infrastructure Alternatives to discuss further.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, I'd like to thank the committee and Representative Preston for taking the time to hear our situation today. As Representative Preston has just stated, we do have some issues with respect to water static pressures within our industrial park. I do have Mike Thorson, who is our project manager with Infrastructure Alternatives, who they operate our water, wastewater systems. So I will let him give you the better details with respect to our situation.
Okay, the tank that's there, it's a 1 million gallon ground storage tank that was taken out of commission in around 2015. This was due to EPA changing the disinfection byproducts rule. And because the water quality was getting to the point where we were reaching those MCLs, we had to take the tank out of service to ensure that we met those MCLs. There is a 3,000 gallon per minute fire pump that feeds from this tank that was supplying these industries with that fire protection. Without the tank being there, that pump also had to be taken out of service. Something else to add?
The reason that we are seeking assistance on this as well is that this is something that the city just cannot afford right now. With the lead service line replacement that we're doing, we have to already increase our rates by approximately 30%, thus making this project somewhat not financially feasible or able to attain right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Nope. Okay, I was just wondering, could you explain specifically what the $865,000 would go for? I know it's a water system, but I don't really understand that process.
Mike, you want to
Maybe in layman's terms?
Yes, it'll be bypassing the, what we have is a 16-inch water main that feeds this district. That goes into the booster pumps, which supplies the higher pressure, but it's the lower volume to the residents. This line, it'll be a bypass of this tank. It'll be routing a 16-inch line into the 18-inch line that supplies these industries with the fire. So mainly it's a lot of underground infrastructure with water mains and piping and valves to make this happen.
Okay. And then, would this grant, if you were to receive the whole thing, would that complete the project, or would there be more money that would be required to do more work, or?
The way I understand it, it would complete the project for the industrial park and the businesses located within that area.
Okay. And so right now you said the city can't afford it at this point. Would there be any issues with maintaining it, or any of those sorts of issues that would come along in the future? Or?
No.
Okay. All right, great. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time today.
Well, thank you, and you have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, we're going to keep going. And next up is Rep. Schmaltz with Chelsea Police Department, and they are requesting an automated license plate reader.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and Committee.
Thank you.
It's good to be here again. It's important, obviously, for public safety and the safety of our law enforcement to make sure they have the tools they need to do their jobs. The Chelsea Police Department would like to add ALPRs, automated license plate readers, to help with criminal investigations and to assist with finding missing people. In my committee of families and veterans, we just took up the Silver Alert system to put into place to help us find seniors who go missing. I just started talking, Andrew. Seniors who go missing with dementia or Alzheimer's. That's important, and we're also talking about extending Amber Alert, so that would cover more children, not just those that are believed to be abducted. So we are working to help with our missing people. The readers have shown to greatly assist by showing vehicles direction of travel, the time, license plate, and other things. The city of Chelsea has 3 retirement communities. 33% of the residents are over 65. Being able to locate a senior who's missing would be greatly enhanced by ALPRs. And of course, the readers would help in criminal investigations and complaints. The request is for $39,000. Chelsea Police Chief Kevin Kaziak joins me to talk more about the importance of having these devices.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you today. The city of Chelsea, Michigan is located between the city of Ann Arbor and the city of Jackson. We are just off I-94 and M52, a main north-south connector between I-94 and I-96 runs right through the middle of our city. We are a small, wonderful community, home to Jiffy, Purple Rose Theater, and the Chelsea Fairgrounds, but that does not mean we're immune to crime. In the last 12 months, we've had 2 pharmacy break-ins that have been part of a major drug ring that involved more than a dozen pharmacy break-ins in 4 counties. One of our auto dealerships have been hit twice, where vehicles were stolen right off the lot by suspects who have stolen from dealerships in numerous cities and other communities. And lastly, we were part of a vehicle break-in theft ring of 25 different communities that went as far as north as Traverse City and as far south as Indiana. Now, I'm happy to report that with the help of several agencies, all of the suspects have been arrested and charged, but what took multiple agencies, hundreds of hours, and thousands of overtime dollars could have been lessened by the use of license plate readers. In the case of our 2 pharmacy break-ins, they happened in the early morning hours. We had video footage at the storefront of the vehicle. We could determine a make and model and color. With that information, had we had the license plate reader, we could have entered that information into the system and then gotten license plates or more information on vehicles that have entered or exit the city of Chelsea, greatly in speeding up the investigation and limiting the number of victims. License plate readers are stationary cameras used all over the United States. They capture vehicle features like make, color, license plate, state of the plate, with a time and date stamp. They do not capture names and addresses. They do not capture phone numbers, biometric data, photos of the driver. It doesn't target individuals by race, nationality, and it is not connected to the Michigan Secretary of State vital record or vehicle records. LPRs allows an agency to search for vehicles around a location that may have been involved in a crime, to both eliminate and to find suspects. It also helps determine the direction of travel of missing Alzheimer's patients. We have received calls throughout my career, and then especially in the city of Chelsea, of people saying, we don't know where we are. They are having trouble, they are having Alzheimer's or experiencing dementia issues. This would allow at least us to put their information into a license plate reader and try to get a direction of travel so we can get assets to that location. City, and as Representative Smalls has brought up, 33% of our population is over the age of 65. I'd like to give a couple different examples of how license plate readers have helped. In my prior agency, we had a family report a missing person who wanted to harm themselves. We attempted to locate them through cell phone, and the last ping was in the Upper Peninsula at a gas station next to a national forest, and that was 2 days prior. The phone had been turned off. We had contacted local police agencies, and they checked that gas station, did not find any evidence of that person or that vehicle, and we were starting to talk about mobilizing a search in a national forest. As you can see, it could be very time-consuming and costly. But we would have done that. Before we started that, we asked, why don't we check the license plate readers just to see? And we actually found the vehicle coming into the state of Michigan from Indiana up I-69, okay? We were able to then track that vehicle as it's coming up and get local law enforcement to intercept that person and to get them the help that they needed. And as you know, anytime we're dealing with a missing person, the time is never on our side. State of Michigan has House Bill 4362 that will be voted on soon. It involves silver alerts, much like amber alerts. But whether it's a silver or an amber alert, someone has to see that vehicle with a license, see that vehicle. With a license plate reader, the same information can be put into the system and would be alert and would alert us of the vehicle throughout the nation. See, the flock system that we're looking at isn't just in the city of Chelsea. It's not just in the county of Washtenaw. It goes nationwide, so we can hit those alerts nationwide. I guess not. We would like to enter into a 3-year contract with Flock System that would allow us the ability to budget and absorb the contract in the future. There are no administrative costs to this. It would be for 4 cameras.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Schmaltz, and thank you, sir, for your presentation today. I want to talk about these ALPRs. Obviously there's a rescue and there's certain apps for it. What safeguards are there in place to prevent misuse by an officer for maybe other than official use? And how often is this used, and for what purposes as it pertains to you? What do you find yourself using these readers?
Like I explained, we would use those to when we have any type of criminal activity that is in the area, and then we may get a description of a blue pickup truck. What we would allow us to do is put that information into the Flock system with a time search. So if it happened at 12 o'clock noon, we would search from 11:30 to 12:30 or 11:30 to 1 for blue pickup trucks. It allows us to put in other information like dark windows and things of that nature. And what that would do would search that system of the vehicles that went through our community at that time, producing a license plate number. We would then have to put that into the Secretary of State system to go further, because FLOC is not connected. To hit your point of how do we do that? Well, we would have to do continued audits of that, just like we do now with the lien system and any other system that we currently use. With FLOC, one of the things, if you see in your packet, the last one, it's a snapshot of the dashboard, and the very first thing is the reason. You have to add a case number. You have to indicate a reasoning for this search. We don't have it currently in Chelsea. My previous agency, Waterford Township, that I came from, I have contacted them on 2 separate occasions over the last 6 months to ask for some information. And the first thing they ask is case number and what is it for? So it's an internal process. Just like we have lien audits, we would have a FLOC audit as well.
So, for example, if there was a bank robbery and you identified a pickup truck or whatever, there'd be documentation in your police report mentioning that you use these?
There would be documentation in both places. So in the FLOC dashboard, we would have to indicate the police report, which you could always then refer back to. And then, yes, we would indicate that we took the information, put it in the FLOC. That's just how, because the prosecutor would ask, how did you develop these leads? We would have to, give that step-by-step instruction. So that would be spelled out in the police report, yes.
And my final question, if I may, I know a lot of municipalities are utilizing this amazing technology, but for whatever reason, if you're not appropriated the funds, what backup plans or how would you? Because obviously it's needed.
It is needed. So the backup plan would be to continue to go search our own funding or look for other grant funding for this project. And that's why we were coming to you. I was just made aware of this ability by Representative Schmaltz, so I'm trying this avenue for some grant funding to allow this. I know it's not a big ask. You've seen multi-million-dollar projects, and we're talking $39,000, but it's a big ask for a community like us. And like I said, we would use it to give us a 3-year contract that would allow us 3 years to then absorb those costs in budgets coming up, much like COPS grants. You start out with a large fund, and then you have to start absorbing the cost. That is how I'm looking at this if we are awarded the funds.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett?
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Chief. Couple questions. You mentioned some of the things that the cameras don't do. They don't collect biometric data and things. I presume that's to protect constitutional liberties?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, with the information that is collected, is it sold to third-party vendors?
No, it's not. We are the owners of that. It is stored on the system. So like a picture of a license plate is only kept for 30 days, okay? And that information is stored on our server. Our captures are stored on our server. That is our information, and FLOC does not sell it to any third parties.
Okay. Could you elaborate a little bit on the technology? How is this? I'm a little ignorant on this. How is this done? Are there cameras on your vehicles? Are there cameras on light poles? How are you ascertaining the information?
So we would either mount them on a light pole or an independent stand. FLOC does all of the installation, and they are solar powered with some limited battery backup. And then they are focused on a section of the street. And then what it does is it just takes snapshots of all the vehicles with the license plate focus as it goes through this camera. And it just stores that information, okay? It doesn't, the only time it comes back and alerts us is if we were to put a vehicle in and saying it's a missing person, wanted in a homicide or wanted this, then it would tell us every time it hits on a FLOC camera. Or we can put that information in and search the last 30 days of the system, where was it, and tie it into other crimes. And that's how it's utilized for investigative purposes.
Do you get a full subscription to this, or do you have to pay for each search, or how does that work?
No, we get a full subscription. So the subscription is $3,000 per camera per year, okay? And with that, we get we can do as many searches as we would need. Again, we have to indicate why we're searching each time. And then FLOC owns the camera, so if there was damage, FLOC will replace that camera at no cost to us. It's the service that we're buying.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
My question is, did you have something to say?
No, I was just going to say, we do have them in Jackson and other areas, and I know people talk about the privacy issue or it's just for traffic tickets. No. That's not what these are used for. That's not what the information will come back to do. So that we have dealt with that a lot in Jackson and different areas. But these cameras have shown to work, and they really help finding missing people and in criminal investigations, so they are important.
Yes.
My final question is just, is this something that the city could budget for?
That would be my next go-around, yes.
Okay, so it's just this initial.
But it wouldn't be until next year.
Okay, so they weren't able to do it this time around?
We are a smaller community, a very limited, but I'm trying to be as fiscally responsible as I can with the city's money. Not that the state money isn't any less fiscal responsible, but again, when you asked about other avenues, this is just an avenue that I was brought forth, and if we don't, we will try other avenues, but we'd sure like to get these implemented sooner rather than later. We certainly don't want to. I don't want to have to say we tried and we didn't get the money, we couldn't do it this year, and have something happen
Okay.
and not be able to locate someone. So we would really appreciate.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Rep. Robinson
Yeah,
has
I
a
have a
question.
follow-up question. To your knowledge, is Flock the only company that offers this?
No, there are other companies out there. Flock is one of the larger ones, and it's one that is represented well in Michigan. So one of the things the Flock system allows us to do is we can then we could get information from other people's cameras. We can get it from Jackson. So when we put that search in, it'll search Jackson and things like that. But Flock is based, and there's a lot of cameras in our area, so it only makes sense to add on to a system that is in our area.
And I know we've spent a lot of time on this, but what dictates where you put these readers? Where do you put them? It's
currently, bluntly, we could put them wherever we wanted. But we would work with Flock to decide where we are. We are looking at putting them on, we have two main thoroughfares, US 12 and M52 that are in our jurisdiction. We are looking to put them in outbound positions to see because again, we're looking at more of the Alzheimer's patient and things like that, which would allow us, so we would put them on the eastern and most western edges of our city and the most northern and southern edges of our city, facing in the outbound direction, because that's my main focus of this, is to work on Alzheimer's patients or missing patients and things like that. Like in the place of the break-ins, it would have been assisted because we know the vehicle immediately left our community. We just don't know which way it went. Did it go east or west on US 12? Did it go north or south because of the hospital complex? We couldn't determine how it left that complex, so we didn't know if it went north, south, east, or west. It would have allowed us, so we would have had to search all four cameras, and that would have allowed us a direction of travel. If we were able to get that quickly enough, maybe alert other agencies to that information and maybe stop them that type of way. But that's our main goal, is to put them on the outbound cameras, mainly for missing people.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to let you know that the chief worked with Rep. Harris in Waterford for a long time. So
isn't that nice?
That's always yeah. I get a lot of stories. Hear that, Rep. Harris? So, thank you, Chief.
Thank you for being here. Hold on just a second. All right, next up, Rep. Schmaltz, you're back again for, let's see, this is the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And the Charter Road Jail Facility remodeling is their request.
Thank you
so
again,
much.
Madam Chair and Committee. I know this is a time when we're trying to cut costs, trim the budget, and cut down on projects. I would never bring this to your attention if it wasn't a dire situation. It is urgent. It's a large request. The total request is $54,462,520.41. Obviously, it's something that could be phased in over time. Jackson County desperately needs a new jail. This is a public safety issue and a liability issue. I've been in many prisons and jails when I was on the news, obviously just visiting, but throughout the state, so many prisons and jails. I have never seen a jail in this tough of condition as I've seen in Jackson County. The jail is 72 years old, severe disrepair. The sewage pipes break, resulting in raw sewage spilling onto inmates and the deputies, exposed asbestos-covered pipes, malfunctioning locks, and police radios that don't work in the building anymore. That's just some of the issues. This is a very tough situation. The money would go to adding on and remodeling the sheriff's facility that's in a different place, not downtown, on Charter Road in Jackson. This would increase security and safety and combining staff. The plan is also to enhance mental health and addiction services and resources, which will help decrease repeat offenders and offer more help. The severely broken jail on Wesley Street in downtown would be eliminated. Jackson County Sheriff Gary Schutte joins me. He has over 32 years of police experience, He has spearheaded many new programs in Jackson and corrections and law enforcement, and we're very fortunate to have Sheriff Schutte here today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Gary Schutte. I am the sheriff in Jackson County, which means I am responsible for the operations of the jail in the county. It is the only jail in Jackson County. I'm here requesting that you would fund this addition to our Channel Road facility. We have 2 jails, and I want to explain that here in just a moment, to eliminate the facility that we have on Wesley Street. So essentially what we have is a 70-plus-year-old facility on Wesley Street, and you've heard all of those problems. They are absolutely true. It's disastrous there. We recently just had a water pipe break, resulting in over $65,000 in damages through that in and of itself. These things happen routinely. When I say routinely, weekly, sometimes daily, we have these breaks that occur without notice. Back in the early 2000s, during obviously a previous administration to mine, we decided as a community to build a jail out on Channel Road. That facility was supposed to be a step-down unit. It's based on a level 1 prison, or the lowest level prison. It's based on movement of inmates to try and get them rehabilitation services and assist them to slow down recidivism. It was a good idea at the time, but unfortunately, as time has progressed, it has proven to be a little bit more difficult for us to operate. That facility has the ability to house 256 inmates. The facility on Wesley Street has the ability to house 185 inmates. The important distinction between the two is that the facility on Wesley Street can handle all different types of classification levels. For instance, right now we have 11 people accused of homicide in that facility. We have over 30 people accused of criminal sexual conduct in the first degree in that facility. Those folks are not subject to or able to be in a classification unit of low classification for the Channel Road facility. So we have an overflow of multi-classification level people in our Wesley Street facility. And our Channel Road facility is simply ill-equipped to handle those. Right now, as it stands, our population is 179 in our Wesley Street facility. It is routinely that high, and it is almost always in an overcrowding situation. Our facility over on Channel Road is only able to house 89 people at this point in time because of the classification levels that we have. So those are some of the problems that we have with the way the current system is set up in Jackson County. What we are trying to do is create a facility out there that will house these multi-classification levels, a 250-bed facility. Essentially what that would do for us is it would allow us the ability to have 95 more multi-classification beds. So it increases our beds to a level that we need to be and the studies that we have conducted in order to be in compliance with the law. In addition, it allows us to eliminate a total of 31 beds, which are beds that we cannot use in our current step-down unit. It also allows us to place females out on the Channel Road facility and a step-down facility as well. This will increase our ability, this will increase our ability to enhance programming services, and I think will greatly impact our recidivism rate in Jackson County. You've heard some of the testimony from Representative Schmaltz about the conditions. I won't go into that in too much greater detail, but I will tell you that it is absolutely atrocious. It is a 70-year-old facility that has, quite frankly, outlived its ability to service our community. And this is not about us wanting more. This is about us needing more, and it's critically important in Jackson. One other thing that I want to make crystal clear, it's not about locking more people up, but it's about being able to handle the people legally and humanely that we do have locked up, and about allowing us to offer access to programming that'll keep them from getting locked up again in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a huge undertaking. How long has this been in the process? And did you, when you were designing something, did you have different tiers, or is this like, obviously this is a big ask, this is a dream scenario, but was there lesser cost jails that you were looking at as far as designing it? Because there's a lot to consider here. That's why it's such a big ask. But could you talk a little bit about when you were planning this renovate, or not renovation, but new building?
Yes. So it is a big ask. I recognize that, and it is a big cost. So this began in early 2022, where we began to, we employed an engineering department to come in and do a complete check of our facility to make a determination as to whether or not it was feasible. The feasibility study came back that it wouldn't be appropriate for us to try and remodel it. We didn't stop there. We went with Region 2 and had their engineers come in and take a look at it. They completed a white paper and said, you're absolutely right. The Wesley Street facility cannot be built to specs and to modern day specifications that is required. So then we went to a jail ad hoc committee, and we decided that it would be appropriate to employ the engineering firm to come up with a couple of different alternatives to make a determination as to what way would be best for us. In those alternatives, there were a couple of different designs. Some of them seemingly costed less construction-wise, but the costs to the community later were much greater. In other words, what it did is it may have created a situation where we would have had to have hired additional deputies, and we had to endure those legacy costs of those additional deputies in order to maintain the facility. So we continued to chip away at it and ultimately came up with an option that I think is the most cost-effective option and the most fiscally responsible option as well. And that's the $54 million option. What we don't do with that option is we don't tear down the facility on Wesley Street. And a lot of people shake their head at me when they hear that. We mothball that facility. The reason why is Channer Road is a half-mile outside the city of Jackson, and city of Jackson is the county seat. So I am mandated to maintain my primary offices inside the county seat, so I can continue to utilize the Wesley Street facility for my primary offices, and we still have a working Sally Port there, and we still have a working connection to the courthouse for the secure transport of inmates to and from court, which is critically important. There were a couple of ideas of tearing down the Jackson County Jail and building something else there in its place for that secure transport. That would have entailed about $1 million in tear down costs and an additional $5 to $10 million, depending upon what model we chose, to build another facility there to facilitate those transports. That did not seem to be the fiscally responsible way to go about it. So even though we're keeping the old facility, it can never be used again, because once we close it, the Michigan Department of Corrections will not allow us to use it to house people again. But we will be able to use it for the simple purpose of transporting inmates to and from. So to build a jail, 250-bed jail, so there was a county here recently, and I won't dime them out here, but there was a county here recently that wanted to build a 65-bed facility. That was going to cost them $65 million. So this is a 250-bed facility that we would be building for the mere cost of $54 million. That's a bargain. It really is. It sounds like a tremendous amount of money, and believe me, I know that it is. But really, in today's day and age, and for what we're looking at under these circumstances, it's a bargain. And we really rolled our sleeves up and did our homework on this to make sure that we were doing it appropriately.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavitt, any questions? Okay. We can tell that you looked at every penny because you got it right on down to 41 cents. So that's pretty amazing. Okay, so I was just curious if any of the money would be going towards the renovation of the Wesley Street property. So this would go strictly towards Chanter Street?
Strictly towards Chanter Street.
Okay, okay. And would So that'll be all in one building, making it more efficient. Is that kind of
Yes,
the
ma'am,
whole
it
idea?
would.
Okay. And would any of this money be going towards administrative costs?
No, no administrative costs.
Okay. And then have you sought other sources of funds for this?
Yes, unfortunately, I have not been successful in getting funds anywhere else.
Okay.
In fact, we've attempted 2 different millages on this as well. The first one went down terribly. We lost by 10,000 votes. The second one, we missed by a fraction of a percent. And I'm telling you, I campaigned harder on those than I have for myself as sheriff. I can assure you of that. The problem that I had was that the state wasn't chipping in anything. I got that from so many different people that, well, did you go to the state? Did you go to the feds? Did you do this? Did you do that? And of course, the answer was, I have asked, but I haven't been able to get anywhere. Representative Schmaltz was kind enough to bring me here today so that I could make this formal ask.
Okay. So, if for whatever reason we weren't able to fund the whole thing, even partial, that would be helpful to you in as far as being able to go to your locals and say, we did get some help from the state.
That would be tremendous.
Okay.
Yes, it would be huge.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'd just like to add one thing, too. Unfortunately, in Jackson, we come up in the top 10 as number 7 of the most violent cities in the state every time. In the nation, 50 or 52. So we have to have places to put people when they are bad actors in our community, and that's so important. This jail, like I said, we would never have come here if it wasn't a dire situation. And I think, when you talk about jails and you put it in front of the public, they think, why do inmates need good jails, They should be put there anyway. When they don't understand it's a public safety issue for all of us and for our deputies and all of our police and law enforcement. So that's what makes it really tough sometimes. So thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in today. All right. Next up, we've got Rep. Schmaltz again. We get to see a lot of you today. This is with the VFW National Home, and they're looking for a duplex construction.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and Committee. This request has to do with making sure our veterans are taken care of. We obviously owe so much to our military service members, and when they need help, we need to be there to help them. The VFW National Home in Eaton Rapids has been helping military veterans, their families, and children since 1925. They just celebrated their 100th anniversary, and it was great. I was there. We gave them a state tribute to congratulate them on the anniversary, and it was just a great celebration. The VFW Home offers housing services and resources to our veterans. The $1.1 million request would go to build duplexes to house 4 additional families. There are currently 43 single-family homes. It is an amazing campus if you haven't seen it before, mostly funded by individuals, businesses, and organizations. The VFW Home is one of a kind, and it's definitely worth a trip to see it. And of course, they have a waiting list, as many of our places trying to help our veterans. Joining me today to tell you more about the VFW National Home is Executive Director Michael Wilson. Mike?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. Special shout out to Rep. Robertson. Hoorah. Thank you for your service. Retired 27-year military man myself, Army. The VFW National Home is 100 years old, and for the 100 years that we've been in existence, our mission has been to take care of veterans, military members, and their family. Things have changed over the 100 years. We started out as a place for war orphan children and widowed spouses, but as we know, there's not so much a demand for that care these days, and now we support entire family, veteran and their whole family. Each house is housed with a veteran and their family, usually come to us battered and broken, left the military, came into society, struggled with the understanding how society works different than the military. They come to us broke, they come to us with bad credit, they come to us with issues, post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injury, other injuries, and things that they just don't understand how to get help for. We have a very dedicated staff that takes care of them when they move in. They live with us for 3 to 5 years as they work through what I consider their limiting beliefs. Some of them believe they'll never get their college education, or they believe they'll never get a good paying job, or they'll never be able to afford to own a home. And so when they tell us what their goals are, it is a goal-based program. We do everything in our power to make sure they can complete them goals in the time that they live there. They live with us, like I said, for 3 to 5 years, and most usually leave us with either owning a home or aspirations of a home to own in a very near future. And so it's quite a celebration when you see a family complete their time there and they move on. The cool thing about the place is we are a 501c3 nonprofit, and we are a national organization. So veterans come to us from all around the United States. In that 3 to 5 year time that they live with us, they fall in love with Michigan. Most often, they end up staying here once they finish their program and become Michiganders. And so it's absolutely a great program. We have 43 houses, and we keep them full most of the time. In the summer, there's a little bit of an exodus as families move on. We wait, if they finish the program in December, January, February, we don't make them move out in the middle of the winter. We let them wait till summer when school gets out and they can move to their new community and the school that they're going to. And so, but most usually we are full and have a waiting list. And I don't like that. I do not like to make families wait to live there. A lot of times if we make them wait too long, they find another alternative, which usually is not the best alternative. And so we want to continue to build and grow. And our ask today is to build two more new duplexes so we can house 4 more families and get us closer to taking care of those that need us.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you. I'll ask a question that Chair Jenkins-Arnault usually asks. What other sources of revenue, possible revenues, are there available for this undertaking?
We've applied for grants. A lot of times the larger grants we get turned down for. We've applied for smaller grants and been successful. We have about a $600,000 a year major projects budget. That usually gets eat up in our administrative buildings. We could potentially save and fund one of these, but it would probably take us 5 or 6 years to come up with enough money. We just built a new house last year and depleted a large part of our major project budget to do that. We actually tore down that was a staff home that was in disrepair. It was an 86-year-old home, and so we built a new handicap accessible barrier-free home for a veteran. And so we could do it, but it would take us a while to save enough from capital projects to do that. But we do try and find other resources for revenue to build, to add on.
Well, thank you, and I can attest for a lot of veterans, it's an achievement just to get them to admit that they need help. So I think programs in places like yours are very important. So I wish you the best of luck in getting this appropriations. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Rep. Cavett.
I believe you've appeared before another committee that we was in.
I don't know that I have.
Okay.
I've not personally been a part of it.
Okay.
This is new to me. I'm nervous. So.
All right. Please don't be. Don't be. We're easy here. It's certainly an honorable project. Is there any cost to administration?
No. This all goes to the cost of the build of the home.
Okay. So. Can it be done in increments or in phases?
Usually you got to build a house all at once, and we would have to save, like I said, for several years in order to have enough money to build it.
Okay, and then what's the alternative if you don't get the funding?
Families go without.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you gotten any federal funds, or do the feds step up on this area at all?
We've not applied. We've attempted to work with our federal representatives and don't get very far in that neighborhood. We are, the legislators, Michigan legislators, have been a partner of ours since 1925. In 1925, when we started, they granted us $250,000 to build the first 5 homes. And so we thought it's our 100th anniversary. Maybe it's time to go back and see if there's anything left in that partnership.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you. All right. Next up, Representative Steele. She is here with Bloomfield Charter Township, and their project is a fire station.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a warm seat, I have to tell you. So thanks for being here today. I know you guys are You're on a marathon, so I appreciate your time. Today with me is Bloomfield Township Fire Chief John Leroy, and we're just going to discuss that recently Fire Station 3, I had the opportunity to tour it last week. It was built in the 60s, and it had one renovation in 1978, and you can see on the front it looks like a house. And the only thing that they added in 1978 was a second bay. So they respond to over 2,000 emergency calls just last year alone, and they serve both Bloomfield Township and the city of Bloomfield Hills. And in our township, that is 60,000 residents. The fire station's outdated, and some of the things that are of deficiencies are the size of the apparatus bays. Literally, you cannot walk behind any of those trucks, and you could not put a finger higher on top of the truck because it hits the roof. They have improper turnout gear, washing machine, fire gear is not adequate. They do not have, because in 1960s, I don't think that they had women firefighters, so they do not even have separate facilities for women and men. They don't have restroom facilities that are sufficient, outdated technology, inefficient HVAC, and they're located on Maple Road, which is 15 Mile, one of the busiest roads in probably all of Oakland County, and they have to back out or move forward on a corner street to be able to to get out of their facility, and of course aging infrastructure. So with that, the funding is limited because of the way that the millages are set up, and Chief can go into that further. So thank you, and it's your turn.
Thank you, Representative Steele. The station is deficient at this time. It no longer meets the needs of the NFPA or the recommendation for current design principles. There's no female quarters. We retrofitted the station to accommodate our first female firefighter in 2017. Since then, we've hired 5 additional female firefighters, and oftentimes there's more than one female firefighter in the stations with even more limited quarters to house them. Our financial impacts are currently Bloomfield Township is under a state of Michigan plan for to fund our OPEB liabilities. We are at the upper end, or actually right against the township's allotted millage. There is no additional way to ask for more millage money to fund a project like this, so that our options are extremely limited for the next 5 to 7 years until those funds will become available to even start to tackle a project like this. The apparatus that are placed in this station allow for no flexibility for mutual aid responses to the neighboring communities and to the areas that it serves. The apparatus, the new heavy rescue that we just purchased, which handles hazardous materials, technical rescue, will only fit in one station. That's Central Station at this time. And Station 3 is the busiest station that often provides mutual aid to our neighboring communities such as West Bloomfield, Southfield, Birmingham, Royal Oak, and Farmington Hills on those types of incidences. So we don't have any flexibility with some of those mandated responses that we have. Thank you for your time.
And I just would like to add that the ask is $12 million because they have right now 6,000 square feet, and they actually need 12,000 square feet and expand the footprint of the actual station with, they're talking about buying some of the lot next door as well too. So I know it's a big ask, but it's a big need, and it services a lot of people, and they're just up against the wall for federally, state, local opportunities for funding for them to be able to give the safety for the people and for the safety of the people that actually work there as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Rep. Cavett?
Yeah. You mentioned outside funding. I mean, you come from a pretty affluent community, and there's a millage that supports this. Is there any other financial alternatives, the feds or anything that you've gone to for an ask?
There's no federal funding that we've been able to seek with the assistance to firefighter grants. They don't cover buildings. We've been able to be very successful for equipment on that side, but the building aspect is very limited from the federal side and/or outside funding mechanisms.
Is there a fire millage in your county or home?
We have a police fire dispatch joint millage, and all of our millages, we're up against our 10 mil cap for the entire township.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Rep. Robinson, any questions? No, okay. So I think Rep. Steele answered my question, but it's going to be located on the same property, but just purchasing additional lots?
Correct. Currently, we've looked at other lots. We are a built-out community, so getting a building in a position where it actually needs to be per the ISO standards, they're limited. Currently, we have the space needs analysis, and we have a plan in place to take up the current lot that we sit on and go expand the footprint, basically use up the entire lot that it currently sits on, plus some possibly next door. But those are up in the air at this point. The plan would be to go take up the entire footprint and go up with a second story.
Okay. So it looks like you're pretty tight here from this picture. Yeah. So I like how do you expand too much in an area that tight, I guess?
There is, from that picture right there, there is space to the west of that lot.
Okay.
That the picture does not
Oh,
represent.
okay. Because I was okay. So I was just wondering if is demolition a part of would be a part of the cost?
That would be the entire project. Demolition, the housing of a temporary quarters, either on a lot across the street, like a trailer and a temporary building, to meet the needs while the construction is going on, and that's the entire project.
Okay, so the 12 million isn't the building itself necessarily. Will there be like equipment, like you said, the laundry and things like that are kind of outdated and that sort of thing? Is that also going to be included, like the washer and dryer and that sort of thing, or is it just the building itself?
That is just the building itself. The equipment on the inside is actually fairly new that we've been we keep jamming things into this building to make it fit, that we've received under AFG grants. Like the laundry facilities, so we would reuse those.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, representative.
We can be guys. All right. Hold on. All right, next up we have Representative Thompson with Wayne County Emergency Operations Center Central Command and Control Center is their request. Thank you for being here and waiting around a little while.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me to testify today in support of this critical investment in homeland security for the County of Wayne and for the state of Michigan. A dedicated emergency operations center is a facility that is long overdue for the County of Wayne. It's not essential only for safety, security, and resilience, but Wayne County is a very strategic asset here in the Midwest. It's a host of very important landmarks, and it's a border county. Wayne County is home of some of Michigan's and the nation's most vital assets: Detroit Metro Airport, the Ambassador Bridge, major corridors, international trade routes, professional sports venues, densely populated neighborhoods, and a vast industrial base. This makes our region in Wayne County a high-value target in a high-risk zone, not just for natural disasters, but for terrorist threats, cyber attacks, hazardous material incidents, and larger-scale public safety emergencies. Despite all of this, Wayne County lacks a centralized, fully equipped command center that would be able to coordinate emergency responses. This gap affects nearly 2 million residents. I myself am a resident of the county of Wayne, and many residents and families are very concerned about recent cyber attacks and threats to the security of the state of Michigan. It's a very valid concern. This Emergency Operations Center is not just another facility, it would be a nerve center for emergency management at times of crisis, especially when every second counts. A fully functional EOC will bring law enforcement, emergency medical services, public health, and homeland security professionals to act swiftly, share their intelligence, allocate resources, and keep the public safe. This is all about public safety. Macomb, Oakland, and Washtenaw already have recognized the importance of having a dedicated EOC. In Wayne County, despite its size, its complexity, and the strategic importance of its location, is still operating without one. I believe that this is a homeland security gap and that cannot go ignored any longer. We are currently in the planning phases of this project, and I'm here to request $5 million from the state to support the advancement of this project. These funds will be used for feasibility studies, secure a selection for the site, development of the advanced infrastructure and technology that will be required for a modern EOC that can respond to today's complex threat landscape that we all are facing here in the state of Michigan and across the U.S. On behalf of the people that I represent, I'm asking and urging you to support this essential project. A resilient Wayne County is safe for Michigan, and a more secure Michigan contributes to a safer homeland. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Rep. Robinson?
Yes, thank you, Representative, and thank you for your presentation. What alternative funds are being sought, and what happens if this isn't appropriated?
I have two gentlemen right now on Zoom, and they would be able to answer that question for you. I have someone from the county of Wayne, and then someone from Homeland Security as well, through the state of Michigan.
There you go. Go ahead when you're ready. Did you hear the question? Oh, we can't hear you. Hold on a minute. We can't hear you.
Good afternoon. Andy, did you want to say something before I spoke to the Assistant County Executive? Okay, good afternoon. I just want to thank this Appropriations Committee for taking the time. I know you've had a long day. And I want to thank Jamie Thompson. Boy, she's really well-rounded and knows what's going on. It's still muted?
No, you're good. You're good.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, no. Okay. One of my staff members said I was muted. But she really covered a lot of what we had to say, and it's extremely important. It's dire and critical that we have an EOC dedicated to Homeland Security Emergency Management of Wayne County that supports 43 communities and 86 police and fire departments, and the 87th would be our sheriff department. Before I move forward, you asked if there's any other plans to support that. Well, we continue applying for grants and so forth, and with the great job our county executive has done to turn the county around from going to bankruptcy or receivership, his goal was to get the county on track, and this is exactly what's being done. So the previous administration had some financial woes that this administration has been working to overcome. In support of 43 communities, it's very difficult to cover everything relative to response and recovery. Homeland Security side, of course, is protecting from terrorism. Homeland Security side, of course, protecting from terrorism, emergency management. We respond and recover. So we will continue to seek funds, but I'm hoping that we prevail here because of the dire need. Does that answer that question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any other?
I'm sorry, somebody else?
No, go ahead. Continue.
Okay, to move on and some of the things that Jamie Thompson stated, and I just want to reiterate and talk about our responsibilities in Wayne County and how important it is to have a dedicated EOC. We currently share the PHOC, which is a Public Health Operations Center, which is approximately 700 square feet. With 43 communities, we definitely need more space and need our own dedicated EOC for many reasons. Number one, should an emergency or disaster take place at the same time we have a health disaster, we will need 2 EOCs, and also we need an EOC to represent a lot of communities within Wayne County that just don't have their own EOC. That being said, there's a potential for emergencies at our Fermi nuclear plant, which provides electricity to the region. We are evaluated biannually by FEMA and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Therefore, we must be prepared and show our preparedness and readiness for the license to stay in effect for DTE Fermi nuclear plant. That being said, we have hazards also that are critical with 2 of the dams in our county, Ford Lake Dam, French Landing Dam, and the EOC set up to help respond and recover from any emergency for that is extremely important. We have many large public events, and the Representative Thompson stated our venues, sports venues downtown. Yes, that's very true. We have many other events. As you know, recently we had the NFL draft, close to 1 million people in the downtown area. We definitely have to protect the area of Wayne County when it comes to these events, a waterway, lots of traffic coming through our international airport. And when the city of Detroit is busy with these events, out county, all our communities are busy with their hotels and restaurants. So more police presence and we're more prone to possible emergencies and so forth. As we talk about critical incidents, we've had a air show last year that had a plane go down in Belleville, Van Buren Township. So we had to respond to that. An emergency operations center that's fully equipped would be paramount for best response and recovery. As you know, countywide floods are popular in the state of Michigan, but especially in Wayne County, it's detrimental due to the critical infrastructures that we need day in and day out. And there's many of them, over 40, that we have to protect.
Okay,
yes.
We're bumping up against a time limit here, so if you don't mind, I'll cut you a little bit short there and
Okay, sure.
leave room for any questions. Okay, so is the $5 million ask the total cost of the facility?
That is correct.
Okay, and then would there be any property acquisition that is involved with this cost at all, or is it just strictly building the building?
It's strictly building the building.
Okay, and have you sought other funding sources or anything, any other, like gone to the feds or anything like that?
Yes, we have, and we keep trying. We're just hopefully this would be the one, and if it isn't, we're just going to keep trying. But I would hope that the support is given here, because this is definitely critical need for our county.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank
for your
you.
time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Thank you. All right, next up, we have Representative Wolford with Crimestoppers of Michigan, and their request is for general programming support.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members, for hearing our testimony today. With me today, I have Dan DiBardino from Crimestoppers, who will be presenting today. And I'm going to have you start in just a minute, but I know that this is something that is important. I know that it's something that it's supported by our Livingston County Sheriff and Under Sheriff, and I just had a conversation on how good this organization is. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Representative Wilbur. Madam Chair, thank you and the entire committee for allowing us to do a quick presentation. Crimestoppers of Michigan is 32 years old, and we have, through a partnership and collaboration with the law enforcement community, as well as the citizens, not only throughout the 7 counties we're served, but also the state of Michigan, we've been able to provide a crime prevention program to keep communities safe through a robust program. We have a primary service area currently of the 7 counties of southeast Michigan, which encompasses 4.9 million citizens of the state of Michigan. We have a secondary service area, which is throughout the entire state, working with the Michigan Sheriff's Association as well as the Michigan Chiefs Association. Our deliverables are 2. We have a 1-800-SPEAK-UP program, which is an anonymous phone line for people who choose not to call the police, but to call us because we are totally anonymous. We also have, as another deliverable, a Center for Crime Prevention, which is an educational tool, which is for the entire community. We have community outreach programs that support our deliverables and making sure that people know what we're about and how to use us. Our support consists of law enforcement support, who are in constant need of our help, family support for victims and families, and citizen support through education. The results of our program over the last 5 years, we've taken in 25,300 anonymous tips, awarding about $600,000 worth of awards because of these particular tips if they happen to cause an arrest through the law enforcement community involved. Some of those tips include child abuse, over 200 tips, drug abuse, drugs themselves, over 6,700 tips, fugitives by the U.S. Marshal Service, 700 tips, and that includes the Michigan State Police as well, 2,000 homicides, 200 human trafficking tips, 80 shooting tips. One of the last tips we just had several weeks ago involved one tip involved a car theft ring, which the recovery of that particular tip was $257,000. Over the last, and the other tip we've taken in recently was dealing with a drug cartel who are both manufacturing and distributing fentanyl. Over the last 10 years, recoveries based on being reported by the law enforcement agencies we serve, that would be federal, state, and local and county, they've recovered, with the help of our tips, $3.8 million. We need the funding that we're asking for today to continue to provide law enforcement the support that they continue to seek, as well as to help the victims and their families who are looking for answers as well. And the tips we receive, just so you're aware, run everything from animal cruelty all the way to homicide. So we're looking for the help if the state can provide us some help. Some states, state of Texas, for example, the state of Florida, have programs where they're supporting their crime prevention programs. We do not, so I'm here today asking if perhaps you would help us. We stand committed to our mission of solving and preventing serious crime in the state of Michigan through partnerships with citizens, the media, and the criminal justice system.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you want to say anything?
I just wanted to end with, I love that this provides a trusted anonymous outlet for citizens to report crimes without fear of retaliation. And obviously, we've seen the statistics, and it's one of the reasons that I brought it up as one of the appropriations that I put forth, not only for individual counties, but the entire state of Michigan, caring for the safety of all. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Robinson?
Yeah, I again want to second the accolades to this. I'm very proud that my Macomb County Sheriff is on the board of directors, Wickersham. For the appropriation ask, what will the dollars go for specifically with the Crimestoppers program? Thank you.
They will help us to provide a stronger statewide community partnership with all the law enforcement community as well as the Sheriff's Department. We want to continue to develop our Center for Crime Prevention. One of the things that we're trying to do is, although we're crime stoppers, if you will, we're trying to help people by reducing the opportunity for crime, by educating them, both parents, youth, and so forth. So we're hoping to develop more of that as well. We also, because our contributions have diminished by 50% over the last 5 years, even though we're constantly seeking contributions from from the corporate world. We also have 3 or 4 fundraising events during the course of the year. We're trying to get at least a part-time. We only have a staff of 3 people, and we're all part-time. So one of the things we're trying to do is see if we can get a grant writer, because what we do is so unique, Representative. We can't simply go out. We've been turned down by so many grants, including DOJ. And as you might know, we have 2 U.S. attorneys who are on our board, and I still can't get even any DOJ money at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Cavett.
Real quick, will McGruff the crime dog receive any of this money?
We're hoping, sir. He's fighting crime, according to the news this morning.
He's doing a good job. Thank you.
Take a bite out of the budget.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along, Representative Wolford, you're up again with, okay, I'll probably ruin this name. Devereaux American Legion, Post 141. Okay, and they're looking for some funds.
So, Madam Chair, just as you had mentioned, we have the American Legion Post and former Commander Bobby Bright here today. And before I turn it over to him, I know a lot of times when we hear American Legion, we think of drinking and bingo. And yes, those things definitely go on at the American Legion Post. But also, it's a home away from home for people like Bobby, who is a combat wounded veteran. It's a home for people like Taryn, who is also a combat wounded veteran. It's a place for those that have been blown up, those that have been in combat, those that haven't been in combat, to be a place where there's camaraderie and togetherness, and something that people just can't understand that didn't serve. And so when I turn it over to Bobby, you know, this is a place that they don't want, any American Legion does not want to have to turn away people. And so with that said, Bobby, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Committee, thank you very much for hearing us today. So I did want to expand on this a little bit as far as the American Legion Post 141 is actually more of a community center. So it is a veteran-based charity, but we have our doors open to nearly everybody all the time within Livingston County, Shiawassee County, Washtenaw, Ingham, and Oakland. So we have members from all over. Our membership sits at about 1,600 members, which is unbelievable for a rural post. Some of the things that we do is we serve a $5 meal on Thursday. This is a true meal. People come out and we absolutely make not a dime. If anything, we come in upside down. And the purpose of this meal, it's open to the public, is to, you know, obviously bring people in and give back to the community that gives so much to us. We open up 365 days a year. Christmas, we do a dinner. We serve over 700 meals free to the community, and we also pick up Meals on Wheels on that day. The Post has contributed to Toys for Tots. So the Toys for Tots program has expanded to what they bring in Livingston County. We're able to provide not just for Livingston County, Wayne County, Oakland County, Washtenaw, Shiawassee, as well as some other states. We also support the AUK Dance, which is the Association for Developmentally Disabled Citizens. We do that once a month. On Thursdays, we bring in developmentally disabled citizens, and they learn tasks, basically, and we pay them. From rolling silverware, and I don't want it to sound like we're demeaning anybody, but this is something that we're able to do because we're busy, and we have, you know, quite a few people, and these tasks, these citizens, they get to learn basically something that keeps them occupied and whatever else. It's actually a very good program. We have programs for senior citizens. We have quilters that meet every single Monday, and all of this is free. This is nothing that's charged to nobody, so this is more than just veterans. We do over 200 funerals a year. Veterans and family members. They get to use the facility for free. This past year, we did an emergency relief effort. We coordinated out of our facility for North Carolina. We had over 100 volunteers with $1 million in goods, from generators and chainsaws to food to feed for farm animals. All went down to North Carolina. We do a veterans PTSD group, which is really geared towards combat veterans. And an example of our success is we have a Vietnam veteran that was homebound for nearly 2 years. He saw our, advertising to bring guys in just to talk about whatever they need to talk about. It didn't have to be combat related. And we found that after retirement, and he lost his wife, that he just kind of fell into this spiral of really being able to get out of his house. So you will now see this individual at nearly every Legion event. He is definitely, turned around a little bit, and this, I do credit our organization for that. Of course, every year we recognize first responders and educators. We have a community service program which mentors troubled youth, so they may get sentenced to community service. We bring them into the American Legion, and then these kids, am I out of time? Oh, well, anyway, so currently we are at capacity, right? And we do fundraise. As a 501c19, we're limited to what we can do fundraising-wise. So our capacity is roughly 400 people, and we are, if you ever check out our Facebook page or come to the place, we are packed on any given day. So we're trying to increase.
Don't give numbers. The fire people are behind us. So
yeah. So we're trying to increase our capacity is what we're trying to do. Every time someone pulls in that parking lot and pulls out, we feel like we have failed because we really have no idea what their intention is. So.
And in closing, Madam Chair, I would just say this isn't a luxury project. This is a community safety net, just as Bobby was talking about, of those that pull in and very well could be in need of help and togetherness, and instead turn around and take their life, and that has happened. And so thank you for hearing this appropriation today.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Quick comment. I'm the grandson of American Legion Post Commander, so thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Robinson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to reiterate, in addition to you serve as soup kitchen, a lot of these VFWs and American Legion halls, there's a lot of Lions clubs. There's still community involvement going on. But I wanted to ask you specifically about the appropriation. How did you determine because very well with the Lions, very good stuff as far as itemizing where all the money's going to be, you want appropriated. But the expansion material, where did you come up with that $702,000? How did that get accumulated?
So we ended up going to Runyon Construction, and they came up with a number per square foot, what it would cost for us to do. And then, of course, we used the restaurant supply places and a couple of other to come up with what we would need equipment-wise.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have you done other fundraising efforts or anything like that to try to raise part of the funds, or?
Yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
we currently have in our building fund right around $300,000. So we are working diligently. One of the issues is a 501c19. We can't get corporate sponsors, so everything that we do is basically grassroots. And that $300,000 is earmarked for other projects within the facility.
Okay, and have you sought grants other places as well too, or?
We have not.
Okay. All right, well, very good. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing us.
Okay. Representative Wolford, you're back up again this time with Livingston County. And their request is for installation of a new video wall for the Livingston County 911 Central Dispatch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And rest of the members, I appreciate you. Today we have Livingston County 911 dispatch here, and those that are in support of it. We have Teresa Cremonti, the Director of Emergency Management, Dave Felposh, the Director of EMS, and Adam Carroll, Fire Chief and President of Livingston County Fire Chief Association, as well as Nick Fiani, one of our Livingston County Commissioners, and protecting us in the back, our Undersheriff. So we have a big group today. I know we only have 5 minutes, so we're going to go ahead and start with Teresa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for hearing us today, committee and Madam Chair. 3 worthy projects for Livingston County. I hope that you will give all 3 a thumbs up, but especially ours. My background is actually law enforcement, though I'm lucky enough and honored enough to currently be the Livingston County Emergency Manager, which means I get to work with all disciplines, all of whom are here today, from law enforcement, fire, emergency medical services, and of course our dispatch. We have unequaled collaboration within our county amongst our first responders. And that's something we are very proud of, and it's a very unique culture. But as you know, good collaboration comes from good communication. And what we would like is to enhance that communication through this video wall for public safety within our dispatch center. So 911 is the link between the public and the help that needs to be sent to them. They are also the lifeline for the responders that are currently working out on the road. And I know this firsthand, as my background is actually law enforcement of 26 years, most of which was on the ground in Livingston County. So our goal is to obtain this public safety wall to enhance the safety of those who live, visit, and work within Livingston County. The video wall will do real-time monitoring and will really enhance the ability for the responders to do their job through the communication they are receiving real time through the dispatch, because they'll be able to visualize what's going on. Here's some of the things that will happen with the video wall. There will be improved geographical information for response. There will be view of accident scenes to better identify resource needs, display real-time weather radar and storm data, locate reported visual anomalies such as smoke to locate fires. Mapping for law enforcement vehicle locations, display call information to efficiently assist the public and get them help, and real-time CAD mapping of call locations and responders as they move towards that call. Display the UAS or drone visuals to view, so large-scale public events they can watch, areas impacted by disaster and emergency events such as tornado, flooding, and wildfire. I'll be honest, that's very helpful for me too. Search and rescue efforts, and then locate hazards and roadway obstructions and relay that information to the responders. So with that, I ask humbly that you consider this for the appropriations, because it will really enhance the safety of not only our responders, but our public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll go next and try to be brief.
Just one second, sir. Yeah, thank you. It's worth noting that when I had heard about this project a couple of years ago, I wasn't elected sitting in this seat, I wasn't for it. And then they asked me about this appropriation. I went and I saw and was able to view the importance of this. And so I know that this is going to make a very big difference in our community. And just real quick, I want to give Commissioner Fiani a few seconds, and then we'll go to you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Commissioner Nick Fiani, and I serve as chairman of the Finance Committee. And I am immensely honored to be here today for this request. This video wall will be a universal enhancement for all public safety first responders and all those members of the public. We humbly ask for this appropriation request, and we want to emphasize that this is a tool that is essential to our unified operations. And it's not only going to serve Livingston County, but it's going to serve all of Southeast Michigan and Mid-Michigan. As you perhaps well know, we are at the intersection of 2 major highways, 96 and 23. And it is immensely valuable for us to help facilitate all law enforcement, first responders, and public safety communications.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Director David Felposh, Livingston County Emergency Services. Currently, Central Dispatch is only our ears. We need them to be our eyes as well. We have video resources throughout the county, from highway cameras, vehicle cameras, body cameras, and all of that data we could be putting in front of those dispatchers to help them give us better information and keep us safer. Currently, we don't have the ability to do that. We need that ability to keep those first responders safe out there. Way too many first responders are injured or die annually on the side of highways, responding to accidents that really don't even need to be there. Typical snow and ice event, we get hundreds of phone calls for events on those highways you mentioned earlier, and many of them don't even need resources, but yet since we have no eyes, all we have is ears, we send all of our resources out there and put our folks in harm's way for no good reason. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Madam Chair, if we could just have 30 more seconds. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. So Adam Carroll, Fire Chief with Heartland Deerfield Fire Authority and President of the Michigan, no, not the Michigan Association, Livingston County Fire Chiefs. But I am also on the State 911 Committee. And the big deal that you've heard echoed here, and I certainly want to reinforce and to some degree double down on, is this concept of resource management and responder safety. And that's really what this wall is all about. It allows those dispatchers inside of that center to work even more like a team because they're using the same data real time for fantastic situational awareness, which is then, of course, fed out to field units like us to make sure we're sending the right resource to the right place at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yep, Rep. Cavett.
Real quick. Big fan of 911, so I appreciate what you all do. I actually think you're the first responders of first responders, which is a controversial statement, I think, so forgive me. However, are other communities are using this kind of technologies? I don't believe we have that up north in our area. Is this common in Southeast Michigan?
It is. We know that Oakland County, Washtenaw County has it, and we believe Ingham County as well, and they are contingent counties to us.
And you've seen an uptick in services? You've been able to better help those so you can document how that's improved services?
I think the more you can enhance the information that's coming out to the field, to those people that are actually doing the job, it becomes more efficient. It can also be a force multiplier.
Okay. And you mentioned surveilling, my word, looking at large, say the county fair or a concert or something is that what you're talking about with your drone? Could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
That's one of the things that you could do with the UAS system, and we do that now. However, usually in my EOC, for instance, when we have a presidential visit, we will watch the crowd to make sure that nothing is going wrong. That's already done. The dispatchers are blind to it unless they're in my EOC. If they can also see real time what's going on, they can get the information of a problem or a concern out quicker to the field.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again for what you all do.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Is the county budgeted any money towards this, or is this strictly, okay?
Yeah, yes, so we felt that was immensely important for us to contribute. So we actually are planning to contribute $100,000 should we receive the appropriation or a portion of the appropriation because that's our responsibility. So.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys being here today.
Thank you. And while she didn't come up to speak, Keisha, who's the director behind me, is doing a wonderful job. And so thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Rep. Wolford with Vet Life, and their request is for battle buddies.
I started off little today, and we're working our way up.
I guess so.
So with me today, Madam Chair and members, I have Josh Parrish with Vet Life. And I'll just say very quickly before I turn it over to him, as a veteran and someone that has had the opportunity to use Battle Buddy along with my wife and my daughter, I'm a Marine Corps veteran, my wife's a Marine, my daughter's in the Marine Corps. This is something that works and is working, and getting, actually, as you'll hear from Josh today, getting federal dollars back to our state, saving the state of Michigan money. With that said, Josh, thank you for being here.
Representative Wolford, thank you for having me. Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak today on Battle Buddy. I'm an Iraq War veteran, and when I came back from Iraq, I struggled to find the benefits that I was entitled to. And if there was a central coordination platform like Battle Buddy back then, I don't believe I would have struggled as much as I did. Michigan sees less than about 20% of the veteran population annually. We lose out on tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of federal dollars by just connecting the dots for veterans and their families to get connected to their benefits. Veterans commit suicide by and in large because when they leave the military, they lose a sense of purpose, they lose a sense of identity, and they feel let down when they can't get access to the help that they need. This app cures that problem. Not only does this app cure this problem, but it empowers veterans to be their own best advocates. In Michigan, the preferred method to gain access to your benefits is through what's called an accredited veteran service officer, a VSO. For every 1,712 veterans in the state of Michigan, there's only one accredited VSO. This app acts as that central coordination point. Everything from your disability compensation, your education benefits, enrollment in VA healthcare, VA home loans. The best part about this app as well is two things. It's going to reduce the veteran suicide rate because what we're doing is empowering these veterans to be their own best advocates, but we're also bringing back tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars back into the communities of all 83 counties that these veterans live and work in. This app needs to be in the hands of every single veteran in the state of Michigan, and I'm very proud to say that with the funds allocated, we'll be able to expand access within 3 years to 100% of Michigan's veterans population and the 38% of rural veterans that are outside of a 50-mile radius of VA healthcare. I welcome any questions, and thank you so much today for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Representative Wolford, and thank you for coming and present this. I want to go over it because the Battle Buddy app does several things. It locates veteran service officers, enrolls in VA healthcare, finds employment opportunities, disability compensation, and that's the part that I want to focus on because, to me, the most important thing we as legislators or lawmakers or people that can make sure that our veterans are getting the benefits that they're entitled to. That slips through the crack more than any other veteran situation is just not knowing. And then once you do know, how do you get those benefits? And depending on who you talk to achieve those, to obtain those benefits that the veteran's entitled to, your benefits are kind of like left to who the qualifications of this person. Why is Battle Buddy, I guess, what do you do differently to ensure that these veterans are getting the benefits that they got coming to them? Because that's the most important thing here.
Yeah, the difference between, so I do want to say this. In this entire country, there's not a Battle Buddy app like this. There's just not. We are the first of its kind. Where we fail our veterans is when they leave the military. They're required to go through a TAP program, Transition Assistance Program Services. So let's say that you leave the military out of Texas and come back to Michigan. That program isn't well equipped to tell you where your boots on the ground resources are in that specific state, that specific county, that specific township where you live and work in. What this app does is it waits until you're ready to gain access to your benefits and then connects you to those reliable resources. But also what we've done is we've guided you step by step on how to apply for those benefits rather than going to somebody that isn't as well versed as they should be on what those benefits are and how to get connected to them.
And my follow-up is, and this is something that I'm sure you've heard before, but what about the veterans who aren't app savvy, who might not know even about, how do you reach those folks?
I'm glad you mentioned that. And in anticipation of that question, I actually went back and looked at the back-end data. And in the last 2 months, we've had about 38% of our users have been the Vietnam era veterans. So I thought that myself was that the non-technologically savvy veterans. But the way that we've made this app any veteran can use it, from a E1 all the way up to a 4-star general. But to really answer your question, what I'd really love to do, because I think at the end of the day, if you were to ask me what my goal would be with this app, it would be to drastically reduce the veteran suicide rate. And so for those veterans that aren't as technologically savvy, we plan on partnering with an organization called Walking with Warriors. They have community mental health navigators, and we want to train them to be our eyes and boots on the ground in those rural communities to make sure that we're training veterans on how to use the app as well.
Yes, and Representative, also I think it's worth noting, and I know that you understand this as a Marine veteran, but when people come out of the military, whether they be combat, coming out from a combat situation or just transitioning from a non-combat, there's not a lot of help there, as Josh talked about, especially guys like him who come back from literally killing people to sitting in a hot gymnasium for 6 hours and saying, here's how you get your benefits, here's how you get, and then you come home and usually your life is destroyed for a couple of years. You don't want to talk to anybody one-on-one. And so this gives that veteran in that transition period a chance to sit in their own surrounding, their own home, on their phone, and to be able to get those benefits that they deserve, and connecting them with people when they're ready. And Madam Chair, if we could, there is a financial component to this that helps the state of Michigan. And if you could just very quickly talk about that, because I think that's important.
Very quickly, if you don't mind, we're up against a hard stop here.
Yeah, of course. So each veteran is worth about $1 million in benefits. In 2019, less than 18% of Michigan veterans were connected to a benefit. That's about $1 billion worth of benefits that are left on the table by just simply connecting the dots. The federal dollars that you get through disability compensation, education benefits, the benefits you earned are now coming back into to create a direct economic benefit within each of these 83 counties.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the work you're doing and for you coming in today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And the committee now is going to go at ease for about an hour. We're going to be back around 3 o'clock. We'll call the committee back to order. And with that, next up will be Rep. Aragona with Clinton Township. And the request is Rivergate Drive. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for considering this project and allowing us the chance to speak on it. Rivergate Drive is the main entrance and egress from M59 for more than 1,056 homes and is in desperate need of repair. Rivergate Drive dead ends at Cherokee Elementary School, one of the larger elementary schools in Chippewa Valley School District. This road is in Clinton Township, Michigan, one of the many communities throughout Macomb County that conduct their own PACER studies. PACER studies are an industry standard system of grading the quality of a road from 1 to 10 rating, where 10 is the highest quality. The majority of Rivergate Road is rated as a 3 on the PACER scale as of its last survey in 2023. To explain more about the project and to answer any questions the committee may have, I'm honored to introduce Brian Santo, Director of Macomb County Department of Roads, and Scott Wanigat, Highway Engineer for Macomb County. Thank you.
Go ahead whenever you're ready. Welcome to the committee.
I can't unmute.
Oh, we can hear you. Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, and thanks for that introduction. Once again, my name is Brian Santo, Director of the Macomb County Department of Roads, and online also with Scott Wanigat, my county highway engineer. Just to give a little context and background on Rivergate Drive. Rivergate Drive is about 1.25 miles in length. It is intersected by M59 Hall Road, a state road, which handles about over 100,000 vehicles a day to the north end, and the side interconnector local road, which is Dunham Road, accesses Rivergate Drive to this particular subdivision. As was stated, Cherokee Elementary School resides at the south end that ends into Rivergate Drive. This is a wider than normal subdivision road. It's considered a local road, but it's in the subdivision. The subdivision is one of the larger ones, not only within Clinton Township, but also within the county, with over 1,000 homes within the sub, as well as Cherokee Elementary School, which is in the Chippewa Valley School District, which is one of the largest in the Macomb County area also. This is rated at a 3 from 2023 PACER rating. We maintain it as a local road under our jurisdiction. However, that only gets us so far as patching potholes and fixing the joint cracking throughout that subdivision. This particular street not only gets residential travel of the 1,000+ homes, it also gets buses through to Cherokee Elementary School, and also gets those parents dropping off their kids to that said school. We are looking for funding, obviously, for the township. We struggle as a department for our federally aid eligible roads to fix and repair those annually. It's even more challenging for the townships to acquire and access monies and money streams and revenues to support us in our efforts to rehabilitate and reconstruct roadways of this nature along Rivergate Drive. It's integral for this community and this particular subdivision to try and get this road repaired in the appropriate way, which takes real dollars and cents. Hopefully there will be allocation of funding for Clinton Township to provide for replacement or rehabilitation as needed for this particular segment of roadway. So looking for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 days in a row, Brian. Good to see you. Thank you for coming and testifying today. Can you talk about how many cars travel there on a regular basis? Because you're seeing an increase of traffic because of the college and the mall there. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, as we move forward, traffics are not lightening anywhere in Macomb County. Obviously, there's been development. This has pretty much been developed out. But as we get additional traffic movements, once again, this is an area, and I must say Clinton Township not only has the highest population as far as a township in Macomb County, it is the #1 township in the state with the highest population of over 100,000 people as of the last census. And once again, with this community being over 1,000 homes, this is one of the largest subdivisions and older subdivisions within Macomb County, as well as seeing the school district have a elementary school at the back end of the sub. It's unique in the fact that it's 36 feet wide, back of curb to back of curb, a little bit wider than normally we have as far as a subdivision street. So there's millions of dollars that are needed as far as the repair of this mile and a quarter with the subsequent traffic and significant traffic counts with the 1,000+ motorists for the 2 to 3 cars per family probably in the subdivision, as well as school buses and parents dropping off their kids. So it is a substantial volume that travels this roadway on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett?
What happens if you don't get the funds? What's plan B?
If we don't get the funds, we will maintain it as a road agency as we have for the last few years and decades. We will go out there and fix potholes with coal patch during the winter and hot mix asphalt during the summer. As part of the Act 51 requirement for local roads, when it comes to townships, we have to, per Act 51, seek at least 50% additional funds, matching funds, to do major rehabilitation or reconstruct projects. So we can help with the process, but we can't fully do the repairs on our own Act 51 funding. That is set up per the state Act 51 guidelines as far as local roads are concerned.
Great,
So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
So, the length of road is 1.25 miles, you say. So is this a complete rebuild then of the road?
It depends on how far and how much money we were able to get. I would say a complete mill and fill, if we were to mill off surface, do concrete pavement repairs, joint repairs, curb repairs. That's going to be a little less substantial than a full reconstruct. Full reconstruct is probably in total about $6 million to do a mile and a quarter. To do a mill and fill, which is less lifespan. You might get 10, 15 years out of a mill and fill. We're hoping to get 20, 25 years plus for a full reconstruct. So we want to do the appropriate fixes. That's going to give us the best life cycle cost analysis for this section of roadway. But we'll be, $5, $6, $7 million in total to fix it either way you go. So it'll be a substantial amount of money that the townships in general just don't have laying around to support that particular project.
Okay, and then I was also wondering about economic development. Is that going to help with that in the area if that road is fixed?
Yes, I mean, obviously there's wear and tear to vehicles, but obviously with the local community school district involved at the back end and part of this subdivision or in the same location, it does see the traffic volumes and not only residents of that sub, but the surrounding area also that travel it on a daily basis. So it would support not only that sub, but the surrounding area in Macomb County.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much.
All right. Oh, anybody else have a question? All right, next up we have Rep. Aragona again with Macomb Township and the Bratton, is that how you say it? Bratton Road Boulevard Project.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you once again for considering this project. This request is for Bratton Road in Macomb Township, one of the fastest growing communities in Michigan for the last 2 decades. This project is a team effort between the county, township, and state. This extension will allow for more north and south traffic flow and bring a downtown area near Township Hall. To explain the project further, I am honored to introduce Township Supervisor Frank Viviano and Macomb County Treasurer Droutlet. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yep, I appreciate the introduction. Thank you to the members of the committee for hearing about our project and to Representative Aragona for sponsoring our request. As described, this is an important north-south connection, the Bratton Road project. The specific request that Representative Aragona has sponsored is for a roundabout where this new extended road will connect to the existing 24-mile road. The project in its entirety, not only is it going to move traffic north and south, which is critical in our growing community, it's also going to be an economic driver because this corridor tends to be to have a downtown element to it. It's also intended to have between 600 and 800 future residential units that will be a diverse range of housing opportunities for our community. And it's also going to have a significant placemaking aspect to it. This corridor will be a future site of street fairs and other opportunities for the community to get together and come together under larger events. It is right next to our municipal complex. And the whole linchpin of our project is this roundabout. The roundabout will serve to control speeds. It will be a enhance safety at what will be a growing intersection. And so without this roundabout, they're going to have to be, I guess, the project in its entirety won't have the same desired effect.
So just by way of background, 25 years ago, our predecessors in the township designed a campus, a township campus that consists of our township hall, and now consists of our township hall, township recreation center, township library, ice arena, and all these amenities. But they're not connected to the majority of our population, which is south of 23 Mile Road. At this point, there are 2 bridges out, one on 25 Mile Road, one on Card Road, and no direct connection. There's a very indirect connections to get to the campus. The township has decided to extend Bratton Road as a divided boulevard that incorporates more of a downtown elements. But where that connection is going to be made is where 2 different road philosophies and 2 different road approaches collide. The existing road infrastructure is designed as a straightaway 50, 55 mile an hour speed limits. The downtown that we are building is a 35 mile an hour divided boulevard with closer in buildings and more public amenities, wider sidewalks to encourage biking, hiking, those sort of activities. So in order to make that connection safe, when these 2 different approaches intersect, is at this roundabout. We could build a traditional intersection, but that will mean that people going 50, 55 miles an hour, if the light is green, are going to be going into this downtown section, potentially unsafely. And a roundabout is really what is needed to separate these 2 sections while connecting them, to allow for safer connectivity and a better traffic flow.
In order to make this project a reality, the township is coming to the table with more funding than we normally would for a road project. The county is as Brian just explained with Clinton Township, is our road agency and our partner. They are going to fund what they would normally fund under Act 51. But there's a lot of aspects to this project that the township is going to be funding on its own. And that's in order to make it as safe as possible and as functional as possible, we're seeking alternative funding in order to make our dollars go as far as possible.
Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Supervisor. How are you? Thank you guys for testifying. Appreciate it. My question is if for whatever reason you aren't appropriating the money at this time, what alternative sources of income do you have in the future? Because this isn't just a replacement of a road. You're looking to revamp that area, which is, I think it's going to look cool. But talk about alternative funding. So
if we come up short on funding for the project as we intended, our only alternative is to scale back. Instead of a roundabout, it may be a standard intersection. We may not be able to do the sidewalks like we intend. We may have to not put in as many street lights. The road itself and the way it's a divided boulevard is planned is going to go forward. We hope that it will attract the development that we think it will, and it'll be an asset not just to our community but to our region. But we don't have alternative funding. We sought out a appropriation from the Congresswoman's office. That didn't make it through. We're hoping for a TAP grant to help us with some of the pathways. We don't know about that yet. But we do know we have enough funding to get the road in, and the county is committed to helping us make sure that happens. But That's really the only answer I have, is that we'll have to scale back.
The concern is if we scale back to a traditional intersection, that won't service that intersection of the roads well long enough, and that we may have to come back, save money in a few years, rip it out and put it in the roundabout. So we want to get it done right from the outset rather than doing it twice.
So one of the challenges in Macomb Township specifically, and I know a lot of communities experience the same congestion problem, but in our busy intersections, because we grew so fast, are at peak times, 4 to 6 o'clock in the evenings, we could have traffic backups for a mile. And while that's frustrating for residents, it's also very concerning for our public safety response. When the fire engines and the police officers are stuck behind a mile's worth of traffic, it impedes response times. Roundabouts alleviate that. And we did have a road study or traffic study done, and it verifies that these intersections, specifically this intersection, will need a roundabout in order to function properly.
Thank you. Okay, I was just wondering if you have to acquire easements at all to do this project?
Yes, we are. We're in the process of getting some property valuations for the current property owner, and we'll be negotiating with them very soon.
Would that be a part of the 2.5 million cost, or is that strictly the roundabout cost?
That's strictly construction costs.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And may I commend you on your endurance. That's a very long committee hearing. You guys are taking the fiscal responsibility seriously, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. Yep. Bye. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Next up, we have Rep. Borton with Kalkaska Road Commission, and the request is for Road Commission building.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good to see you all again today, and this will be the last ask that I'll have. So. And members of the committee, of course. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here today to express my support for a $10 million appropriations request for a new road commission facility in Kalkaska County. The current facility is aging and can no longer meet operational needs. This funding request would help improve efficiency, enhance worker safety, reduce local tax burden, and help create jobs. Joining me today is John Rogers, the manager of Kalkaska County Road Commission, as well as Martin Reiter, Senior Vice President of Hobbs and Black Architects, who will further testify in the importance of this request and are available to answer any questions you may have. John?
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to be here. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak with you about a shovel-ready, locally supported, and urgently needed infrastructure project, the replacement of our operation maintenance facility, and our request for partnership with the state of Michigan to help fund it. Kalkaska County is home to 18,000 residents with just one incorporated village, yet our road commission maintains 850 miles of roadway that support first responders, year-round residential travel, seasonal and regional tourism, critical economic activity, daily education access. Our roads are essential to 4 core economic pillars: tourism, farming, forestry, oil, and gas production. Kalkaska County, unlike a lot of road commissions in the state, we have no satellite garage. 100% of our fleet is housed, maintained, and dispatched from one facility built in 1957. This facility is nearly 70 years old, too small to accommodate modern equipment, unsafe. Mechanics work on creepers under snow-covered vehicles with no lifts or height clearance, lacking proper ventilation, storage, energy efficiency, and safety infrastructure, exposing taxpayer-funded equipment to harsh weather conditions year-round. This situation persists in a county that averages 136 inches of snow annually, with no backup facility or redundancy in place. The lack of modern, functional garage places our county's critical infrastructure and winter safety at serious risk. The estimated total project cost is $23 million. We are asking the state of Michigan to contribute $10 million towards that request, with the local match of $13 million funded through our general fund reserves and not through taxes. This project is shovel-ready. The bulk of the plans are complete, and I brought Mr. Ryder. We are ready to build. We need now is funding source. We've pursued all known state and federal grant programs. To date, there are no grant opportunities that would apply to this project. A direct state investment would only be the only viable and timely path forward. Construction and equipment costs are the same statewide, but rural counties like Kalkaska must meet them with smaller tax bases, one centralized facility, more miles of road per resident, less room for error, and no backup infrastructure. This is not about political will, it's about structural integrity. This project delivers safe, modern working conditions, protected storage for critical equipment, faster and more reliable response in winter and emergencies, construction trade jobs and local economic stimulus, operational efficiency and long-term taxpayer savings, support for students, commuters, and industries like tourism, farming, forestry, and energy, and support for our regional workforce. In closing, we've done our part, completed planning and engineering, prepared a shovel-ready site, committed $13 million in local funds without raising taxes, and we've exhausted all other funding options. Now we respectfully ask the state of Michigan to help us complete this work. Together we can build a modern facility that supports 851 miles of road, 100% of our fleet, and the safety, economy, and families of Kalkaska County. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, fellow committee members, and reintroduce myself. My name is Martin Ryder. I'm a Senior Vice President at Hobson Black Architects, located right downtown Lansing here. I wanted to just talk a little bit about John's facility. The Road Commission contracted with us back in 2019 due to a facility assessment, space utilization, and master planning effort. I did bring that report with me right here. And we've been working on this for a number of years, and I can say without a doubt that John and the board have done their due diligence. The report is data-driven. The square footage ask, or the development of that, the operations garage, is what we would normally see in other road commissions of John's type, built in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. We do a lot of these facility condition assessments across the state of Michigan with not all 83 road agencies yet, but we've done many of the road agencies in lower Michigan. And we normally see 150 to 200% increase in the square footage of a building that was built in the 40s, 50s, or 60s. And that is really as driven by the size of the equipment. We're not dealing with single axle GMC pickup trucks that are, barely as large as a Suburban. We're talking about plow trucks now that are tandem axle, triaxles, and they're 34 feet long and 9 feet wide. They take a lot more space, and they are the drivers to the requirements and set the square footage of these facilities. So talk a little bit about John's garage. If we had pictures to show you, they would tell the whole story. The structural engineering report within our report notifies us, or puts everybody on notice, I guess, as there are many structural deficiencies in this building. Most importantly, or most concerning, is the area where his equipment is housed. Again, it's an old wood barrel vault roof. There are signs of structural issues going on with that roof. And it's a very similar roof that was done in Gladwin County Road Commission. They caught their structural failure before it actually happened. They were able to get some supports into that space to keep it from collapsing on their equipment. It is not a question about, if this is going to happen at John's garage. It's going to happen eventually. And I cannot say if it's going to be, this winter or next winter, but I can assure you that if that storm that went through Otsego County, the ice, had hit John's garage, it would probably be on the ground. There are some significant issues with that garage that just cannot be fixed by, remedial work on it. It's too small, it's unsafe, and he needs a new facility.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It says in your ask that this funding would reduce local tax burden. Could you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yeah, that is an excellent question. In 2023, we asked the county taxpayers for a levy or a bond, and it failed for the full $23 million. The median household income in Kalkaska is approximately $60,000, and per capita income is $46,000. We have a 16% poverty rate. So, and in Kalkaska, because it's such a low tax base, a $23 million request would actually require a full 1 mil tax levy on the residents. And in Kalkaska, 1 mil generates $895,000, so it's actually less than $1 million for a full facility. So to be more direct on your question, we would take less out of our general fund. We couldn't afford to fund the entire facility out of our general fund. So by getting $10 million from the state, it would only require us then to come up with 13, and we wouldn't then be required to levy the taxes on the taxpayers.
Rep. Cavett?
Is this a Quonset hut style building?
Yes.
Okay. What's the plan if we don't get the funding? What's plan B?
Representative, I'm glad you asked that question, but unfortunately,
I'm a northern guy. I'm sympathetic.
Yeah, you know what snow does to a Quonset hut.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, this is our plan B. We went to the taxpayers, and they just don't want to pay more taxes. So our plan B is actually looking for funding sources, because we can't. On a 30-year loan would be about $1 million a year, and we just can't take that out of our already strained MTF budget. So our plan B was actually coming to the state and asking for at least $10 million to fund, help fund this. So as far as Plan C goes, it's yet to be determined.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
My question's kind of similar to the ones I've been asking today. Is demolition a part of the cost, that demolition of the current facility, and part of the cost of would be in the $10 million ask?
Yes, absolutely. There's no usable piece of our existing building that is that can be recycled. So the building that we're proposing is off to the side of our existing building, and we would have to totally demolish the existing building and have it hauled away. In addition to that, as part of this $23 million project, we are also within the village of Kalkaska, and because of fire suppression requirements by code, we have a run, Marty, I think at 1,500 feet. We have to run city water to our facility because it falls about 1,500 feet short. So site work, sewer and water, and demolition are all included in this $23 million estimate.
Okay. And then, so it sounds like you are building on the same property, so you don't have to buy new property to build the new facility.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
okay. Great. Well, thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Representative Bruck with the City of Monroe, and their project is Monroe Rail Line. Thank you. Oops, we're not doing PowerPoints, right? Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing us all to come in and to make our pitches for our local districts. I know you know this is important to all of us, and I know that you don't have enough to go to everybody, but we're all very concerned about our districts. In Monroe in particular, and I must say, my name is Mike Goshka, by the way. I serve as legislative director for Representative Bruck. And he's not here today, as you might guess, in district activities. And he's meeting with the folks that he represents. But the ask is ultimately to have an underpass in Monroe, the city of Monroe, because of so many railroad lines that run through there. The city of Monroe has 3 Class 1 railroads. The West Elm CSX has 8 to 13 trains that go through each and every day. There's a lot of cargo, some of which is automotive components. It goes throughout the United States and into Canada. The rail line runs the entire 2-mile length of the city limits from north and south, and there are 4 crossings in the city. 30,000 vehicles a day, as well as pedestrians, run back and forth to conduct their daily business. This includes emergency vehicles. And the trains, as you might guess, stop, they slow down, they block the crossings, causing dangerous delays for emergency response and local hospital access. The city's hospital of Monroe, it's the only hospital in the entire county, and it's on the east side of the tracks. And there's always a concern, because of that situation, what could transpire into an emergency situation. When the blockages continue or actually occur, you've got to go 5 miles one way or the other to get around those get the other side of the tracks. You can imagine that in an emergency situation in particular, precious time lost, precious minutes. So again, we're requesting $500,000 for an overpass, or excuse me, an underpass that will help alleviate the problem. Even now, there's an assessment going on, a NEPA assessment, environmental, to determine impact, et cetera. The total cost of this is $30 million. The feds have put up, the federal government has put up $24 million for this, 80%. And then the Michigan Infrastructure Office has put up $2 million. The CSX themselves have put up $1.5 million. And then to show the buy-in of the local folks in Monroe and throughout the county, $1 million is being pledged by the county of Monroe, another $1 million by the city of Monroe, and that does leave, of the $30 million price tag, $500,000. And we are respectfully requesting this committee to consider the $500,000 that we're requesting to help make this underpass come to reality. And if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
All right, Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to be clear, what is the overall cost of this project? I know you're asking for
Yes.
$500,000, but what's the overall cost of it again?
It is $30 million.
$30 million.
Yes.
And so, because I see the pictures here and see, I guess one's before and after. Is that what I'm looking at?
I believe so.
Okay, so you're actually widening, are you making each side 2 lanes? Is that what's happening?
I believe so. I have
Okay,
not
because
talked.
it looks like it's one way, one lane each way now.
Yes.
How much traffic travels through there on a daily basis?
Well, they have 30,000 vehicles that travel back and forth a day, as well as pedestrian traffic.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett.
Yeah, thanks, Senator, for being here. You got a lot of partners.
Thank you. Yes, that is just objectively. I've observed that. I actually shared that. That's an amazing what the people are putting up.
Is this? I know the state's invested heavily in the local community into the port of Monroe. Does this railroad improvement help that port economically at all?
In the bigger picture, I believe it would. Yes.
Okay.
Just the fact that the travel back and forth will alleviate so much blockage from the movement. And again, to underscore that when there are moments where the roads are not accessible, you've got to go 5 miles one way or the other to get around those railroad tracks. 5 miles, one way.
Understood. Now, you mentioned that a railroad itself had given $1 million. Was that willingly philanthropic? I mean, I know they're a heavily regulated industry, and you're in their easement, you're underneath their tracks. They can have wait times at stops. I mean, are they doing this statutorily, or are they required to give you that money?
That's a very perceptive question. It's actually $1.5 million, and the answer is it is statutory.
Okay.
In a project like this, they've got to give 5% of the cost, and that's what they're doing. $1.5 million.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a good question.
So I didn't add up all those amounts that you gave us, but is that 500,000 finish the project then?
It does.
Okay. All right. And so what would happen if the state wasn't able to fund that? Would you have to find the other 500 somewhere else, or who else would you go to? You've gone to so many already.
Well, I was going to ask everyone how much I might be carrying today. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's face it. If it doesn't happen, then it's like anything else. You have to look for other ways and be creative about it. But we're genuinely very hopeful of this situation here. When they're so close to having all, when you look at all the pieces that have come together on a $30 million project, you get buy-in from the city, buy-in from the county, and of course CSX statutorily, but then the infrastructure group, the federal government, we're that close.
So, gosh, I just forgot what I was going to say. So anyway, thank you. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members.
If I think of my question, I'll come down the hall a little.
Please do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, next up we have, let's see, we have Representative Phil Green, Green's office, and Genesee County Road Commission, and the Francis Road Bridge is the project request.
Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for allowing me to be with you today. My name is Sherry Sophia, and I am the Legislative Director for State Representative Phil Green. He was sorry to miss this afternoon's opportunity to discuss this important project to his district and asked me to convey his appreciation for your time and consideration. You have before you a request for $2,203,000 to replace the Francis Road Bridge over Butternut Creek in Genesee County. For your information, this bridge was finally closed because it is structurally unsound, forcing residents, farmers, school buses, and probably most importantly, emergency vehicles, to take a 6-mile detour, and it is estimated that that causes a driver's delay of approximately 15 minutes. Francis Road is the dividing line between Genesee Township and Thetford Township. The Genesee County Road Commission, on behalf of the county and both townships, has applied unsuccessfully for grants from the Critical Bridge Fund. Unfortunately, despite maximizing the points for their project, given the metrics used to calculate scoring, this project will never be able to compete and reach a number to qualify for assistance. Without some assistance, the cost to rebuild the bridge is out of reach for the townships and county, so we are asking for your help to replace this critical infrastructure for these residents. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Is the bridge currently closed?
The bridge is currently closed.
Okay. And so, how long has it been closed?
It closed last November.
Okay, so we have a bridge that's closed in our area too, so I understand the frustration of going around. I know that when they do, they construct or reconstruct bridges or whatever, they also do environmental studies and things like that, so will that all be a part of the cost of rebuilding the bridge?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. All right, next up we have Representative Jamie Green's office with St. Clair County Road Commission and the Palms Road Bridge.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nick Miller, and I am from Rep. Jamie Green's office. I'm here on behalf of the 65th District to urge your support for $1.1 million appropriation for the Palms Road Bridge reconstruction in Wales Township. While this bridge may seem minor on paper, it plays an essential role in our community, connecting residents, farmers, school buses, and emergency vehicles to I-94 and serves as the only access point to the county's landfill, which manages all solid waste in our closed system. The bridge is severely deteriorated with rusted railings, structural damage, and load restrictions that are already disrupting vital services. If it fails, trash haulers and farm equipment will be forced onto long, inefficient detours over fragile rural roads, driving up costs, damaging infrastructure, and compromising safety. Joining me today is Mr. William Hazelton, Managing Director of the St. Clair County Road Commission, and he will now provide further remarks.
Good afternoon. So, again, St. Clair County Road Commission, and our road commission manages the second most number of bridges in the state, 219 bridges. So we try and keep up with the bridges as best we can, but there's more than we can handle. For example, of the 219 bridges we have, 10% are in poor condition, and then about 4 or 5 are in severe condition, which basically means they're almost ready to be closed. So annually, we try and keep up with maintenance. We budget about $350,000 a year in maintenance. Unfortunately, when bridges get to a condition where they're in poor shape, maintenance doesn't do a whole lot. We're just putting, as they say, perfume on a pig. So we try and keep the good bridges in good shape and last longer. Like you mentioned earlier, within 3-mile radius of this bridge, we have 8 structures that are posted for reduced loading. So this is a heavy farming community. It is a closed county for waste. So there's a lot of detours that folks have to make to get around these bridges that are all have restrictions. So just some stats on this bridge. This bridge was built in 1932. It's lasted 93 years. Pretty good condition for a bridge that lasts that long. So nowadays, try and build a bridge that lasts 100 years. This one almost lasted 100 years. So we're at a point where maintenance isn't going to help it any. It's just going to be replaced at some point. So most bridges are on a 2-year cycle for inspection. This one has been reduced down to 1 year due to the condition of the bridge and the postings. So that's about all I had. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to help you.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody have questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've always wondered about how often are the bridges inspected, and obviously these are in rough decay. As a follow-up, if you don't get the funding, how would you get other resources to make
So by federal law, it's every 2 years. And this one here, when they get in poor shape, they reduce the time frame. Sometimes it goes down to 1 year, 3 months, 6 months. So this one's on a 1-year cycle for every year we're out there to see the bridge. And then as far as the funding, we're probably within a couple of years of closing it down. It's a community that doesn't have a lot of money. It's a local community, township road. So like I said earlier, we share the cost of maintenance with them. Over 50%, they come to them and they don't have the matching money to take care of this bridge at this time. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I was just curious, how many houses are on that, or how many cars travel that route?
It's not a lot. I think I figured out it's about 600 a day.
Okay, but it's important to the people that are there. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
the biggest thing is we try and keep it open for buses, because when school buses can't drive a road in a rural area, they're in trouble, you know?
Mhm.
So whenever I close a bridge, that's the first person that calls me is the mom saying, what do we do with my kids to get to school, right? And that's what we try and keep these open for the school buses, because that's the last line of defense for them, and also emergency vehicles. But it's the parents going to school that, what do we do with my kid now, right?
Okay. And then, like I asked the other, the last person, environmental studies, are those included in the cost of the,
Well, we do all that on our own. No, this is just construction cost only.
Okay, all right, very good. And is there like certain specs or something that, like we have some bridges out in our dirt roads in our county that look like they should be on freeways or something. Is there, I see this as you say, it's a smaller road. Is this keeping to, building a good bridge, but not overdoing it, I
Yeah,
guess is
we,
what
we,
I'm going
we
to say.
generally don't overbuild our bridges, so it's based on the amount of traffic, and we forecast out, say, 25, 30 years and project out how much traffic would be there, so we don't overbuild our structures.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. No other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, you're up next too? Oh, guess I ought to look at my list. Okay, Rep. Green, St. Clair County Road Commission. Oh, that's why you're both there. It's been a long couple days. Okay, so we're going to talk about the Sterling Road culvert.
We're here to urge your support for $280,000 in state funding to replace the deteriorating culvert on Sterling Road in Lynn Township. Sterling Road is one of the only continuous paved routes in this rural area of western St. Clair County, serving as a lifeline for farmers, school buses, and emergency responders. If this culvert fails, the nearest paved alternative is nearly 5 miles away. The structure is visibly crumbling, and earlier repairs are now failing. If left unaddressed, reduced load limits will force essential vehicles onto unpaved, less safe roads, jeopardizing safety and rural commerce. This investment will prevent future disruptions and safeguard vital transportation access for the community. I will now refer back to Mr. William Hazelton.
So again, it looks like a bridge in some of the photos, but anything less than 20 feet is considered a culvert. So just for example, we have 5,546 culverts in our county that we maintain. And the ones that really concern us are the ones that are 5 foot and larger, and we have 889 of those. So when a culvert's 2 or 3 foot in diameter, it fails, you're not losing a car. 5, 6 foot diameter, you could have a serious damage to a vehicle or injury. So this one here is a 15-foot span. It's almost like a bridge, but it's not because it's less than 20 feet. So on average, we replace about 16 of these a year. We just can't keep up. 890 of these structures like this size, we just can't keep up with the demand to replace them. So we spend about $1.9 million replacing things like this. We just can't do them all. I guess we're at a point where we just try and keep up, and we're at that point. So this location gets about 3,000 vehicles a day. Again, we don't have a lot of paved roads out in this area of the community, and we shut one down, we hear it. The local roads just can't handle the traffic. Gravel road, getting 3,000 cars a day is pretty rough. So this one's getting close to restricted or closed in the near future. So it was built in 1953. We've rehabbed it once already, so it's 72 years old. It's done pretty good. Not as good as the Palms Road Bridge, but it's done pretty well. So that's all I had. If any questions, I'd be happy to help you.
Any question, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation on both of these items. And you mentioned about the previous bridge that you just can't have to close it. These bridges, or what do you call them if they're?
The culvert.
Culvert.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
If you have to close these areas down, what does that mean for traffic? Because these bridges look in pretty bad shape.
They are in rough shape, so the detours are quite large. Locals won't use gravel roads in the area because they'll fall apart due to additional traffic. So we don't have a lot of paved roads, so it's talking about like a probably 12, 15-mile detour on paved roads. In the spring and in the fall, when the weather breaks, gravel roads fall apart. Nothing we can do about it. The frost comes out, they get rough. So if this road is closed, it's going to be a rough haul for the area. So it's long detours.
Thank you. I think these cases are just an amplification of why we need a new roads plan, because most communities they're trying to. It's in bad shape. So thank you. I hope you get appropriated. Thank you.
Yeah. I agree with you. Go ahead,
Right.
Rep. Cavett.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Former drain commissioner, what kind of culverts are you talking about? Are these like a box culvert, concrete, corrugated tubes? What?
The ones that are 5 foot and larger could be anything. A lot of times they're tubes. Sometimes they're concrete structures. Back in the 30s and 40s, they built a lot of stuff with concrete. And 30s and 40s, these are old structures. So this one here is built out of concrete and has been expanded once already. But
it's just one structure?
Just one.
One structure?
One free
Okay.
span, 15 foot, yep.
Okay, thank you.
So will you be placing the concrete, or will you put in like a corrugated or whatever you call it, pipe?
We'll probably put an aluminum box in, probably. So
Okay.
it'll be like a pipe structure, but we'll build it. It comes in pieces.
Okay, because that was one of my, that was kind of one of my questions. What's the cost of a typical culvert, so it's 280. I guess it depends on what kind of culvert it is.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll do a value engineering of what the best structure could be. You know, we're not looking to overbuild something, just something that lasts us 50, 60 years. That's our
Yeah,
goal.
that's good.
For these culverts.
That's good. All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys being here today. All right, next up, we have Representative Johnson with Berry County Road Commission, and they are looking at the Brown Road crossing.
Thank you once again for hearing our requests. This is Berry County Road Commission. We have with us Dave Liddell, Project Manager for Berry County Road Commission, and I'm just going to summarize it quickly and then pass it off to you, Dave. We're asking for $2.5 million, and I'm in complete agreement. We need a local roads plan. It'd be nice if the locals had enough money to work out these things themselves, and they wouldn't be coming to the state so often, or at all. The purpose of this $2.5 million is to support the removal and replacement of an outdated and undersized road and river crossing on Brown Road over the Little Thornapple River. The existing structure consists of deteriorating culverts that are no longer adequate for current hydrological conditions, leading to frequent flooding, roadway instability, and environmental degradation along the river corridor. Berry County, we must note, has the lowest percentage of poorly rated federal aid eligible roads of any road commission in the state of Michigan in 2025, the third straight year. Waterway crossings, whether culverts or bridges, are largely overlooked in all road funding mechanisms. The Berry County Road Commission has been unyielding in their attempts to secure funding for this particular crossing, but to no avail. And I will now turn it over to you, Dave. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'd like to thank Representative Johnson for inviting the Berry County Road Commission to speak today about Brown Road over the Little Thornapple River. The river flows from Jordan Lake, located in Lake Odessa. This is one of many undersized road culvert crossings and is located in Woodland Township, up in the most northeast township in Berry County. It has been a priority for replacement for decades. This road segment is a primary federal aid eligible road with around 800 vehicles daily. Flooding issues have been prevalent throughout the years, but most recently in 2015, 2017, and 2018. This has negatively impacted traffic, also sending sediment downstream, and the existing scour is impairing fish passage of this designated trout stream. It currently is a multi-barrel culvert crossing. So that consists of 4 culverts side by side. These culverts are spaced out slightly too far to be considered a bridge. Overall, they span 32 feet, but they do not qualify under the local bridge program's critical bridge funding mechanism. With an estimated cost of replacement for a clear span bridge, it'd be over $2.5 million, like Gina said, which is approximately 1/4 of the BCRC's annual funding. We collect around $19,000 per mile of its primary roads annually, which when you do the math, it calculates out for this structure, we receive $115 annually for it, which we would never be able to fund it off of that. We're sure this issue is very similar with a lot of other local agencies throughout the great state of Michigan, but there is limited funding assistance from the state of Michigan and the federal government for the replacement of these critical multi-culvert crossings that serve as a vital connector for local and regional traffic. This infrastructure has reached the end of its service life and poses ongoing challenges to public safety, mobility, and freight movement. Its replacement is essential to maintaining reliable access for residents, emergency services, school buses, school transportation, and local businesses. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Johnson, and thank you, Dave, for coming to testify. I appreciate that you itemized this, and I like when we see these off numbers because it's obvious you got it down to the dollar. My question, I guess, is if you're not appropriated the money, what alternative funding do you have to do this project, if any? Thank you.
So in the past, the Road Commission has obviously recognized the importance of trying to receive alternate funding. We've exhausted those avenues. We've applied for the federal RAISE grant through the IIJA in 2023, 2024, both times receiving scores of recommended, but not selected for funding. In 2024, our management team at the Road Commission went through strategic planning, and one of its main goals focused on these types of crossings. As a result of this, the Berry County Road Commission is putting $400,000 each year aside to potentially fund this project and others like it. With that being said, with that price tag, we're looking at early 2030 before we can, replace this thing. We've already started going through the process. We've gotten soil borings done on it. We've contracted out an engineering company to start the design phase of it. So we are getting this thing ready to go because it's not long before it's going to fail.
Rep. Cavett.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add on to Rep. Robinson's comment. We've seen Berry County come in here a couple times today, and this the way you present and the information you give is really easy to read, and you've dotted your I's and crossed your T's, so we appreciate that. What about the RAISE grant applications and local bridge bundling? Is there anything you can address about that, or?
It's really hard to say, when we apply for the RAISE grant, we are a very rural county. We're 65,000 strong, and we're going up against counties that have a much higher need, a lot higher population. And it's hard to compete with that. We're not recognized as a county that needs this, even though when these bridges or these structures go out, we're going to need to replace them, and we're going to have to either fund it out of our pocket or try and find a alternate source, and it's been very difficult. We've reached out to MyoTAC, and we've submitted basically some application assistance from them. But it's difficult to get, even through the federal government.
I would like to add that Brown Road is an essential thoroughfare connecting Hastings and southeast Grand Rapids suburbs to Lake Odessa and eastward to Lansing. We might not, quote, have the need because of numerical population in the county, but what it connects from other counties and other areas that are highly populated, it's critical, and certainly for EMS. And emergency transport, it's a critical part of the infrastructure.
Yeah, I agree. As someone who comes from rural Michigan, I don't ever like to see urban versus pitted against rural. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I was just wondering if the new bridge, how long do you project it to last? Like 50 years?
Yeah, typically when we would have a bridge designed, we would be looking for a minimum of 50 years.
Okay. And are there any administrative costs associated with the requests that you have? 2.5 million.
No, that would include everything. That's the entire project cost.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Representative Linting with Groile Township and the Groile County Bridge. Good to see you today.
How you doing?
Well, good afternoon, Chairwoman Jenkins Arno and members of the committee. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my budget request for the Groile County Bridge. For those of you who don't know, Groile is an island with 2 bridges that connect over 10,000 Groile residents to the mainland. One of these bridges is a toll bridge that is nearly a century old, and the other is owned by Wayne County, who has requested state funds to begin the process of permitting and engineering for a full bridge replacement. The bridge is a movable bridge that was first opened in 1931, and in that time, it has gone through multiple upgrades and repairs. Since 2007, it has been closed several times for weeks and multiple months at a time due to repairs and safety concerns. After an investigation by Wayne County, it has been determined that the bridge will need a full replacement as it is no longer viable to continue maintaining the existing structure. My request for funding is $3 million. The project timeline is estimated to be 6 to 8 years in total, with a project cost of $200 million, and the county's current request will help cover the cost for planning, getting the appropriate permitting, and engineering the replacement bridge. When this bridge closes for months on end, residents are forced to pay a toll at the township-owned bridge, adding to their transportation cost and the time for their commutes. Residents rely on this bridge, and it is critically important to maintain the bridge so there's always one available for reliable transportation if another is undergoing maintenance. Workers, families, and our local economy would be in dire straits without this continued infrastructural existence. When I talk to community members, this is their chief concern. As we continue the budget discussions and right-size state spending to respect taxpayers, these issues are the ones that need to be on the forefront. But thank you, members of the committee. I also have with me here today Assistant County Executive Andrew Condrevis to testify via Zoom and help answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for being here. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank you for your Herculean effort this week. I've never seen anything like this undertaking that you guys are so we'll try to keep it brief because you guys have been dragged out all day. But to members of the committee, thank you very much for taking this up. And a big thank you to Rep. Linting for being a champion for so many of our residents. You know, she mentions the Groile issue, which is, 11,000 or so residents on a township. But it does impact the whole downriver community, which is also part of the 1.8 million people that are in Wayne County. The Groile situation is interesting. For one thing that the representative raised was the age of this bridge. And this is a 150-year-old bridge. There are pieces of this bridge that are about 150 years old, let's put it that way. And it's the older bridge to the junior bridge, which is over a century old, and that is now owned by the township. And I want to give township credit for taking some control in their own hands and their voters' hands and taking ownership from a private entity of the toll bridge. We have what we call the free bridge, the Groile Parkway Bridge, which is a vital connection to this community. We heard some other testimony from other counties. So we all know that bridge infrastructure and bridge funding is a huge problem and a huge concern. I would like to turn this over for a more detailed discussion on what it's going to take to make sure this bridge stays open. It's a movable bridge. I want to make sure it keeps moving so that ships can go underneath it and all the traffic can go above it. And I am joined by Dayo Akinyeme. Mr. Akinyeme is director of the Wayne County Department of Public Services, who can speak a little bit about what this money will be used for and part of our long-term vision of what is needed to keep these communities open.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. Again, my name is Dayo Akinyeme. I'm the director for Wayne County Department of Public Services. Talking about Groile Parkway Bridge, 150-year-old plus bridge. It has 3 components. It has a structural component, so it's a steel bridge, the last remaining camelback steel bridge in the state of Michigan, one of the very, very few in the country. It has mechanical components to it because it turns back and forth to allow ship to pass. and it also works on electricity. So it's movable. It's over 1,000 feet long, about 1,300 feet long, spanning between Trenton and Groile Parkway Bridge. Like the rep said, it's an island. It's owned by the county, it's maintained, and since 2007, the Wayne County has been spending a lot of time and money to replace it. We did a major rehabilitation in 2007, so that's 18 years ago. We including deck, sidewalk, railing replacement, and a lot of other things. In 2019, we did a load rating because we realized that the underwater infrastructure was getting tired. Again, the underwater infrastructure, the footing itself is 150-year-old. That's the original part. The repair in 2021, we did some repair on the substructure because we found some cracks. We recently this year did another set of repair on the steel structure. The amount of money it now takes to maintain this bridge is rendering it almost unsustainable. We need to start looking at different options. We need to study. We need to work with the Coast Guard. We need to work with our environmental people. We need to look at different options. We need to talk to the community to look at what they would want. Are we going to be replacing in the location? Are we going to be moving away from that location? If we're moving away from the location that is there right now, you're going to be looking at real estate. You're going to be looking at the impact. If you're going to be building at the location, are you rebuilding as a fixed bridge? Are you rebuilding as a movable bridge? If it's a fixed bridge, is it going to be at a low profile or a high profile like you see with Ambassador Bridge or Goody Howe Bridge? Several decisions and studies needs to go on before we begin to even go for the big ask for the money from the federal government. As the rep said, we're looking at about $200 million total expenditure on this bridge, and the community is 11 to 12,000. It becomes a very tough ask to fund internally. But if we begin to find a way to study this and do environmental studies and justify it, we may have a good luck going to Washington, D.C., and even to Lansing to see how we can fund the construction. So
Okay.
I'm here if you have any questions for
Thank
me.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Linting. Nice to see you here. And thank you, sir, for testifying. I see here, obviously, when you're talking about this area, that there's two bridges that go back and forth, right? What would happen if one of them just were unusable?
So,
Well, unfortunately, we do know what happens if one is unusable because the Wayne County-owned bridge has been frequently shut down for months at a time for major projects, which puts an amazing tax on the junior 95-year-old bridge that's swinging just to the north of us. So we do know that it's a huge impact on everything. I mean, from waste disposal on a city to school buses getting over to emergency. You know, there's a hospital on the other side on the mainland of this. There's not a hospital on the island.
Right.
So these are real concerns of ours. We also know that God bless the township for taking ownership of their other bridge, which was not the case previously, but they need a lot of work that's going to need on their bridge. So they will be shutting their bridge down from time to time as well, I'm sure. And we're having discussions around that.
Yeah. And just to emphasize his point, I grew up on Groile. My family lives there, and there are so many different ways that it has a negative impact on the community. And like he was saying, when one of the bridges is closed down for maintenance, the amount of stress that is put on the other bridge, which is also not in neither bridge is in pristine condition, is astronomical. And then in addition, I mean, the line to get on and off the island, people just trying to get to work, take their kid to school, and then that really poses a risk for emergency vehicles. When there is a backup at the bridge, it has taken some people who I've talked to over 2 hours to get off of the bridge.
Yeah. Real quick, if I could, the next question is: this is a big ask. So, what is it? What would the $37 million go for? Because you talked about this project could be more than that. What is this appropriation slated for?
This appropriation is in order to conduct it's in order to begin the permitting and engineering process for the full bridge replacement. And so, as they were explaining, there will be a lot that goes into determining what this bridge will look like. And I don't know if they want to speak to that.
Will there be an administrative cost? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Not to my knowledge, but they can speak to that if they have any additional information.
Sorry, can you repeat that question, sir?
Of the appropriations that you're asking for, how much will any be used for administrative, or is it all for construction?
Oh, this is just for the preliminary studies. What we're requesting for today is just the preliminary studies and the environmental studies and the engineering design. All the work, there's no money going to administration on this. The administration cost will be fully borne by the county.
Rep. Cavett?
Yeah, a couple questions real quick. Thank you, Rep. Lading. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. Are both bridges, the swing bridge, even the toll bridge, is the same design?
Yes.
Okay. How much is the toll?
The toll is currently, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if either the gentlemen on Zoom have the information. I believe it is up to $4 now, and that's just one way. Yeah, I don't know if you have that exact number. I have a bridge pass, so I'm not pulling out my wallet each time I cross. And many people who live there do have a bridge pass, but the toll continues to increase, and it's becoming, a financial burden for people who live there.
We have a bridge by us called the Mackinac Bridge, and it's the same price, $4 to get across it. So, one last question. Up where we live, we have ferries. Has anybody ever thought?
$450 if credit card is used.
What do you say? $450.
$450 if you use a credit card.
Okay.
Yep.
How about ferries? Has anybody ever thought about a ferry service? Is there any entrepreneurs in there? That's what we do up north. We got a lot of islands that have people on them, and we use ferries.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure a lot of people have thought about a lot of modes of transportation, but getting 12,000 people back and forth on that island by ferry, I'm sure it's doable. It will be a lot of ferries going back and forth there. And I can just imagine how safe and that would be to do in February, in the thick of winter, to go back and forth. But, it's not impossible. But those are the things we're going to study as a result of.
One last question, please. Mm-hmm. Are the bridges required to swing by maritime law? Could you build something that doesn't swing, that maritime traffic can't navigate? Or are you kind of in a position?
Interestingly, again, as I was discussing earlier, those are the things we're going to need to study. Well, that's when I was saying, does it have to be movable bridge or fixed bridge? Quite frankly, that is a very important point you just made, because south of that bridge previously used to be the DTE installation power plant, but that has since been decommissioned. Now, with that being decommissioned, we need to ask ourselves, do we still need to be movable? And if you need to have recreational watercraft go back and forth, how high do they have to be? So all of these are the things that you need to study, and you will need that for what we call record of decision as part of our environmental studies, because U.S. government, Federal Highway, Coast Guard, all of them are going to need that information before this project can get the ultimate permit.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Rep.
Thank you. Well, thank you for I think you're up again.
I am, yeah.
All right, very good. Well, the next one is Representative Linting with Wayne County Department of Public Services. Thank you guys for being here. Are you still the same ones that are up?
Yeah.
They're the same ones that are up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the Trenton West Road Bridge.
Yeah, so a lot of bridge talk. Well, once again, thank you for having me. And thank you for the amount of time you're spending here today to ensure that we have a transparent budget process. It really means a lot to our Michigan taxpayer. But like you said, my next budget request is another critical bridge replacement. This one is the West Road Bridge in Trenton. I talk with people throughout my communities and my constituents, and they routinely talk about local infrastructure being a top priority. Families want peace of mind that the bridge they're driving over isn't failing. And unfortunately, the West Road Bridge in Trenton is a major thoroughfare, and it is, in fact, failing. Its condition has already forced the closure of 2 lanes of traffic on the bridge. This has created bottlenecks and safety concerns for motorists and rail traffic. It also makes the job harder for first responders when they need to use this infrastructure to respond to an emergency. I respectfully request a $10 million appropriation that would enable Wayne County to begin construction on a new bridge. This funding will allow the county to get shovels in the ground and begin this crucial work. Many areas of Wayne County see extremely high concentrations of traffic. I see them every week on my drive to and from Lansing. We need to ensure our infrastructure is up to par, and this includes the West Road Bridge in Trenton. And once again, I'm joined today with some people from Wayne County. We have Assistant County Executive Andrew Condrevis and Dio.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will jump right into this one. This is not an island that we're talking about, fortunately. It's the community just west of this bridge that we had previously discussed. City of Trenton West Road is the major east-west corridor in a very vital area. The bridge is a very tall bridge, and it goes over railroad tracks. Conrail Railroad controls. I forget, I think there's like 8 lines physically underneath this bridge. And what makes this bridge very difficult for complete closures, if that would ever have to happen, would be that not only do you have City Hall on one side of it, but you really do have the police and fire station, which are the only police and fire for that community on the east side of the bridge. And then on the west side, you have the great bulk of the population, both residences and commercial entities, plus, any aid they would have to offer to local communities would be to the west. So without this bridge, there are some, neighborhood connections which add vital seconds and minutes onto any response that's needed. That is why this has been a particular concern of Wayne County roads, but also for that community. We do our best to keep the load rating up so that fire trucks and larger trucks, there is also heavy manufacturing on the other side of the bridge. So we can keep these activities going so we don't have to limit it, to pedestrian or just lightweight vehicles. But at this point, we've been spending money over the years, and it is no longer feasible to keep spending small amounts of money on this. We need a complete reconstruction. And I think Mr. Dio Akinyemi can speak a little bit to our steps currently.
Thank you very much, Mr. Condrevious. Again, Dio Akinyemi, Director for Wayne County Department of Public Services. Just a quick another information. So this is a bridge that was constructed in 1938. So it's approaching its 90th year in a couple years. The bridge is, we have some lanes closed right now on the bridge, and it's been closed like that for the past 2 years, since 2023. In 1985, we did a complete superstructure replacement on this, and we've been spending money and working on it since then. 2018, we put temporary support on it. We put additional one in 2023. 2021, we did a structural study to look at different options. So we've been working on this. The decision is to replace it because of the continued deterioration of the support structure. We have put funding in, application for grant for bridge infrastructure project in DC to see if we can get that. But we don't think it's prudent to just wait till this bridge completely closes based on what Mr. Condrevia said. So whatever it is we can begin to do on the local level while we wait for any support that we can get from DC will be great. But right now, there's urgency because of the growth, just the sheer state and condition of that bridge. We want to begin design and want to see what we can do to begin construction.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for your presentation. It says this project's going to cost $60,000, and excuse me, $60 million. We wish $60,000. And your ask is for $10 million. What if you're not appropriated this funding? What will happen to this project? Because you're just at the beginning here. What would happen?
So if we were to get the allocation, we'll be able to progress significantly on the design. we'll be able to find additional county funds, and we're hoping to be able to use that as the case to bridge the gap and get federal support. Because right now, the challenge we're having is you're not going to go to the federal government and ask for 100% funding, so the more we have in state, the better our case will be. But right now, we want to be able to finish the design and want to have enough money to be at least in a position where we can progress on construction with county money and additional transportation funds from Wayne County.
Rep. Cavett? No. Thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hang in there.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Rep. Meerman with Ionia Township and the Blackmer Road improvement is our project request.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Matt Criado-Cano. Pleasure to be back in front of you again from Rep. Meerman's office, and we're talking about Representative Meerman's legislative directed spending item for Blackmer Road, main road in the Ravenna Township, central community in the 89th House District. I'm joined by Kenneth Holka, who is the Muskegon County Road Commission Managing Director. He's going to kind of talk about the nitty-gritty of what's going on with Blackmer. I'm going to turn it over to Ken now.
Thank you very much, representatives. I appreciate the time that you've given us. I'm Ken Holka. I'm the Managing Director of Muskegon County Road Commission. I'd like to talk to you today about Blackmer Road. It's a major agricultural connector between Ravenna and the west side of Coopersville. It allows farmers to access both of those communities and, more importantly, I-96 corridor. Ravenna Township is a small rural township, 250,000 in total budget. The road is a total nightmare. We spend 30 to 50,000 a year trying to keep it open for them. It's 3 miles in length. We did manage to secure funding for a major bridge over the only river in the area about 8 years ago and reconstructed that. The remainder of the road needs a total reconstruct. It's an old McNitt road that was built on clay. If you know anything about roads, when you build them on clay, they're a nightmare. It needs to have an 18 to 24 inch sand lift, 8 inches of aggregate, and then 3 inches of lift in order to handle all the modern farming equipment that area uses today. We have tried desperately for the last 8 or 10 years to try to find federal and state funding for this road. There just doesn't seem to be anything available. We seem to have dropped through the cracks in all the funding opportunities, so we really, about the only option we see is a special appropriation from the legislators, and we would appreciate any consideration along those lines. Understand you've been at this for several days and appreciate a few minutes of your time so that we could make this request. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Questions, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're in dire straits, obviously. You need this. He's having a hard time. What if you don't get appropriated these funds? What's the plan then?
There really is no alternative that we can see. We are just band-aiding that road together. The township saved up for a decade, and about a dozen years ago, really against our advice, but we decided to let them try it because they seemed so desperate. They purchased millings from a MDOT project and put 6 inches of millings on the road and then prime and double sealed it. And it lasted about 2 years, and it's just been a nightmare ever since. Right now, we're considering just grinding the road, returning it to gravel, so at least we can blade it. But that's really not going to serve the long-term needs of any of those either Ravenna or the Coopersville farming communities.
it just needs something much more substantial. And honestly, without that sand lift and significant drainage, a lot of the cost here is the drainage improvements. There's just not that adequate in the area. We actually have a plan we've already developed for the road, should we get funding. So it involves pretty substantial ditching and drainage, and we think we have a good fix, but the township certainly on the kind of budget they have is never going to come up with any kind of a match money for us. And quite frankly, that would take all of our funds for a year or two that we spend on the other 1,100 miles of road to make improvements. And we really need some alternative source of funding for that. Like I said, we've searched federal databases nonstop and state opportunities, and just nothing seems to be available.
I can hear the exhaustion in your voice, so keep up the good fight, sir. Thank you for your presentation.
I appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
I was just curious, so will this 3.3 million go to cover the full 5.5 miles of the road?
No, about 2.5 miles are in good shape. There's about roughly a mile in Ottawa County. That was built to a much better standard originally, and it's holding up extremely well. And our southern 1.5 miles or so, 1.5 to 2 miles, is in really good shape. This is the kind of the central portion of that road. There's a bunch of hills involved, vertical curves according to the engineers, that have to be addressed. And it's just driving the costs, of course, way into the stratosphere. When we originally looked at this and designed a plan, a fix 22 years ago, the year after I got it at the Road Commission, it was 1.1 million. And we've updated the plan ever since a couple times. And current cost, we can look at other bid jobs. We're estimating 3.5. We've got about $500,000 saved that we can throw at it. We expect, again, with cost increases next year, it's just going to be that much more, but not the prettiest situation. It's probably been the most frustrating situation I've had in my 23 years, trying to do something positive for both those communities with this section of road.
We can hear that it's frustrating for you. So will this project, will it upgrade the road to a different, like primary road or whatever you call it, or will you just maintain it at the level that it is right now?
Well, our engineers are very confident in the fix that they recommend. So it's definitely would still be considered a local road, but they feel we will get adequate service on this road section if we can build it to that better standard with that sand lift and then the aggregate, and that's including salvaging the material that's on the road already and stockpiling it. We've got a couple farmers in the area that would be willing to loan us areas where we can stockpile the gravel that's there already to do the project.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Next up, we have Rep. Nyer with Isabella County Board of Commissioners, and their request is for a feasibility study for US 127 Business Route and South Mission Road reconstruction. Thank
you. Again, thank you, Chair and Committee, and kudos to your endurance on this third day. What this is a request for a feasibility study to be done on US 127 for a northbound on-ramp in Mount Pleasant. Currently, right now, to get to US 127 from the south end of Mount Pleasant, you must go through a 4-mile gauntlet to get to the other side of town, either up the main drag of town, which is a very commercial, very heavily traveled district, or through a sort of a bypass, substitute bypass that takes you by 2 school zones, which brings in safety issues, especially We have an industrial park and a manufacturing, as well as another industrial park at the south end of Mount Pleasant, which requires heavy traffic to that, and we need a little bit of extra safety in that area. Today I have with me Dave Stevens from Masiba, who is one of our manufacturers in the area, is trapped at the south end of Mount Pleasant. To get anything to go north or onto 127 is a bit of a challenge for them, and I'd like to turn it over to Dave for a little bit to explain their situation and what this would mean to them if we could get this feasibility study done.
Good afternoon. My name is David Martin Stevens. I serve as the Senior Vice President of American Mitsuba Corporation. We're the largest subsidiary of Mitsuba Japan outside of Japan, and we were the first operation outside of Japan we established in 1987 on the south side of Mount Pleasant. We're just off 127. We're in the University Park Smart Zone. Why is this important to us? For us, it's public safety. Last year, we had 1,308 trucks come to our plant in Michigan. We also have plants in Kentucky and Indiana. I'm not talking about them. 1,308 trucks. Many of them came from Northern Logistics, which is up in Clair, which is north of Mount Pleasant. To get to our operation on the south side of Mount Pleasant, as Representative Nair said, they have to get off on the exit on the north side of Mount Pleasant because there is no exit on the south side of Mount Pleasant. And then they have to crawl, literally, about 4 miles, a little over 4 miles down Mission Street, which is the north-south main corridor, extremely busy, restaurant row, thousands of vehicles, thousands of students, thousands of pedestrians. There's accidents on that street every single day. And now, we've been doing this for years, this needs to happen. It is a safety issue. As Jerry said, there's other safety issues as well. Let me add a couple other comments. I also serve on the board of directors of Middle Michigan Development Corporation. I've served on the board of Central Michigan University Research Corporation. Those two organizations, plus Central Michigan University, do a pretty good job at economic development. They're the reason that Mitsuba chose to locate to Mount Pleasant instead of anywhere else in Michigan, Indiana, or Ohio. They do a great job. But the thing they constantly hear about is you have a logistics flaw. You can't get on or off on the south side of your community. And that takes them off the list from the decision makers immediately. So for overall economic development, this would be a huge need. For public safety, it would be a huge need. We don't need all these thousands of trucks running up and down city streets, beating them up. They're heavy trucks. They're not made for city streets. That's pretty much what I have for you. Thank you.
Again, this is a feasibility study that we're asking for, $250,000. This would help us secure the necessary federal funding for US 127 project there to justify the cost of putting in an exit ramp. It's not to start, it's simply a study to prove the need for the area. With that, we will gladly take questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from the group? Yep, Rep. Cavett.
Just a quick comment. I travel the 127 corridor going north after my job down here in Lansing, and I stop in Shepherd because it's difficult to get off there in Mount Pleasant. So just an anecdote.
Yeah. Well, do that with 18 wheels underneath you.
I was wondering if you've sought funds from like Union Township or the city of Mount Pleasant to help you with the cost of this feasibility study, since they're going to be affected by it as well.
Yes, they're willing to help partner with this, but they don't have the full money to do the type of study that you need to get attention from the U.S. Transportation.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate
you.
your time and
Good
waiting
luck.
so long.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 cards to read on this project. Let's see. Megan Morris on behalf of Aaron. What is it? Shui. Strang, something. Strang, okay, sorry. President and CEO of CMURC, from the city of Mount Pleasant. Doesn't wish to speak, but supports the bill, or the request. And Katie Mara, Middle Michigan Development Corporation, doesn't wish to speak, but supports the request. All right, next up we have Representative Preston with Luce County Road Commission and Road 407 and County Road 410 paving project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Representative Preston apologizes. He can't be here with us at this point. My name is Cameron Bruno. I serve as Rep. Preston's Legislative Director. We appreciate the opportunity to testify regarding the Luce County Road Commission's project, now called the H37 paving project, is my understanding. This project is the eastern extension of the H58 reconstruction project that was completed in 2008. That project improved the connection from Munising to Grand Marais, and that played a significant role in increasing visitor traffic to the Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore. An earlier phase of the project before you, the H37 project, had received an appropriation of $6 million. This request is to fund the remainder of that project, which will enhance connectivity, promote economic growth, and improve public safety for residents and guests of the Upper Peninsula. Improvements to this public infrastructure will benefit residents from across the state who visit the Upper Peninsula by providing them with the more direct and navigable routes to the Upper Peninsula's, some of the Upper Peninsula's most important destinations. The road, as it currently exists, presents a safety hazard for tourists and their vehicles. The road was not designed with large campers and motorhomes in mind. That results in unnecessary pressure on the road commission and first responders who then have to respond to stuck and stranded tourists. Luce County is a very sparsely populated county. It has just shy of 6,500 residents. That makes it the third smallest county in the state. Taking up this project on their own would be far too heavy of a burden. They just simply don't have the tax base. On Zoom, I have John Walton and Mike McTiver to provide additional details on the project and to answer any questions the committee might have.
Okay, ready to go? Yeah, thank you, Cam. And your staff was Representative Preston and Madam Chair and committee members. I want to thank you for your time. The project funds that we're requesting will pave a 15.39 mile gravel road segment over existing county roads to connect paved roads in Alger and Luce counties. Construction would occur primarily in 2026. This is a project, a shovel-ready project. There's a small portion that we would need to pave in 2027. Project budget is remaining is 13.6 million. We use the US DOT road building economic model. So we modeled this project over a 20-year period, and it models capital cost, operation and maintenance, emission reduction, CO2 and non-CO2 emissions, safety, operating costs, and travel time savings. It yields a $21.47 benefit for each dollar invested, and that includes this request as well as the $6 million that have already been received. So it's a very good investment in our infrastructure. The reason the benefit is so high in this analysis is that this road segment is like one side of a box, and the other three sides are eliminated by building this project. This would be our second east-west alternative road in the county. So we are very small and we're very rural. So 90% of those benefit to cost advantage is due to travel time savings and operating costs. We have Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore Park gives us very solid federal statistics on visitors in our area. It's 1.1 million on the west side of the project every year. On the east side of the project, we have Tequila Falls and the Bear Ranch and the Shipwreck Museum. This cuts 15 miles off the transit between those two tourist destinations. So it has a huge economic impact. During 2022, our state of Michigan awarded the project $6 million. We hired an engineering firm. 87% of project engineering is completed. We have started construction. That $6 million made very substantive improvements in both the east and west ends of the project. This project will generate 317 construction jobs and an estimated 77 permanent jobs going forward. It also provide a alternative east-west route. Right now, Alger County is doing some bridge work on the west end of the project, and our emergency responders have concerns about timing because we don't have that alternative east-west connection at the northern part of the county. So they have to go south to east-west road and then north to Graham-Ray, and it's a very important time consideration. Building this road would also be a huge benefit for our county economy and our local business community. So 13.6 million is what is needed to complete the project. We're sure hoping we get some favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, so I was just wondering, it says on our form here that it's a paving project, so would it be just repaving, or would you be building the road, rebuilding the road?
It would be reconstruction. It is right now gravel road, and it's pretty soft in some areas.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your time today.
That's okay.
Any other questions?
That's it. Thank you so much. Oh, Rep. Cavett? Oh, Rep. Cavett had a, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Just more along the geography. Is this up at Muscatine State Park? Could you help me out? I mean, we go to the Two-Hearted. We like to go to Chris Point. Where is this at in Luce County? You're running east-west. I'm trying to imagine it.
They're up there on the screen.
From Muscatine State Park, it would be the roads that go west from that area out through essentially DNR Wilderness area, and then connects back up with H58 in Alger County into the small community of Graham-Ray.
That will connect you with the Tequamanon people then, wouldn't it?
Correct.
So you get all the traffic. I see the economic development there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
All right, next up we have Representative Wolford with the City of Howell, and their project is D19 I-96. Welcome back, Rep. Wolford. And you guys have been waiting around a long time. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. Just very quickly, I don't want this to take from my time, but thank you for how kind all of you have been today. This has been tiresome for me just having to show up, and you've been here all day, so thank you for your professionalism. We're here today talking about this appropriation for Livingston County, specifically for Howell. I'm 53 years old, and this road system and interchange was built 11 years before I was born. These are the same exact roads and interchange on and off ramps that people are driving on today, and they're built exactly the same in the exact way And I know that Irv Sweda, who's joined with us today, the city manager, along with Howell Police Chief Dunn, Marine Corps veteran, Army veteran here as well. Thankful for them to be here, and they're going to talk to you a little bit about the issues that we're having and how this could help and how this could considerably hinder our city if this isn't fixed.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I-96 was constructed in 1959, started construction in 1959, and was completed in 1977. And as the representative said, Howell was done in 1962. Four of the things I'd really like to talk about today, and I'll be as brief as I can to respect your time, is the existing failing interchange, the critical services and safety concerns, especially delivering to the south side of Livingston County, and the economic impact that this interchange could have, not only for the city of Howell, but the Livingston County and even Southeast Michigan region. The existing interchange has failed for over 20 years. We attempted in 2006 to bring forward a plan to reconstruct that interchange. It was probably 30 days away from construction. That was going to be on the city's dime, including a loop road that took us bypassed around town, and we'll talk a little bit about CSX and some of the problems that we have in our town. So we had that ready to go. We were about 30 days away from bidding that project out, and Federal Highway and MDOT decided to require what's called an interchange study. And this would require us to study both the interchange on the north and south side of the bridge that crosses 96. Because of the timing and everything else, 2008 downturn happened. We lost our developer. Therefore, we lost the opportunity to construct this interchange and this loop road. Since then, we've had nothing but issues, backups, and problems. One of the biggest problems is the delivery of services to the south side, whether those are public safety services or just critical county services, whether it's human services or what be it. We're the county seat, and all our boundaries are on the north side of 96. So our sheriff's department, all our Livingston County services, along with the city of Howell services, are located in that community. So when we have impacts in this interchange, it directly affects the delivery to that south side. I brought the chief with me today because we did have a recent issue that I'm going to have him in a few minutes kind of go over that was a direct result of not only this interchange but also CSX, because when CSX blocks our four roads that run north and south, and I think this was previously on Channel 7 News specifically, it shuts down all our roads that access that. So this interchange and loop road combination would give us an additional access around that problem. Additionally, the economic impact. The city is positioned right now to bring in close to 1,400 high-skilled and high-paying jobs. And these are out-of-state jobs. We've met with several developers, and this is all geared around a current development that's happening in that southern area. The thing that's going to stop those jobs from coming is having an interchange that isn't functioning. It's already failing. It's been failing for 20 years. So this money's critical for that. And these jobs would not only impact Howell, they would impact the greater Howell area and, for that matter, Southeast Michigan. The beautiful thing about 96 when it went in 62 was it made Howell what was referred to back then as the heart of Southeast Michigan, because we were halfway between Flint, Ann Arbor, Lansing, and Detroit. So our growth grew exponentially. In 62, we were under 50,000 residents. We're over 200,000 now. We had roughly 5 manufacturing facilities in the Howell area. We have 335 today. So those impacts have created congestion to that interchange, but the interchange looks exactly the way it did in 1962. The same amount of lanes, the same on and off ramps and everything. So if I could, I'd like to turn it over to the chief so he can kind of go over that incident.
If I could, just
Quickly,
real quick.
if you don't mind.
What's that?
I know you've been in here a long time, but if you could do it
Here you go.
fairly quick.
From Alpha 102 on your channel. Go ahead. Tracks are blocked at Michigan Ave. I'm going to have to come back to the scene.
So what this was is a 14-year-old on March 11, 2025. There's a traffic accident, low speed traffic accident. 14-year-old took a majority of the impact in the vehicle in the seat that she was sitting in. She'll now suffer from traumatic brain injuries and massive issues from the impact. However, the problem is EMS took her to go to Mott's to get her into the hospital to get care. They had to then turn around because traffic was so backed up and the railroad was so backed that they had to now go back. If they would have just gone down a block and this loop road was there, they'd be able to actually have gotten on the highway within 30 seconds. But now they had to bring the mother who's in the ambulance with that 14-year-old back through the crash scene to relive it as they go back through to try to get her to the hospital. And now she lives with that trauma every single day. So this is very important, not only for that, but also we've had officers fighting suicidal subjects where they can see the house, but they can't get across the tracks because the train's there. So these are the concerns for public safety, and that's two of many.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a common question. What if you're not appropriated the funds? What kind of alternative funding prospects do you have for this project, if any?
We have been through this, like I said, since 2006, and at this point there are no other alternatives but this funding.
Thank you, Chair.
Is this the first time you've asked the state for funds for this project?
This is the first time.
All right, thank you.
Are there any federal funds associated with I-96?
It all goes through MDOT. Federal Highway, it's kind of a weird jurisdiction because MDOT controls the ramp, the county road commission controls the road, and then the federal highway, obviously the highway. So
Just put them in this.
Yeah. So while they have a say, they don't have the funding towards it.
Okay. Marion Township, are they able to contribute at all, or?
Marion Township has no roads
Nothing,
in that area.
okay. And then the $6 million, will that complete the project?
$6 million does the improvements on both sides of the interchange.
Okay.
Completes it.
Very good. Well, thank you for hanging out with us all day today.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Representative Wozniak, and with Macomb County Public Works, and their request is Schoenherr Road reconstruction, 25-mile road to 26-mile road. It's a tome.
Thank you for having us. I'd like to introduce the people here so you know who they are. This is Supervisor Rick Stathakis, is Deputy Supervisor Lynn Odo, and my Legislative Director Drew Festerman. And I'm Woz. So I'll do a short introduction. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Shelby Township urgently seeks funding to widen Schoenherr Road between 25 and 26 mile roads, a critical corridor plagued by congestion, frequent crashes, and emergency response delays. In this area, there is a fire station and 2 schools that are heavily impacted by the traffic congestion built up by population growth. With over 800 crashes and 176 injuries near this stretch since 2012, safety risks are growing alongside rapid residential and commercial development. This $6 million project will add lanes, improve drainage, and include a sidewalk alongside the road, enhancing emergency response, protecting the children with acceleration and deceleration lanes, and supporting substantial growth. We urge you to support this program for its vital investment. With me today, I have, as I said, Supervisor of Shelby Township, longtime supervisor, Rick Stathakis, to go into more detail about the project and answer any questions you may have for him. Rick?
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for hosting, and also Representative Doug Wozniak for allowing me to address the most urgent public safety threat to Shelby Township. It is called Schoenherr Road. First, I want to talk about the safety because Schoenherr is Shelby Township's most dangerous road. Since 2012, as Representative Wozniak has mentioned, Schoenherr Road near 23 Mile has seen 1,278 crashes, 252 injuries, and 2 fatalities, making it the most dangerous segment in Shelby Township. 4 accidents involved fire department vehicles, injuring 4 firefighters and 2 civilians, all while responding to emergencies. With narrow 2-lane access and high volumes, first responders cannot safely or quickly reach those in need, which is unacceptable. These issues stem from the choke point effect on Shaner Road, transitioning from a 5-lane road south of 23 Mile Road to a 2-lane road north of 23 Mile Road. So imagine that, going 50 miles an hour on a 5-lane road and suddenly hitting 23 Mile Road and actually going from 5 lanes to 2 lanes. And that's what's happening now. Current plans call for a widening of Shaner Road from 23 to 25 Mile Road, which will ultimately result in moving this dangerous choke point from 23 Mile Road to 25 Mile Road. But unfortunately, this is going to put them closer to our schools and new fire station. Another point to consider, as it stands now, Shaner is at its breaking point. Daily traffic volumes near this 23-mile Shaner intersection exceed 28,000 vehicles, and that number continues to grow since the last count in 2015. With 800-plus new homes planned and over 1 million square feet of industrial space, and expansions by Henry Ford, McClellan Healthcare, and others, congestion is guaranteed to worsen. And this is not just a bottleneck, it's a growing public safety hazard. Something else to consider. Shaner Road places our emergency first responders at risk. Shaner Road is home to 2 of our 5 fire stations, which account for 42% of all our calls in Shelby Township. And I'm talking about fire calls. Call volume has increased 67% in this area in the past decade, and is projected to double by 2032. On a 2-lane road, every second counts, as all of you know, for our first responders during a stroke, heart attack, structure fire, or God forbid, in an emergency scenario at one of our schools. In current conditions, delay care, impede response time, and increase risk. And also, the bridge on Shaner Road needs to be replaced. It would not be adequate to handle a new road as it might fail. And if it did fail, it would be impossible for emergency vehicles to get through. And as a result, it would significantly increase critical response time. And let's not forget the children. Shaner Road is a safety risk, impacting our children in schools. The corridor serves 5 Utica community schools with over 30 school buses that run daily on this road. UCS Superintendent Robert Monroe has called this project a necessity, not a luxury, with the condition of the road threatening student safety and redirecting funds from classrooms to bus repairs. Shelby Township Fire Chief Frank Pierce, he says that his firefighters and medics were called to respond to an emergency at one time, and if it's near Shaner Road, north of 25 Mile Road, the current 2-lane roadway would be disastrous and would limit their ability to provide life-saving aid. In my final point, Shaner Road is an engine for economic growth with a regional impact. I want to underline that word regional. Shaner is no longer a farm road. It's a vital artery for a township of 80,000 residents and a major industrial corridor. Industrial truck traffic causes extreme road wear. One 18-wheel truck equals 9,600 cars, and we are already seeing the effects. This corridor links M59 and M53, serving as a regional connector. Improving Shaner Road benefits Macomb County's economy and infrastructure network. So in closing, I'm in my 17th year as supervisor of Shelby Township, and I can say that the frustrated and angry voices about Shaner Road are getting louder and louder. as drivers and residents continue to ask the same two questions. When? When will Shaner be fixed? And what are we waiting for? No longer are residents and drivers on Shaner Road willing to judge the potential road project by its intentions. They want results, and they're waiting for results. And I quote, "We are not asking for a luxury, we are asking for an investment," says Robert Monroe. So here's my ask. I agree with Mr. Monroe. We are not asking for a luxury. We are asking for a life-saving investment of $16 million. This stretch of Shaner is vital to emergency response, school transportation, public safety, and regional mobility. We urge your support in helping us to complete this project and keep safe our families, first responders, businesses, and our more than 30,000 drivers that travel Shaner Road on a daily basis. And finally, I just want to say I'm very encouraged by all of you listening, and I want to thank you all for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Do we have questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Wozniak, for being here, and thank you, Supervisor Stathakis. It's 2 days in a row we've seen each other, but I wanted to amplify the fact that, and you've laid out the fact that how dangerous this road is, and there's several roads in the state, many in Macomb County, that were used for one purpose, and now because of expansion and the growth of the communities, it becomes hazardous. And with those stats, you've laid it out, but the desperation of the situation is obvious. But if you're not appropriated these funds, you really have no recourse. You're going to just have to play the waiting game, right? Is there any other avenues of income for this?
That's exactly right. You know, we actually have been saving for some kind of Shaner renovation for 15 years. And that money has been used from 23 to 25 Mile Road. But you are exactly right. From 25 to 26 Mile Road, where we have 30 buses going up and down, and our fire station and everything that I've mentioned, there is no other recourse but to play the waiting game.
Okay, so 16 million, will that complete the project?
16 million would definitely complete the project.
Okay, and has the county committed any funds to this,
Yes.
or is it just, okay, very good. All right, well, thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. Sorry, Rep. Alexander.
We're back at 5:15.
Okay. We'll be back about quarter after. We're going to go at ease for 10 minutes. back to order. Next up, we have Representative Alexander with the City of Croswell. His project is water system improvements. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Arno, and the rest of the group here for allowing us to testify today. I'm testifying first, and of course, many of you know I was a drain commissioner before, and I understand, I believe that infrastructure is our most important task and our responsibility. There's no such thing as a Republican road or a Democrat drain, but water and water infrastructure improvements are here for the health, safety, and welfare of all of our residents. It's absolutely vital to our health and safety when it comes to fire hydrants and water mains. Having performed over 800 municipal projects, I've seen many projects of road projects and other infrastructure, and they negate to look at the 100-year-old infrastructure that's underneath. And when you run a 35-ton vibrator over top of a road to put down new asphalt, you've just broken the seals and sometimes the AC pipe, which releases arsenic in our water systems, and it's important that we take care of that kind of stuff. Croswell, in particular, has a $1.5 million water project that they're proposing. And I've just lost my notes. And Croswell is a hardworking community whose economy depends heavily on agriculture and food processing. I'm not going to say any names, but you're very well of the sugar company and the pickle company that's in the city of Croswell, and we all appreciate that. And it's necessary that this investment supports the growth while ensuring safe, reliable water service for residents and businesses alike. From replacing the 75-year-old water mains and inoperable valves and upgrading the fire hydrants and expanding the system loop under the Black River, this project is about safeguarding the public health, safety, and welfare and long-term economic development in the Thumb. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Rob Butler, who can speak directly to the local need and the benefits that this project will bring to the people of Croswell.
Thank you. On behalf of the City of Croswell, thank you for considering funding this. I'm Rob Butler. I'm the mayor of Croswell. This project is going to continue the replacement of some old cast iron pipes in our town going underneath the Black River and updating some of our fire hydrants. We've done a lot of work through grants through about the last 3 or 4 years, come a long way, but this will help get closer towards all the old infrastructure being replaced. So,
Appreciate you being here. Questions? You have one? You want me to go ahead?
Rep. Alexander, you mentioned something I talked to you about. You worked a lot on the Flint Water project. Are those?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that and how they correlate.
Okay, so the Flint water crisis brought on, I was the vice chair of the Carrignandi Water Authority, which is a new 72-mile pipeline going over to the city of Flint from southern Sanilac County across through here, Lapeer County. During the Flint water crisis, I was named chair of it. I upgraded from the vice chair to the chair. I signed the $300 million bond. Worked with over 25 engineering companies, firms, and several contractors to make that project happen on time and under budget in 36 months from the Lake Huron. Yeah. And there's the important thing to mention in Croswell is actually one of the few cities, and this will be relevant for the next testimonies that I do. Croswell has no detectable levels of arsenic in their water. Lake water in Croswell City has 0 arsenic. That'll be a topic of discussion in my next report or requests.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Alexander. As you know, a big project of mine that I want to accomplish is make sure our water mains and sewer lines are replaced under the road projects. for a project like this, if you're funded, how long would it take to complete? Because that's more than just a road project. You're actually getting underneath a road. There's a lot more to it.
Currently, we have like 4 roads we're redoing right now. So the contractors they're pretty quick. So this I don't know about going under the river, but they could do it in the summer.
And if I can add, this is a middle phase. This is several projects have been happening for a number of years in the city of Croswell. They started out with new wells. They had adjusted some water mains before. They've been working on several city streets, municipal streets, on an ongoing basis. They had several years before received some federal fundings from helping, got some grant dollars. They continually ask and apply. So what's the best way to eat an elephant? A bite at a time.
Well, I know of a small town, you're holding it all together. So thank you for your hard work, and I hope this appropriations comes through for you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and my question, it looks like there's several parts to the project. So can this be done in phases, or does it need to be done all at once?
I think with this, it's lots of parts, but it's kind of narrowed to one little community there. So I think it could be all done in one shot.
Okay, all right. And then, so that kind of answers my second question too. All right, well, thank you very much for being here then.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yep.
Thank you. I'm going to stay
Okay,
sitting
Rep.
here.
Alexander, you're up again. This time with the Village of Carsonville and their water system improvements request.
Yes. Thank you once again. And a little history behind the Village of Carsonville. When I was first elected drain commissioner, we finished paying off the arsenic treatment plant for the city of Carsonville. There was a $50 million investment in 4 cities in the county of Sanilac County. In the final payment, it was $10 million each, and then the final and $10 million in abatement. And the final payment was finished in 2009. So here we are a few years later, and we're asking for 1.17. Once again, this is another impoverished community, as many of the small communities are in the thumb of Michigan. Their existing water supply wells have been deemed deficient in a recent sanitary survey, most notably due to an elevated arsenic level in well A that would force a do not drink advisory and disrupt the daily life for our residents. Additionally, the 2 active wells that they're currently using, B and C, are from the same aquifer, therefore preventing necessary maintenance without risking service interruptions. This funding will enable Carsonville to bore 2 new distinct wells to diversify and secure its water supply. This project is being conducted through a transparent public bidding process with no personal enrichment to any public officer or contractor beyond agreed upon contract terms. I respectfully ask for bipartisan support on this.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, let's see. Okay, that was what I was looking at. So they're abandoning 2 wells, it looks like, in this. Is it?
1 for sure. The other 2 are just, they don't put out very much.
Okay.
So they need.
So the cost of that, whatever that requires, is part of that 1.17?
Yes, part of that 1.17 million.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I think we're good on that one.
Very good.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next one, that is the Village of Peck, and their project is water lines and road repairs.
Yes, the Village of Peck, and I have the supervisor to talk about it here momentarily. He's online. Once the same thing, Peck is requesting $1.6 million in state funds to expand the loop, water, and sewer infrastructure in the Village of Peck in Sanilac County. This is a township that actually doesn't have a water treatment at this point. They have a pretty new well that I'm aware of. And this infrastructure improvements would be to several roads in town. Like many small communities in Michigan, Peck faces aging infrastructure and a growing need for modernization to meet both current demands and future growth. This funding will allow us to expand and loop the water and sewer systems in key areas of the village, improving service reliability, supporting development, and safeguarding public health. Clean drinking water and effective sanitation are non-negotiable foundations of the community life. By investing in these systems, we now we can reduce the risk of costly failures later and ensure the residents, especially families and seniors, can count on consistent, safe, reliable water. Joining me today via Zoom is Tim Hayden, the village supervisor, to talk more about this project. Tim.
Good evening, everybody. Like you said, my name is Tim Hayden. This project is twofold. First of all, it creates two village limits to offer better drinking water and reliability. When we were replacing some hydrants on the east side of town, we realized when we shut one valve off, we killed water to the whole east side of town. The one loop would alleviate that issue. The two expansions are to draw in new developers for housing. As you can see, this is phase 2 of the project. Phase 1, we're able to expand some services to the northeast corner of our village, which drew in a developer because with the grant money I received from that, they didn't have to have the upfront costs. With Peck being centrally located in the southeast corner of the county, we're a bedroom residency, and we have a lot of people that drive to the outlying municipalities for work, so we can alleviate some of the housing issues with the developers we're drawing in to support our factories around the area.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If for whatever reason the appropriation isn't slotted, what alternative funding you have, if any?
I'll keep working at different grant options. We're trying not to take out a bond. Our annual budget is $210,000. I mean, we're a resident village of 600, so try to keep the cost down best we can. We've applied for DWSRF money 2 years in a row, and unfortunately, I mean, our system's antiquated, but not antiquated enough to get any funding from there, but we'll just keep looking for different ways to fund it without passing it on to our residents.
Well, keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Did you say you were in phase 1? How many phases are there to this project?
So this is actually phase 2. Phase 1 was for the north and northeast corner of our town, which I was able to secure a couple other grants. One from Congresswoman McLean to replace and expand some water mains and some sewer, and then I was able to secure CDBG funds from MISHDA to also expand the water and sewer section in the northeast section for a housing development of 8 units to start.
Okay, and then will this, if you do these improvements, will that'll be a big boon to your economic growth? I assume that'll probably draw more people to your town and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it maybe even businesses, I would assume.
Yeah, that's the hope. Like I said, with phase 1, I was able to pull in a developer. You know, he was a local developer who just couldn't afford those infrastructure costs. So I, worked closely with him and Congresswoman McLean and MISHDA to try to secure funds to kind of offset some of those costs.
All right, that's great. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time tonight.
Yep, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Representative Bierlein with the City of Frankenmuth, and their project request is Water Resource Recovery Facility.
Madam Chair, committee members, good to see you again. For the record, it's on. Can you hear me? Good to go? Yeah. Good to see you again. I'm joined by Bridget Smith, City Manager of the City of Frankenmuth, to express our strong support for a $2.75 million funding request These funds would support the installation of a specialized filtration system designed to remove organic material from Frankenmuth's water resource recovery facility's final effluent. This investment is vital to protecting the Cass River watershed and ensuring regulatory compliance, as well as upholding Frankenmuth's commitment to environmental responsibility. Bridget will now share some of the project's necessities.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and to Representative Bierlein and his staff for carrying our concerns here. Our current issues at the plant actually started in the 1980s when the J. Heilman Brewery was still brewing Black Label. The brewery was the city's largest industrial user and was responsible for 1/3 of the flow coming into the wastewater plant and thus 1/3 of the revenue. For these reasons, in 1987, the city partnered with the brewery to construct a pretreatment facility to treat their waste exclusively. We bonded for the project with a promise from the brewery that it would pay half. Just 2 years later, after the completion of the project, the brewery closed and the city was stuck with the bond payment and an obsolete pretreatment facility. We spent the next 30 years, from 1987 to 2017, repaying those bonds and working very hard to keep our rates equitable, not wanting to shift this commercial rate burden to our residents. Since our payments ended, the city has invested an average of $2 million a year into the operation of the plant and our collection system. We are now planning and designing an approximately $18 million investment to meet our new permit requirements issued last spring. This specific funding request will help with the purchase of a new filtration process. Just this piece of equipment is estimated to cost $5 million. This new process helps the city attain the new permit limits for carbonaceous biochemical oxygen demand, or CBOD. But what that really means is the strength of the waste the plant is receiving. We do not plan to rely only on this piece of equipment to achieve these new lower CBOD limits. We have hired a waste diversion specialist who has met with our largest users. And if you're familiar with Frankenmuth, our industry is hospitality, so our largest users are Zenders and Bavarian Inn restaurants. These businesses are working hand in hand with the city and our food waste specialists to quantify the waste they generate and identify real ways to divert it from ever reaching the plant. These same restaurants, working with the city and the Chamber of Commerce, are then going to help the city reach out to all our other commercial users to promote and identify different ways of reducing that waste before it reaches the plant. This grant and the cooperative effort with our restaurants will keep the costs of the facility improvements as low as possible.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clean water. We need clean water, right? What happens if you don't get the appropriations? You have alternative avenues for funding?
The city of Frankenmuth isn't eligible for a lot of the traditional funding mechanisms due to some of our socioeconomic characteristics. So our method really is the city's general fund and our user rates. So because our residents aren't necessarily contributing the high strength waste to the plant, it is those commercial classes, our restaurants, our hotels, who would see the most substantial rate increases.
And when do you think the project would be finished if you were able to get these funds?
Our plan is to have the plant operational with our permit terms, which is 2029.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your time tonight. Next up, we have Representative Bierlein with Denmark Township, and their project request is wastewater treatment lagoon.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm joined by Denmark Township Supervisor Dan Bauer. We're here to respectfully request $1.5 million in funding on behalf of Denmark Township to address critical deficiencies in wastewater treatment lagoon systems. Eagle has issued multiple compliance letters noting that the UV exposure is degrading the lagoon's PVC line and putting it at risk of puncture and failure. If the liner fails, untreated sewage could enter the groundwater, posing a serious environmental and public health risk. This project would protect public health, ensure regulatory compliance, and maintain reliable wastewater service. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Dan, who can speak more directly to the challenges the community is facing and the urgent need for this funding.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for letting me address the committee. This lagoon was put in 2006 originally, and in the year 2021 started getting some slumping from the sides. It was engineered by Spicer Engineering originally, and the state, and at that time would have been the DEQ, I guess, approved the program and the plans. And when they put it in, they put a liner in and they put topsoil on top of it. And now with the water washing, with water and topsoil on a plastic liner, it's starting to slump off. And it's been probably 3 years, 4 years in the process, and it keeps getting worse. And the UV from the sun is starting to deteriorate it, and it needs to be fixed. And we've been trying to get grant money for the last 3 years and have been unsuccessful. So basically, the current sewer rates right now that the people are paying are the users of the system exceeds the current affordability thresholds by 160%. There's only 135 units hooked to the sewer system, and in the last 19 years there's been only one hookup. And when they put it in, they projected 1.5 hookups per year to help finance it, and so it's very behind on money. And for that, there's still 21 years to pay for the original program, and they to put 1.5 million on 135 residents is pretty much hard to do. So that's kind of where we're at. The deficiencies have been noted. The township, from the letters from Eagle, that should take immediate action to secure funding to correct these deficiencies in order to avoid liner failure and catastrophic failure that would allow untreated or partially treated sewage to discharge into the land and waters of the state and could cause an environmental impact for the surrounding area. That's kind of where we're at, I guess, and trying to figure out how to get it paid for.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How old is this current system?
It was put in 2006, so it's 19 years old right now out of a 40-year payment, but it's 19 years old since they put it in.
And again, I hate to beat a dead horse, but if there's no appropriations for you, do you have any alternative funding?
Pretty much, no, we're just gonna try and do this. I mean, we've looked at other options, how to maybe just coat it with, there's different coatings, but nothing's really come up that works to prevent the UV. And basically, engineer come up with a program to take the rest of the dirt off from the bottom and put a couple inches of sand on, put a layer of matting, anchor it to the top, and then put stone on it, is what we're trying to get, and what Eagles kind of recommended as well, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so are you basically, I don't understand all this, but are you replacing the liner? Is that what?
The liner is there just to cover it so the UV doesn't, the liner is still good, it just needs to be topsoil taken off and redone when put stone on it.
Okay.
To protect it.
Okay, so that 1.5 million would cover the whole cost of the project?
Yes, it would.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you
very
for
much.
waiting around all day.
It's a long day for you guys, too.
Yeah, it's been a long day. All right, look at that. We're done with our first page. Whew. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we are. I stopped highlighting.
All right, next up, we have Rep. Fox with the City of Cadillac, and PFAS cleanup is their project request. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your hard work to create transparency in our legislative process. My name is Spencer Good, and I have the pleasure of serving as Representative Fox's legislative director. Rep. Fox sends his regrets for not being here today. Earlier this term, Rep. Fox requested $7.925 million in this year's fiscal budget for PFAS cleanup in the city of Cadillac. PFAS, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, more commonly known as forever chemicals, are a group of synthetic chemicals that pollute both the human body and the environment. These chemicals, though used in household items like cookware and furnishing, pose serious health risks to the human body, including a higher likelihood of certain cancers. When introduced to a watershed, PFAS can accumulate in fish and other aquatic life, degrade soil quality, and even enter our food supply, also posing a threat to public health. I fear that many of you have already learned about PFAS due to its alarming presence in our state's water supply. But due to how these forever chemicals are impacting the 101st House District, Representative Fox and I felt it necessary to repeat this information. While the City of Cadillac's water system has been tested and meets all drinking water standards, including PFAS limits, some residents rely on private wells where elevated levels of PFAS have been detected. So, to create a forever solution to this forever chemical, the City of Cadillac has deemed it necessary to connect these residents to the municipal water system. The requested $7.925 million in funding will be used primarily for capital improvements such as water main extensions to connect private wells with no municipal water service availability. I welcome any questions you may have, but first would like to introduce Marcus Pescia, the city manager of Cadillac, who will briefly elaborate on my remarks.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. As Spencer mentioned, my name is Marcus Pescia. I am the city manager for the city of Cadillac, which is a community located approximately 1.5 hours northwest of Grand Rapids, 45 minutes southeast of Traverse City. I am very grateful to have this time this evening to be here and to try to impress upon everyone the urgency in needing to address PFAS in our city. The request before you for approximately $7.9 million addresses this critical public health issue facing our people, and it ensures access to safe drinking water, the necessity for all life. PFAS and forever chemicals linked to a host of health problems, including cancers. Children, families, and anyone without connection to Cadillac's municipal water system are at a significantly heightened risk, and water testing has shown PFAS is unfortunately commonly found in sources not connected to our system. For these people, every glass of water from their tap, including every bath for their children or shower or water for cooking, is a potential threat to their health. Building infrastructure that links to the city's municipal system is the permanent, sustainable solution that will eliminate the immediate threat of PFAS exposure and ensure a reliable source of clean, safe drinking water for generations to come. Protecting the quality of life for everyone that calls Cadillac home is one of my primary responsibilities as city manager. The city has a clear, shovel-ready plan to permanently solve this problem, but needs your help. We have exhausted all of our options, including partnering with the private sector. We have acquired 2 semi-trucks full of Ice Mountain bottled water and 5-gallon water cooler style containers for those in need during one of the hottest summers of record. Note, our bottled water will be running out later this summer or fall, and reliance on the 5-gallon containers will be the only available option for some until a permanent solution is in place. Cadillac is a beautiful, vibrant community that has an incredible, shark-free lake, by the way, right in the middle of town. Please, help us become PFAS-free and secure a safe and healthy future. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your consideration on this urgent request.
Thank you so much. We have questions tonight? Okay. I was just wondering how many homes would be connected to the water line?
It would be about 250 250 parcels.
Okay. And then your water system is big enough to accommodate all the
It is.
the additions? Okay.
It is.
Okay, so, okay. I think that's good. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you. You know how to reach me, and good
Yep.
luck, guys.
Appreciate you coming out tonight.
Of course. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Rep. Pavlo with the City of Marysville, and their project request is water filtration system seawall. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Jediah Baker, Legislative Aide for State Representative Joseph Pavlo of the 64th House District. It is an honor to be before you today, joined by Marysville City Manager Quentin Bishop, Assistant City Manager and Finance Director Mr. Michael Booth, and then our Water Resources Director for the city, Mr. Barry Rubel. Representative Pavlo apologizes for his absence, yet I'm here in his stead to share his unwavering support for this appropriations request. This vital project that we will address today has seen severe damage and erosion to a seawall for the city's water filtration plant located on the St. Clair River. To explain the urgency of this legislatively directive spending item, I will now defer the rest of my time to City Manager Bishop and his team.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Madam Chair, members of the subcommittee, thank you so much for taking all the time that you have already with all the other requests. It's been a long day. You've put in a lot of work. We certainly aren't last in the request, but thank you for your time and consideration. I have with me the city's finance director, Mike Booth, and also the water resource director for the city, Barry Rubel. We're here as a team approach, so we can answer any specific questions related to either finance, the water plant, or the city in general. As of August of 2020, civil engineers conducted a full-scale structural inspection of the water treatment plant. The report came back that there was deterioration of our seawall, and we found cracking, pavement separation from the building, and we were seeing evidence of structural failures. In that same report, the brick had been significantly deteriorating, and we had decided that we would start the investment of $143,000 to repair the brick of the building. In short, 3.5 years later, as we inspect the building and the brick, what do we see? Joint cracking. We see additional bricks being cracked. These are brand new bricks being laid on the building. We're seeing evidence of structural failure that we're considering that this possibly would be the seawall itself. So we do further inspection. The pictures that you have before you, I'm happy to send them if they're not, but we have evidence that the actual ground and erosion is now some 20 inches below the seawall. And as the waves come, and as tankers come down the St. Clair River, the rain and all kinds of weather events further deteriorates that shoreline. The building itself is 7 feet from the seawall. The water treatment plant produces 7 million gallons of water a day. The system is over 62 miles long. It has pipes ranging from 4 to 20 inches. And it services over 10,000 people in the city of Marysville. Not only is it a public safety issue, we know that the expansion in 1973 put the filters, our highly most toxic chemicals in the plant are along that northern wall, 7 feet from the water's edge. And now that we're starting to see evidences of cracking and structural failure, we need to get ahead of the problem. So what have we done since 2020? As of 2020, we've made a capital investment of over $4.2 million. In the first 3 years, we've spent 2.8. In this next fiscal year, we're scheduled for another 1.4, making critical changes to our water supply, our distribution system, our water lines, replacement of 100-year-old water lines, and so we're continually trying to get ahead of the problem. We come before you today because this is our very first request for this particular project. We have not come before this committee before. The thing about Marysville is this: we don't fare well when it comes to DWSRF. Our annual median income disqualifies us in almost every time that we apply for SRF because we're not considered an overburdened or significantly overburdened community. And because of those reasons, those low interest loan programs do not exist. So what have we done to solve the problem? Because it's very easy actually to have a problem and have the sit and wait approach and hopefully it gets better. It's not getting better, and we recognize that in 2020 it continued to get worse. So what have we done? So in 2020, we applied for a project initiative through the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Initiative, denied. In 2023, we applied for congressional aid, denied. In 2025, now we're here before you all, requesting $750,000 to repair a failing seawall and to protect our water treatment plant. The water treatment plant represents more than just the public water system for the city of Marysville. Its residents, being 10,000, the commercial and industry that's there has names that you may be familiar with. The Chrysler Marysville plant, SMR Motherson Automotive Group, ZF Axle, Marysville Ethanol Plant, Phillips 66 Plant, the U.S. Customs and Border and Protection Station in Marysville, the St. Clair County Educational Agency we call RESA. We have to remember the Michigan high schools, Marysville High School, Marysville Middle School, and 3 elementary schools. Wrap it up. Would that be okay? Okay, so this is it. So the problem's been outlined. These are the solutions that we've taken. This is not a project of leisure. This is not a project of convenience. And this is absolutely not a project of self-interest. This absolutely is directly related to the public health and safety of the city of Marysville and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. For whatever reason, if you're not appropriated the fund, it's just at what rate is the decay advancing? Could you talk on that?
I'll take that. Go ahead, Barry. Barry, please do.
I don't think, we really don't have a rate of decay. We do know certain cracks that have not been there before in the past, like what we saw in the 2020 brick job. We've had evidence of cracks that weren't there during that, and now we have some new ones that are showing up. But as far as like an expansion rate of like year by year, we haven't really checked on that. But we do know since that project was done, there are new cracks that have even shown up. Even in the new brick that was just changed out, there's mortar joints, bricks, and even block. So it's not just the exterior fascia, it's the interior cement foundational walls, the filter outside walls, and the actual support block is now cracking. So it is progressing, but to have like a measurement, we have not done like a crack measurement method on that.
Did you say it was because of erosion, or could it have been construction troubles, that they didn't construct it correctly, or what do you think is the problem for the early? I mean, that was a quick failure for that, that building.
Well, the seawall has been there,
since
since like the 1950s. Part of this plant has been there since 1973 when we had an expansion. We had another piece that was added on for a chemical containment area around the 2000s, but I don't think that it's like the plant itself and the parts are brand new. The seawall isn't brand new, and this hasn't just started happening. It's something I think we've noticed.
That's just the evidence. This is the evidence of
Correct.
the problem. Okay.
We did have BMJ Engineering, when they did that project, they took a look at what their the first explanation was the rise and fall of the river levels at the time was evidence that the seawall is now giving way. Because I don't know if you know much about how the Great Lakes have been up and down over the last few years, but that's what has really progressed the seawall to fail.
Okay, I understand now. All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys coming in.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your time and
Yes,
consideration.
Yes. Okay, we'll just hold. Okay. Next up is Rep. Preston with the City of Escanaba, and they have a water main replacement request. Oops. I got it over there.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Cameron Bruno, Rep. Preston's Legislative Director. Like many communities around the state, the city of Escanaba needs to replace lead service lines and deficient water mains. What makes this project different is that Escanaba has an opportunity that will actually save taxpayers millions of dollars to do so. The Department of Transportation is soon going to be moving forward with a project that will reconstruct a portion of US 2 that goes through the city. The city would like to be able to use that period of reconstruction as an opportunity to replace the lead service lines and deficient water mains on that stretch in coordination with the MDOT project, so as not to require the duplication of any work or the duplication of those costs that would then be passed on to the taxpayer. That coordination would save taxpayers millions of dollars, but the construction project will cost the city millions of dollars that they aren't currently prepared to spend. The city has attempted to use state revolving fund dollars, but those timelines and the Department of Transportation's timeline do not align. Without state support, the city would be facing a significant debt burden along with dealing with the complications from other mandated work. It's important to note the city has received some federal funding for this project and has applied for additional federal resources as well. On Zoom, I have City Manager Jim McNeil available, and he will speak to the project further.
Welcome back.
Thank you for having me back, Madam Chairman and committee. Thank you so much. Your thoroughness listening to all these requests is just really good to see and hear. So as Cameron mentioned, this is a large MDOT highway reconstruction project. It is our main commercial thoroughfare, and often we kind of refer to as the crossroads of the UP. So this will be a actually 2-year construction project totaling 2.25 miles of highway reconstruction. So we've been working collaboratively with MDOT. We're currently at about 90% design. And our total cost here just for water main alone is about $8 million. On top of, there will be additional costs for sewer and some other city funds as well. But we're focused just on water main today, as that is the high cost here. So we did an inventory when we knew MDOT was coming. We found that most of this water main exceeds 75 years, which seemed relatively new given all the 100-year main that we're still working to replace, but obviously something that we need to take care of at this time while the opportunity is here. There are a large number of lead service lines impacted. And we have an estimated count of 77 lines in this area as well. And the part of this project that requires coordination too is the actual location of the water main. It's placed in the center turn lane of the highway, and that's just due to existing utilities within the right-of-way in isolation distances from sanitary and the MDOT storm and now communication lines in there. Really, this is a project that would take the city probably a decade plus to do all on our own. The MDOT coordination will really speed this up, which will be not only good for traffic, but good for all the businesses that are impacted. But we estimate, being an $8 million project, that this could very well be a $16 million project if we had to do this without coordination. So having one dig certainly is going to be pretty consequential here. If not funded, we may be leaving a significant amount of old main under the highway, which, again, more expensive to replace it tomorrow, but also really not good for the integrity of the highway, as it would be exposed to water main breaks. Anybody that's ever driven over a patch on a street, you know that it doesn't hold up, and you have just a poor surface that'll be more expensive to maintain and possibly shorten the life of the highway itself. What we're really looking is SRF. The city has been using SRF for several years now, and we have had quite a bit of success. We believe it's a very good program. It's worked for Escanaba. We are significantly overburdened. Our utility rates are pretty high for a community, even with a $40,000 median household income. So we would plan this into our SRF work. However, the SRF timeline and the MDOT timeline do not work. They are incompatible. So we have applied for federal funding. We have received 1.75 million, and committee has approved another 750,000. But certainly that leaves a pretty big gap here. And as much as we would say we'll push this work off to another day because we have more lead lines and more 100-year main to deal with, the opportunities now, and there's too large of upside to do it, too large of savings to do it, to try and pass this up or wait.
Thank you very much. Rep. Cavett.
Thank you. Thanks for being here again. Have you tried other financing? You mentioned those other. How about the Eagle with their lead pipe replacement program? Seems like there's a lot of attention to that nowadays.
Yes, we've most of our lead line funding so far has come through Eagle SRF, and I know in the most recent intended use plan they actually separated lead lines from the rest of the projects, and we are on there. But again, it does not work with. We haven't been able to identify an Eagle source here that would work with the MDOT timeline.
Okay. Thank you.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
We did really look at USDA as well. Our consulting engineer has a lot of USDA experience, but given that our population is just over 10,000, we were ineligible.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that in the ask it says there are businesses without water and sewer along the highway. Is that current? So how does that work if they don't have access to water?
So right now, there's a small portion. I guess there's two portions along the highway where there is some limited service right now. I believe there are a couple businesses on wells. There are a couple businesses with no city sewer right now. Certainly, a big part of this is just undersized main. So what we would be looking to do is to provide those lateral connections while the highway is being reconstructed.
You pointed out that if you're not appropriated the funds, that the city will face significant debt burden. Is that something that's an option, is to take a loan out for this?
That is an option. We will have to weigh, $6 to $8 million of debt, and what the effect on utility rates would be, and present that as, hey, you look at inflation, you look at our cost to do the work. This really is the best option long term. But trying to sell that to a community that has undergone pretty severe rate increases could be difficult. And I think we'll do the work at the low cost, and this is the best deal, but also cut the project off and unfortunately deal with it another day if there's no appetite.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I was just, so the $3 million request, would that complete the project that you have? Or would there be more money that you would need to complete it?
We would need more money to complete, but we feel that gap is something that we could manage, something that we still may need some debt to do. But it's an amount that we feel is a little more achievable within a rate structure.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Rep. Preston again with Hannaville Indian Community, and their request is for a wastewater collection scoping project.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. If it pleases the committee, I do have a few documents to share with the committee members. All right, thanks again, members of the committee. We really appreciate your diligence and just all the dedication that you guys have to being here and your commitment. And so, again, just want to reiterate that we really appreciate your time. This project that we're looking at would allow the Hannaville Indian community to conduct a scoping project that would evaluate and summarize potential wastewater collection options around the shoreline north of the Escanaba River. I'd like to also take this opportunity to quickly thank the Hannaville Indian community for being such a great partner in the region, specifically for their willingness to partner with local governments on important projects like the one that we're bringing to you today. The region in this area has been interested in further development for years, but continued growth is limited by availability of wastewater collection. In our previous presentation to your question, Representative Robinson, you had asked about the wastewater and access to water. And there are a lot of businesses in this area that's relatively growing and would like to expand further that still is limited by access to city water and sewer, where currently they're on well and septic. The region, there has been a interest in creating new housing developments should some of the area that is dedicated to septic fields be allowed with a project with connection to city water that would be developed into new additional housing for expansion in the area. The purpose of this scoping project is to explore that existing use of the sanitary collection system that currently exists within the city of Escanaba, looking at a potential tie-in in Wells Township for their to a wastewater treatment plant. And we'd want to review its available capacity to determine if that additional demand would be able to be satisfied. The goals of this project, we feel, align with the state's interest in economic development and certainly align with the interests of the region in further economic development and housing availability. On Zoom, I have Rory Matson and Jesse View to discuss the project further.
Thank you for being here so late.
Thank you. No problem at all. Thank you very much for letting us address this project with the committee. And it's a project that people have been looking at for probably 30 years. This whole area is basically a low-income area, but there's no sewer or water. As you can see, I'm going to just hit the outline very quick because I know you've been at this all day long, and we thank you about that. And so this infrastructure study is the last study that's needed to find out if water and sewer is feasible in this part of Wells Township, which is just north of Escanaba and the Escanaba River. There's already been $29 million worth of investment that's went into this area in the water treatment plant and wastewater treatment plant in Escanaba to gear up for added sewer and water. The municipality services, if we're available in this area, would do a couple of things that Eagle has also identified this area because of the septics, because of the close proximity to Lake Michigan, and the PFAS on the old Air Force piece is it's direct source contamination right in, and it doesn't quit as long as the septics are still being used and additional property wants to be developed, and they'd have to go to septics too. So this would not only address economic development, it would address all the contamination problems that are occurring now and into the future. And also, there's a great potential for housing in this area because the majority of the land base that's left around the Escanaba area in the south central UP has wetlands on it. There's 40-acre pieces out there that people want to develop and put housing on it, where you have 22 acres or wetlands. So that creates another problem and, about filling the wetlands and trying to move on from there. The current big economic issues, though, environmental issues that are out there is obviously the drinking water, because there is no municipality that services the drinking water there. And obviously, if the septic tanks continue to pollute the area and move towards Lake Michigan, there's PFAS contamination on area number 4, which I'll go over with you in a minute. And like I said, all the residential and businesses there are currently on septic fields and drilled wells, including a motel, a 117 room motel that was just added onto, which doesn't alleviate any problems. And all this is just basically right off Lake Michigan within 500 to 600 feet. So again, it's just a direct source. It goes into the ground and shoots right into Little Baby Knock. The benefit about trying to get sewer and water into this area, the biggest one is housing. And I know you've probably heard about housing everywhere through the state of Michigan. But because of the wetland situation in the south central UP around Escanaba, and then this area has no wetlands at all, and the Hannaville Indian community owns lots we're calling units number 2 and 3. And they've had that scoped out that you could put 3-bedroom apartments, condos, whatever you want to call it, anywhere from 300 to 600 that could be established in this area if there was sewer and water. And this is one of the bluffs that overlooks Lake Michigan, so it's a highly prized area, but there hasn't been much interest in development because of lack of sewer and water. I'm going to jump down, as you see on the outline, to where it says the
If you
current
can,
housing.
just quickly, if you can kind of wrap it up, that would be helpful, if you don't mind.
That's what I'm doing here real quick. On P Road right now, there's 150 homes that exist now with septic and drilled wells, 117 room motel that's polluting the area now. Potential housing development, again, as I said, could be anywhere from 300 to 500. And Hannaville has these 3 areas. There should be 3, in closing, there should be 3 maps attached to that. The one has a red line that follows where it would hook up to the Escanaba system and wells for wastewater, and it would go all the way to the end of P Road. So that's picking up the residentials, picking up any future development, and also the businesses along the highway, which we just heard about. The next one shows the 4 project areas. Area 1, nothing would be done there, but Area 2 used to be the old road commission building. That has been taken down. All the contamination has been cleaned up. Area 3 was the old tannery, and all that has been removed with the local. And then Area 4 is the old Air Force building. Now that's where the PFAS is. But we realized that because of the PFAS contamination from the old Air Force tanks there, that no housing would ever go in there. But Area 2 and 3 are totally cleaned up and ready for development. And then the last one shows that you can see here in the different phases, this is the proposed water system. This study is already done. And phase 1 and phase 2 would go right along with this sewer park that we're doing on the wastewater, which would be down P Road. So this is already completed. There's been tons of engineered contamination and things removed. A lot of work done there, but no wastewater study has been done, and that's why we're asking for the $75,000 for a water study, and then we should have all the information that we need, to provide the Eagle, to provide to whoever we need to, and this is some of the things they've been requesting we do for a final step.
Thank you so much. Questions, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. This is another example of how the UP kind of gets overlooked a lot, right? I mean, we're talking about basic infrastructure needs. This survey is what your appropriation ask is for. What's the time frame on something? Because it is a noble undertaking, but there's lots to find out. How long does a survey like this take, if you could talk about that?
We expect the survey, if it's appropriated, I would expect if it's appropriated, we're talking October 1 for the new fiscal year, but we may not get it then. But basically, we expect to have it done by the middle of December.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
There's already been things through the water study and some others. So we believe we'll put an engineering firm on it and it will be done very, very quickly. They'll start on it and spend the whole time on it immediately. So we're shooting for the 15th of December.
Rep. Preston. Why do I keep calling you that? Cavett.
Thank you for your presentation. We got to ask, what's Plan B? What if you don't get the funding?
Plan B is to get it done. One way or the other, it's not a high cost issue, but it's one that with all the local investment that's been here, we're asking for. And then, we move on to try to get this, just like the, representative said, you know, that UP sometimes gets overlooked, but we tend to get things done if we have to.
True story.
This is something that needs to be done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And my question is, if the study comes back saying that the water and sewer is necessary, what's your plan for going forward for funding that project?
The funding then is to talk to everyone that we can, the federal government, because of area number 4, the state, any type of loans, any type of that, and also the investors. Like I said, it's probably one of the key spots that 300 to 600 units could actually be built. Otherwise, you need a land base that's huge, and then you run into every environmental problem that you can imagine up here.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time tonight.
Oh, we thank you very much for letting us speak to you.
Yep. All right, next up we have Representative Schutte with City of Coleman, and a lift station is their project request. Thank you for hanging out with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for allowing me to testify today, especially with the long day of presentations you've already had. I'll echo what others have said, that the dedication to transparency and due diligence that the members of the committee who are here today are showing is something that I greatly admire. My name is Luke Durheim. I'm from the office of Representative Schutte, who sends his apologies for not being able to be here in person. I'm here to testify on behalf of the City of Coleman for its sanitary sewer lift station improvement project. Coleman is a small town of just under 1,300 people in northwestern Midland County, and it is exactly the kind of small town that cannot afford the full-time grant writers often required to receive state funding through the current grant process. This particular sanitary sewer lift station serves the industrial district of the city, removing wastewater from the district to the city's wastewater treatment facilities, making the station vital to both public health and the local economy. The city is asking for $550,000 to make badly needed improvements and modernizations to this aging lift station. Without these improvements, the station is at risk of breakdowns and failures that could cause backups and discharges of raw sewage that would not only cause disruptions for the city's major employers, but would also pose a risk to public health both in the city of Coleman and in communities further downstream in the watershed. As you heard in another testimony, we have a lot of flooding problems in Midland County. Those are not helped by sewage problems. This project is a straightforward application of public funds towards basic and critical public infrastructure that will mitigate the need for even costlier projects down the line. Thank you again, Madam Chair, and I would be happy to answer any questions the committee has.
Any questions? Rep. Robinson? Okay. Let's see. I haven't had a chance. So this $550,000 would complete the project?
As I understand it, yes.
Okay. And are there, let's see, it's just the lift station? There aren't any other parts of the project?
Correct.
Okay.
There would be an engineering phase to it, an engineering planning phase, but then it would be
Then it'd go
take a
directly
couple
into
months
that.
directly to construction.
Any idea how long it would take to complete it once they?
The timeline would be end of next year. They would be done.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. All right, next up, Representative Steele. Thank you for hanging out today.
My pleasure. Thank you for being here. Now, I have a participant via Zoom.
I'm here.
Shiny, smiley face still. And attached, what we're just passing out is just an overview of the project. So thank you for allowing us to testify today. And with me is Chris Barnett. He's the supervisor from Orion Township. So we were supposed to testify yesterday, so it's about an Orion Community Center. So you guys are doing water and sewer. I just want to bring you back to yesterday. So
Thank you. Our brains are
okay.
kind of fried at
So,
the moment.
Yeah,
so.
fun stuff, pools and community activities. So
Okay.
let me just get to the right page. Sorry. Okay, so in 2023, Orion Township acquired a private athletic facility out of a receivership to transform it into the Orion Township Community Center. It's a regional hub for health, wellness, and human connection. The price was $9 million, and since then, the township has invested an additional $5 million with their funds directly without borrowing any money, and to be able to do the facility and the renovations. We've always demonstrated commitment and financial stewardship, and now we are just trying to finish the project because we moved offices into that community center for an additional $3 million. So there's indoor, outdoor pools. They facilitate childcare and early childhood programming, Meals on Wheels distribution center, senior services, including wellness programs and social support, a dedicated teen center and youth engagement programming, community-based health and wellness clinics operated in partnership with a third-party health care provider that we've done in the past, and then we're going to continue to do that, and library services as well for the community. We also are serving residents not only of Orion Township, but other communities including Oxford, Independence Township, Waterford Township, Auburn Hills, and Pontiac, collectively 250,000 residents, including 90,000 seniors and children, 26,000 households with disabilities, and 8,000 families with single mother households and children under 18. So this project is just not about recreation, it's about public health, youth development, community, and senior support, and helping our vulnerable neighbors by accessing services where we can build a stronger community. So with your partnership, we can complete the facility and deliver long-lasting impact for community surrounding our community in Oakland County. So, Chris, if I haven't missed anything, you might want to chime in and see what I've missed here.
Thank you, Rep. Steele. Thank you, members of this committee, and I'll echo everything I've been hearing for the last couple hours here. Your commitment to transparency and this process is certainly applauded by me and my board and our constituents. So thank you. Yes, this is a little bit of a different project than you've been hearing about today. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I have a meeting this evening here tonight that kept me from driving over there. But I'm grateful for the opportunity. Representative Steele did a great job kind of covering this opportunity at a high level. We had the great privilege of purchasing this facility. Unfortunately, it was in receivership, but scratch a lot of itches, not just for Orion Township, but the surrounding area and needs that we had here, and hearing from our residents over the last 13 years that I've had the privilege to be the supervisor of our community. We serve an area greater than our community. We serve as the northern hub for the Forgotten Harvest in Southeast Michigan. So every Monday we give away thousands of pounds of food to residents, not, like I said, from all over. But this facility is going to continue that impact that we have. We partnered with the city of Pontiac on programs this summer, not available to students in their community. So it's more than just Orion, and we were able to do this for a fraction of the cost, and we were able to do this without incurring debt up until this point. So the purchase was made with monies we had set aside and saved in our fund balance, as well as monies that we had set aside from ARPA to do impactful projects, again, for the region. As Representative Steele mentioned, we touch about 250,000 people in our region here. We do not have any facility like this in our region that can serve as a emergency shelter, a warming center, an elections hub. We served as the Northern Oakland County early voting precinct with some great struggles because of the large voter turnout. So we need a larger facility. So this does all those things. The $3 million we're asking for your consideration will help us complete the project and highlight one of the biggest parts that we've heard from our community that's most important, and that's a special place for our youth to gather. We don't have any place like that right now. That's unfortunately in our community, we've had a history of a higher suicide rate than we should have, anyone should have. And we've heard loud and clear from our partners in the schools and the mental health community that we need a safe place for students. So a large part of these funds will go toward building that section of the community center out, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time and your diligence in staying with us so late on a evening like this. So.
Thank you so much. Questions?
Thank
Rep.
you, Madam
Robinson?
Chair. Thank you, Representative Steele, and thank you, Supervisor, for coming to testify. This is a unique proposition that you're doing here. It's almost like a mullet, business at the front, party in the back, right? Talk about, you said there's no other area in your area. Do you know of another facility? Because it's kind of a two-in-one thing. It's not just the park, but it's also, you conduct a lot of business. You mentioned teen center, senior center. Is there another place like this in the state of Michigan that you know of?
I mean, certainly we've visited lots of community centers in Troy and Livonia, and Lapeer. We think this is a little bit unique. Sterling Heights has a really great place for teens, for youth to gather. So we're going to copy some of the ideas, but they're all a little bit different, a little bit unique, and we think ours is also. But there aren't many places like this, that's for sure.
Well, it sounds like you're going to move forward regardless. So if you're not appropriated the funds, what kind of backup plans do you have to finish this facility?
Well, I mean, right now, I mean, we kind of, if you are looking at the handouts, you can see all the work we've already completed. And Representative Steele kind of covered that, the $9 million purchase price and almost $6 million in improvements and deferred maintenance repairs. So we would just pause. I mean, the other aspects of the project, we would just wait until we can find a way to get the money. The opportunity was too good to pass up. So some folks will say, why didn't we wait until we had all the funds lined up? We don't get this opportunity very often. Our construction consultants told us to duplicate this type of a facility on the property that it's on would be upwards of $30 million in today's dollars. So to be able to purchase that for $9 million and do the modest upgrades that we've been able to do has been really great for our residents and the surrounding communities as well. So long answer, but we would just pause. We're hopeful we can find the money though to get this complete.
All right, so it looks like you've had two other phases, basically Zone A, Zone B, and then this would be the final?
That's correct. This is the final phase. In the future, there could be other things. There's additional property in the back, but this really gets it set up to meet all the needs. And before we spent any of these dollars, we did do an assessment with a local architecture firm based on community surveys and Parks and Rec master plan update to kind of guide our work. So we weren't really just shooting in the dark, if you will. But yeah, this will get this building completely up to speed and allow us to run Meals on Wheels, all our senior programming, and be that northern election hub in Oakland County.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time tonight.
I was just going to say, you should if once you're finished, you should just name it the mullet. That's what you should call it.
All right. Thank you so much.
We'll consider it. Thank you. Thanks for your time and your service, everyone.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. All right. Last but not least, must be these guys over here. Yeah. We should have balloons coming down from the ceiling or something. Yes, Rep. Coons, Green Charter Township. Their project is reimbursement of legal fees related to Goshen project.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alex Dempsey. I'm honored to be here on behalf of Representative Tom Coons today. I'm joined by Jason Cruz from Green Charter Township, located in the beautiful 100th District. Also want to thank the support staff in the room for a long day. I know you get a thankless job and appreciate you guys. To get started, just a couple years ago, a SOAR project paved the way for a Chinese-owned battery plant to begin construction in mid-Michigan. The state of Michigan forced Green Charter Township into a position that the majority of residents opposed. And since starting with Tom Coons 3 years ago, it's by far the biggest issue in our district. We hear phone calls 10 times over about this than any other issue. And just to turn it over, like I said, this is Jason Cruz with Green Charter Township.
Okay, I've prepared a couple opening comments here. I'm going to keep them short and sweet because I'm sure everybody is antsy to get out of here. So, but I appreciate the honorable committee members for hearing us out on our request. My name is Jason Cruz, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as Green Charter Township Supervisor. And thank you for allowing me to address you today regarding the appropriations request for our assistance to cover the substantial and unexpected legal costs incurred by our small township as we strive to honor the will of our community. As you may know, Green Charter Township is currently being sued by Goshen. We are being sued by Goshen, a company with ties to the Chinese Communist Party, who poses significant environmental risks to our rural and agricultural community. This project was initiated under secrecy with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, the MEDC, using the code name Project Elephant to hide the full size and its intentions of the project. This code name would suggest an awareness that the project would face opposition from our residents. Just saying. But either way, the state of Michigan, through the MEDC in the right place, former officials of Mecosta County, Green Charter Township, my former legislators, and Big Rapids Township committed hundreds and millions of taxpayer dollars to subsidize Goshen. Those who campaigned this deal ignored the community concerns, claiming compliance with state directives, and left them no choice. Concerns of our township residents were met with dismissal comments like, the governor made the decision, we just need to comply. When the project was finally revealed, it was met with overwhelming resistance, and Green Charter Township is a tight-knit farming community, and that must be understood. So everybody banded together to push forward on this issue. Our residents recognize that Goshen's operations would irreparably alter our environment and our rural way of life. Despite this, no one in state or local government sought our input before advancing this project. Our community responded. Through historic recall elections, we removed every eligible Green Charter Township board member who supported the project. The following elections saw a new Charter Township board elected and other landslide victories, and a majority of the Mecosta County commissioners were also replaced for similar reasons. Polls consistently show that Green Charter Township residents, along with a vast majority of Mecosta County, unequivocally reject this project. And as supervisor, I was elected during the recall election to represent the people's will. Now Goshen is suing our township, challenging the very democratic outcome of our elections and our demand for transparency and accountability. Goshen's lawsuit is fueled by state-funded resources that are used against our small community, forcing us to expend local tax dollars to defend us against a project that we never wanted and never asked for. We feel it's unjust that our township must bear the financial burden of a state-driven initiative that has disregarded our voices from the onset. This is why I'm here to respectfully request your assistance and help to defray the cost of fighting this lawsuit. Looking forward, I would urge you to help reform Michigan's economic development process. The use of taxpayer funds to attract companies must prioritize transparency and community consent. No Michigan community should ever endure what Green Charter Township has faced. It has literally ripped our community apart. The MEDC and other agencies must engage with affected residents before upending their way of life. Thank you for your time and consideration regarding this matter, and I respectfully ask for your support to offset our legal costs and restore fairness to our community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentations. I remember hearing about the goings-on of what happened. My question, your appropriation ask is for $275,000. Are you still paying legal fees, and is this what is accumulated so far, or is this a projection?
We have accumulated. So we've negotiated with our attorneys, and we are still fighting the fight. Fighting the lawsuit, and we have paid a large amount of attorney fees at this point in time. This is both projected, but what also is coming down the pipe for us as far as what's been logged, and as we move forward in the lawsuit.
Where are you in the lawsuit currently?
It's in federal court, and we started out in district court. We did a federal court of appeals, and we are now waiting for the response from the Federal Court of Appeals on an injunction that the district court put on the township.
Thank you. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you
Rep.
for hearing
Cavett.
us.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
If you get a settlement or if the judge rules in your favor, don't they traditionally prescribe legal fees to be paid by the loser, for lack of a better term?
There's nothing written where, apparently in this type of a setting and this type of a challenge, there isn't any way or to regain those costs. That we aren't going to be able to challenge that and bring those fees into the township.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the question.
If we're not able to get these funds for you, how would the township cover those costs?
Well, we're looking at all avenues, everything possible. We're looking at anybody that can feel like donating, and we're going to look at how we're going to pay these attorney bills going down the road. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for coming in today. Really appreciate it. At the end of the day.
There's a
appreciate
smile
your time.
there. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
I'm
you. I
smiling because we're
appreciate
done.
it. Yes.
All right.
Thank you for all the questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do. And hold on. Do this. Absent members. Okay, so Rep. Cavett moves to excuse absent members. There being no objections, the motion prevails by unanimous consent. There being no further business before the subcommittee, the meeting is adjourned.